One. The Colorado Air Quality Control Commission. It is Friday, 22/25 is 9:03 a.m. John Slutsky, and we are meeting today in the Sabre Blair Conference Rooms, Colorado Department of Health and Environment. We have a quorum, 6 commissioners present, including Purvis Reeder, Ann Blankenship, Martha Rudolph, Greg Thomas, myself, online, Arnold, Bill Gonzalez, and Jana Milford are absent. We are supported today by staff Jeremy Murray, Will E.
Sorry.
Holler, and our commission counsel, and Jenny Ray, program coordinator. I'm gonna start with get some administrative things out of the way, and first is gonna be our commissioner informational items. Does anyone on the commission have something to share, something of interest that you've done in the last month? Reflect on the commission. Not. Can you?
Yes, we can.
And Gary.
There he is. So, next item number 2 would be our division director's report. Michael?
Yes, thank you, Chair Slutsky. Not a whole lot this month, fortunately, but I'll kind of read through these. So in regulatory affairs, the Regional Air Quality Council's ozone modeling originally scheduled for July 25th was delayed. EPA recently released new information on the methodology that should be followed to appropriately utilize our on-road local source emissions platform of data. And these changes, as a result of that, are not anticipated to have material impact on modeling design values. Forum will be held once Colorado's models have been updated and the climate program is working with the Colorado Energy Office in a rulemaking for the PUC to set 2035 clean heat targets for gas utilities. The program's inventory and reporting unit conducted the underlying work to develop the reduction target for gas utilities as directed in statute. All 9 general permits used by the oil and gas industry have been updated and issued on July 23rd. Some of the key areas addressed by the revisions include reclassification of the ozone non-attainment areas, incorporation of new or revised regulatory requirements, those in Reg 3, 7, and 26, clarification of the registration process. The Office of Environmental Justice is taking nominations for Colorado communities to be part of the first ever environmental equity and cumulative impact analysis, or ESHA. This will be a 12 to 18-month process. And lastly, just some upcoming public meetings. There's the oil and gas methane reduction public meeting on September 10th. And we have a PTAC permitting needs assessment report public meetings on September 20th and 24th. And that is all for this month.
Thank you. Jeremy?
Thank you, Commissioner Slutsky. We have a couple of updates for y'all for the September agenda that I wanted to cover very quickly. We'll have a public comment session on Wednesday evening as typical, starting at 4:30 for that September meeting. And then we have a couple of rulemakings that will happen in September. The regulation for the building performance standards have a hearing for technical corrections. That should be a fairly quick hearing. There's only 2 parties and they formed a joint coalition on that. So hopefully that'll go quickly. And then we have the regulation number 30 hearing to set the health-based standards for air toxics. And that will be a longer hearing that will take both of those days. There's also a request for regulation number 7 regarding NSPS Quad OC and the oil and gas rules that will happen as well. That should go quickly, and then those are all the items for September. I also want to note for September that I will be out for that meeting, so Patrick Cummins will be sitting in. One other item is that we have had a request from the Solid Waste Commission to do a briefing on this landfills rulemaking that we are in the midst of right now. Once you have all taken final action, they would like an update from the AQCC and the division on what was passed. Those are all my updates.
So what's the, if I can ask the question, how would we provide that update? I mean, are we meeting with them?
So I think what they would like is for a presentation at one of their meetings.
John. Do you want the Attorney General update? You want your legal update?
You know, in front of everybody.
Not that kind of update. Yeah. So typically Commissioner Slutsky, the Commission's lawyers will give you an update on some of the comings and goings in the legal space, you know, from the previous meeting, so.
Yeah, it's coming back to me.
Yeah, okay, cool. So on the state side, just related to your rules, I'd like to give you an update of what's going on in court and challenges to your rules in the Regulation 28 buildings litigation. The plaintiffs in the federal court lawsuit have filed an amended complaint. This complaint is about whether your buildings regulation is preempted by EPCA, so the Federal Energy Policy Act, right? So whether it touches covered products and concerns, I think, covered products. So the motion to dismiss and the order was about whether the plaintiffs had sufficiently alleged that they were impacted or, you know, standing, like how they were harmed by regulation. They've amended their complaint and the state will be working on a response. Another lawsuit related to your rules, the midstream rules you adopted in December of last year. The state filed a motion to dismiss that lawsuit, and that is fully briefed, and we're just waiting on a ruling there. At the federal level, last month I mentioned a proposed action from EPA on your regional haze SIP, the second implementation period. I think that proposal had just come out like the day before our meeting, so I sent that around to you. The state is working on a comment letter in response. And so I'm happy to answer any questions I can if you were able to take a look at that and you have some. EPA is also proposing to rescind the greenhouse gas endangerment finding as it relates to the vehicle standards and changes to those vehicle standards as well. So the comment period on that was extended until later in September. The comment period on regional haze on the proposal, I think, is September 15th. And I think you'll probably hear more about it next month, but EPA has also taken some proposed action on Quad OC, the emission guidelines for methane reductions from oil and gas activities. And for example, is proposing to give states more time to submit their plans. But I think the proposal from the division is coming to you next month for a request. So I don't have very much. So.
Thank you, Robin. I'm gonna pass the gavel here to Commissioner Rudolph, who will continue our 31 hearing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Slutsky. This is a continuation of the rulemaking hearing for regulation number 31, landfill methane regulation, where we, the commission, will be considering establishing a new regulation, number 31, to address municipal solid waste landfill greenhouse gas control and monitoring requirements. It is, what is today? August 22nd, 13 a.m. We are in the Saban room. We heard direct testimony yesterday. Did all of that. The commission, I think everyone who was here at least, heard the commission ask these, indicated to the parties a number of questions or more requests for more information that the commission would like to hear today. When we closed the record yesterday to ask those questions, we have reopened the record today's proceeding. And there are a number of, all the parties, I think, most of the parties have a little bit of time left for rebuttal. Before we get into that, however, the commission received at this point 2 motions to supplement the record. For different reasons, the motions are tell you exactly why they are wanting to supplement the record. The commission needs to consider those motions. What I would suggest that the commission do, since we just got these motions, I think this morning really early, is to take a brief break to allow the commissioners to read those motions. Then we will reconvene and see if there are objections to granting those motions from any of the parties. The commission will consider the matter, both those matters of those motions and make a decision. And then after that, I guess, unless there are other motions, we will proceed with the rebuttal statements. Does that sound like a plan, commissioners? How much time do you think you will? You don't know how long these motions are. So maybe 15 minutes. I think that's enough time. More time.
We'll find out.
You'll see. I know, it's hard to know. I think I have looked at one of them. The motion is relatively short. From the division, I've not had a chance to review the motion from Tino's. I imagine the motion itself is not particularly long. But let's say 15 minutes and if we need more time, that work?
Sure.
So what time is it? So let's say 9:30. We'll reconvene at 9:30.
Just not.
So we just took a break for the commissioners to consider the two motions that are before us this morning to supplement record, one from the division and one from Green Latinos. I think that we will proceed one at a time, starting first with the division's motion. Let me start first to try to just give my thoughts on this. Actually, let me back up. We need to see if there are any objections to any of these. That's what I said first. So let's talk about the divisions first. Are there any objections to the division's motion to supplement the record? And this will not come out of your time, but please be.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm Chris Colclasure, representing Mesa County, jointly for the Public Coalition. Public Coalition objects to the division's motion. We believe this motion was filed at about 10:45 p.m. last night. Green Latino's motion was filed at 8:24 a.m. this morning. Neither the parties nor the commission have had an adequate opportunity to review the materials, let alone to respond to them during our rebuttal presentation. The purpose of an administrative record, or here the rulemaking record, is to compile all of the information considered by an agency when it takes action, but there is not time for you to consider this data. Putting it in the record would inaccurately imply that you did actually consider it. For the division's supplemental or for the division's motion, they have had this data for months. As their motion acknowledges, this document was an appendix to their pre-hearing statement, Exhibit 9. They had an opportunity to submit it with their pre-hearing statement if they chose. There was not any reason to delay submittal, and simply disagreeing with the public coalitions or other parties' interpretations of the data is not a reason for you to accept a late filing, especially when this issue of SIM spacing that they're trying to address has been argued in both the pre-hearing statement and the rebuttal.
Good morning, Clay Taylor on behalf of WM this morning. I have nothing to add to what Mr. Colclasure said, but incorporate all of his statements and our objection to both of these motions.
I do have a response to the Green Latinos motion, but I think you're only asking about the division at that time.
In the interest of time, why don't you go ahead?
For the Green Latinos, we have had even less time to consider their document, social cost of methane study. I personally have not had time to open the attachment. Here again, Green Latinos has had months to submit this report if they desired to do so, and it would be prejudicial to other parties to admit it on the eve of your decision.
Clay Taylor again on behalf of WM. I again incorporate Mr. Colclassure's comments and our objection to the Green Latinos motion as well.
All right, thank you. Commission questions?
Yes, with regard to the Green Latinos motion, the fact that it was in response to a commission question yesterday during our little closing part about what's information you want to hear about. Does that change the fact that it was directly responsive to that? Does that change your opinion or position at all?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Reeder. Generally, responses to commission questions are simple verbal responses during the hearing itself, as opposed to putting more documents in the record. So it would differ from your normal practice to put it in the record.
Thank you.
Other commission questions?
Maybe this is for our council. If we were to deny this, could the division use it in their rebuttal state?
It depends on how. Rebuttal statement has been filed, I think.
Well,
If you mean-
not statement, in the rebuttal statement.
It depends. I think, to Mr. Colclassure's point, that normally you get a verbal answer in rebuttal. So like if you were to ask this question and a party were to answer based on their knowledge of the information contained in those documents, that's typical practice. Could a party use a document not in the record on cross? If they moved to ask you to enter it for impeachment purposes, that would be one example of a proper. This is another example of a way to add additional material into the record. I would also like to point out that in the updated procedural rules, the commission has clarified that citing to something in a document is not including it in the record. But historically, that has been considered by the commission when it's cited in a document that is before the commission. So that practice will change going forward, but historically that has been the commission's practice.
Other commission questions?
I don't know if I have a question or more of a statement. One of the,
It needs to be a question.
oh, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Ask questions to make a statement.
All right. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Anybody else wish to object or maybe support?
May I ask? Oops, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tom Bloomfield on behalf of EDF at EcoCycle. We do support this motion. In fact, we're not even sure it's needed, as your attorney, Willie, indicated. You know, that historically, many parties just cited to things and put links in, and those were part of the record. We're not under the new rules, and so we do support and think, just for clarity, it'd be helpful, since the motion has been made, that it be granted. But we also think it's unnecessary. We think it is important to include because of some misinformation that was shared yesterday with the commission, and this data very much clarifies that. But I just wanted to say, one, we strongly support this motion, and two, wanted to echo that I've been doing this for a very long time, and I do know that parties have routinely included just citations to things, and those have been considered part of the record. Thank you.
Questions from commissioners?
Okay, I think I formulated this into a question. So, if
Question for him.
Is it for him? Is it for?
For our council,
Okay.
thank you. If approving the motion, does it indicate that we have used or relied upon this information in our decision making?
Again, that depends, Commissioner Blankenship. I think you can clarify that you're giving the materials all the consideration they're due, given the time constraints into which you're considering them, which will influence the amount of weight that you're able to give it. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, yes.
Anyway, yeah.
Any other commissioner questions? Yep.
Yes, thank you, Alexandra Schlantz on behalf of Green Latinos. I want to echo Mr. Bloomfield's comments in support of the division's motion to supplement the record. And if the commission would like, would be happy to respond to the objections to Green Latinos motion.
Yeah, I don't think we need we just don't know if we're gonna do that. Any other objections to the motions? All right.
Yes, great.
Did I see? Oh, sorry, I need to keep looking up the screen. Yeah, Mr. Scranton, are you there?
Yeah, he's waiting.
Oh, there you are. Yes, okay, I see your hand now. Please, go ahead.
Good.
Yes, Kyle County would like to.
Hold on just a minute. We are, I think, trying to unmute you.
Could be now.
Okay, oh, there he is. Oh, there you are. Okay. Go right ahead.
Kyle County would also like to echo.
We're still not hearing you.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
No?
Jenny, is the sound turned up over there?
What?
The sound turned up for the room.
We're trying to fix this on our end. Just hold tight.
Scary. Let's get- see if it's down.
Gary, can you speak? Let's see if it's on our end.
I think it is on your end because I can hear Mr.
Yeah.
Screen fine.
And we're hearing you, so
Okay, can you hear me now?
yes, thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay, yeah, Kiowa County would also like to object, following the coalition and waste management's objections, agreeing with all the things that they said.
All right, thank you. Commission questions? None. All right, thank you. All right, so I think that's it for our objections and then the statements in support. Commission's preference. I will weigh in quickly in an interest of time. Given what council has in a sense advised us, I would recommend granting these motions. Evidence in a administrative hearing, particularly in front of commissions. The rules are not as strict as they would be in a court sitting for certainly. And I do believe that the commission has the ability to take into consideration when this information has been submitted and give it the due regard that is warranted given when it was submitted, when both of these are submitted. So I would recommend, my recommendation, see what the rest of the commissioners think, is to grant the motions to allow the supplementation of the record. Commissioners?
My perspective, I think that if I were to be able to utilize this information as part of the decision-making today, I would have had to have had it well in advance of either last night or this morning. So I'm disinclined to accept the motion for that reason, because I think it's if it's going to be part of the record, I think that there's a reasonable expectation that it was actually utilized as part of the decision-making process. Thank you.
Other commissioners?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that sentiment, and I just don't even know what I'm looking at with this exhibit, and I'm a pretty technical person. So how I'm gonna be able to consider this,
Commissioner Thomas,
Sure.
can you clarify which exhibit you're talking about? There are two.
oh, I'm sorry, the Division's Exhibit 1. As part of their supplemental motion, I'm not even sure, so if they're going to explain it, I would be inclined to be a little bit more supportive. The Green Latinos exhibit is just a journal article on the social cost of carbon. Most of us have heard of the social cost of carbon before. I don't think that's anything earth shattering or will really kind of sway what happens in this proceeding. So I'm okay with approving the motions with the clarification that the division at least explain what I'm looking at.
Other commissioners?
I would support the motion. It's, you guys are right. This should have been, this isn't groundbreaking research or something that just came across the wire. But it's something that we've been talking about a lot, and I think it's on all our mind that the divisions motion, and it's really hard to unread it. Sitting here on my computer, it's not gonna be one of those Mission Impossible things where it explodes after 5 minutes. So it's here. It's I think as I was saying offline, I'm thinking this is going to be new errata statements, and I wish that wasn't the way we're going to work. But if we deny this, the division's going to reference it when we ask a question. And that's all right. So why not just not make them go through that length, and let's just do it and be done with it. We put enough time into this. We should make a good decision. I think this won't hurt our decision.
Other commissioners?
I'm also inclined to support. the approval of both motions to submit. As we heard, the division's data is already kind of roughly cited. If you go a couple of links in, and in the case of the Green Latinos, I think it was irresponsive to a commission comment yesterday, asking for information about that. And we can weigh, as you said, the information appropriately given its timing of submittal.
Yeah, okay, Gary?
I'll keep it short. You've all spoken to the same points I'm thinking, so I'm inclined to support the motion.
All right, so we've taken sort of a bit of a straw vote on both motions to supplement the record. Do we need one motion, council, or do we need two motions from, maybe we'll separate it into two. Let's do two motions to make this clean. I would entertain a motion regarding the division's motion to supplement the record.
I move to approve the division's motion to supplement the record.
Second.
Good one.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I gotta raise hands. Okay.
Come down.
All right, so we got 5-1 then.
Opposed, yes, please.
All right, now I'll entertain, so that motion passes. I will entertain a motion to supplement the record filed by Green Latinos.
So moved.
I'll make a motion to support the supplemental entry into the record for the Green Latinos.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Raise your hand. Opposed? Oh,
You're gonna go both ways.
all right, that one, that motion passes as well. All right, thank you. Thank you all. Both of those. The supplements are approved. They will become part of the record. Thank you very much. Now if we have any other business to attend to before we move into rebuttal statement. Okay. All right, rebuttal. First up is Green Latinos.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm Alexandra Schlantz on behalf of Green Latinos. I'm here with Mary Sasso, as well as David McCabe, who is joining us on Zoom. And with that, I'll hand it over to David.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just wanted to say a few things about cost and benefits as estimated in the rule. The first thing is just a very important point. Since there's been a lot of discussion about individual cost items. The benefits of the proposed rule vastly outweigh the costs. And the division showed this already in the EIA, where they showed that even if the costs are fully 3 times higher than the division estimates, and assuming the lower collection efficiency, 69%, that they considered, the calculated benefits of the rule would still be 60% higher than the costs. So I think it's important to keep that context in mind. Next slide, please. There were a number of changes since the EIA which will reduce cost. We, by our count, 13 of the 18 landfills without GCCS have 3 full years before those rules begin to kick in, which will, we believe, will reduce cost as technology evolves and simply reduces the number of years that those GCCSs will have operational costs. This does reduce the emissions benefits, but we believe it will substantially reduce costs. There's various off-ramps included in the errata version, which were not in the EIA, which will reduce the cost of gas capture systems. BioCover mandates have been removed, and there are other examples, of course. So we believe that there will be a number of ways that costs have come down. This is a complicated slide in response to Commissioner Reeder's question from yesterday. But first, I want to say, because I don't want to forget this point, and we didn't write it down, it's also important to remember that there's a number of provisions of the rule for which the division estimated cost, but chose not to estimate benefits, partly because their estimated benefits are so much higher than the estimated costs. And estimating the benefits is somewhat complicated. An example of that is some of the rules for enclosed combustors, which of course reduce pollution, but the division didn't include that. So Commissioner Reeder asked about use of the social cost of carbon dioxide as opposed to the social cost of methane. And I agree with Commissioner Reeder's point that computationally, what the division did actually slightly overestimates the benefit of the methane reductions from this rule compared to the orthodox way of calculating the social cost of methane according to the federal government's 2021 methodology. So the division multiplied the methane reductions by the GWP of methane, which is 28, and then multiplied that by the federal government's 2021 social cost of carbon. That gets a slightly higher, 6% higher number than you would get, dollar figure than you get by taking the methane tonnage and multiplying by the 2021 social cost of methane, because the factor is slightly smaller if you do that. However, it's really important to understand that that social cost of methane ignores some of the most important impacts of methane, which is methane's impact on global air quality, including those impacts almost doubles the social cost of methane to over $4,000 a ton. That's the work we submitted as a supplemental exhibit. So the division's figures are effectively about $2,500 a ton. So the division's figure is far lower than the full benefit of the rule. So the true full benefits calculated accurately are $1.6 or $1.8 billion. And I just want to speak briefly about working face emissions and what we're suggesting as a path forward for working face emissions. We are not suggesting regulatory text for working face emissions, but we do believe that it's important to begin work on a performance standard for the working face as an appropriate approach to this very large, very damaging emission source. A performance standard allows flexibility. Many approaches could reduce emissions, organics diversion, and modifications to the way the landfill is designed and operated. And it's just a simple point. A performance standard could ensure that operators always manage sites to minimize emissions. And with that, I will turn over the microphone to Mary.
Thanks, David. Now we'll briefly cover some rebuttal points on biocovers. Some of this was covered in our direct testimony, so I will be quick, but please feel free to ask questions. One thing we wanted to point out is that biocovers have been shown to be effective at field scale. There have been field scale studies in Kentucky, Canada, Denmark, among others. And I also wanted to point out that biocover should in fact be composed of a mix of materials, not only compost. So we're talking about compost plus sand, wood chips, industrial residue. So our material supply is not simply compost. Another important point to note here is that biocovers are a bioactive system, similar to biofilters, which we'll also discuss, or bio windows, which are basically a smaller form of a bio, has potentially higher fugitive emissions. The importance of a bioactive system is that its purpose is to mitigate methane emissions, offering a backstop to potential fugitive emissions on the face of the landfill. This is a different purpose than the purpose of inert systems like soil cover or a geomembrane. The purpose of those types of systems is simply to contain the gas within the body of the landfill. And so as such, we just wanted to point out that replacing a biocover requirement with an option for an inert system is a little bit of an apples to orange comparison. And with that, we'll also just point out that the optimal moisture content for biocover operation is really somewhere between 15 and 25%. Unless moisture content drops to below 1.5%, we're still going to see methanotrophic activity within a biocover. And because decomposing waste itself does generate its own moisture content, we believe that it would be very rare for landfills, even in semi-arid conditions, to have to apply extra moisture to biocovers for optimal operation. And in fact, applying additional moisture can actually, in some cases, lower methanotrophic activity in a biocover. And lastly, we'll just note that we did offer compromise language on biocovers only at active landfills with GCCS, which somewhat mirrors the division's current proposal, although the division's proposal is only an option. This would mean that biocovers are not required for landfills that do not meet the threshold for GCCS installation, such as smaller counties like Kiowa County. And then very briefly on biofilters, we really feel that biofilters are a win-win. They're a fairly compact system, very cost-effective, space-efficient, requires minimal material, and offers significant methane mitigation benefits. And in the rules, it's currently offered as an off-ramp for uninstalling a GCCS system. We frankly don't understand why this is a controversial position, and are very supportive of the use of biofilters. Very quickly on surface emissions monitoring, EDF and EcoCycle will discuss this further. We are supportive of the proposal for the 25-foot SEM spacing. And I will leave it at that in the interest of time. And then finally on enclosed combustor performance testing, again, we in our alternate proposal proposed a semi-annual cadence of performance testing for enclosed combustion devices. We wanted to note NWRA's proposal to reduce testing to every 3 years and then 5 years after 3 consecutive passing tests. We just wanted to note that this feels counterintuitive. Just like any other piece of equipment, enclosed combustors will be more likely to malfunction with age, and as such, reducing performance tests to every 5 years after 9 years of operation doesn't really pass the sniff test to us. And I will pass it over to Alex.
Thank you, Mary. So moving on to backup and secondary devices. One note again that these terms are undefined in Regulation 31, but there are 3 use cases that are typical for these types of devices. The first is what we would consider as a true backup. And I'll note here again, the proposed rule does already allow for the temporary use of open flares when you're repairing or maintaining your enclosed flares. That is the backup scenario. Then these flares are also used to deal with excess gas at gas to energy plants. So when the engines cannot, the engines are dealing with a certain volume of gas and there's extra flow that can't be dealt with them without adding an extra engine, that would be used by one of these devices or dealt with by one of these devices. And then the third scenario here is at RNG plants, you have off-spec gas, which is where you have gas that has been refined or improved in order for sale, but it's not quite at that level. So it's very high methane content, but not quite pipeline quality. And you need a way to deal with that gas as well. So in terms of the supplemental fuel question, that's not an issue with this type of scenario at an RNG plant because it is very high methane gas. So again, our position is that the commission should not allow for indefinite use of open flares when those flares are being used on a routine basis. Industry parties have requested a more flexible standard for these. But again, this infeasibility standard as written, which the division includes for new open flares and which the Green Latinos proposal would also apply to existing open flares, that already provides an off-ramp if there is, for some reason, a feasibility issue. There is no other acceptable justification, and I'll note that of the other 4 states with similar regulations, none of them provide specific exemptions for secondary or backup control devices. Those terms do not even appear in those regulations. Cost is also not an appropriate consideration here. These types of facilities, gas to energy plants, and especially renewable gas plants, these are multi-million-dollar projects. This is a small fraction of the capital cost of these facilities. And you can see here that there are, parties into this rulemaking are utilizing enclosed flares for these purposes at other landfills. This is from the website that's listed at the bottom of this slide, where Waste Management discusses a project in Pennsylvania where was an existing gas to energy project using ultra low emission flares, which are a type of enclosed flare, as well as other enclosed flares as primary and secondary controls at that gas to energy site. And then the website also discusses the planned conversion to an RNG plant, where again, they would plan to use those same enclosed flares for backup control at that site. And here, similarly, there's information from a landfill in Atlantic County, New Jersey, discussing the upgrade at their gas to energy site, where they were installing a new enclosed flare to replace an open flare, and they touted the emission benefits of that upgrade here. Then I just want to note again, in terms of those two existing open flares, we saw this map yesterday. These two flares operate very close to each other. They are also operating very close to communities. And the emissions from those flares are in addition to the fugitive emissions from the landfill, because no GCCS system is gathering 100% of the emissions. So there's a cumulative impact here. It is not the flares solely that are impacting these communities. And then the Public Coalition also requests language that delays all requirements by 3 years. To the extent this would apply to this open flare phase out, Green Latinos is strongly opposed. The rule as proposed already gives until 2029 to phase out those flares. An additional 3 years is unwarranted. And here is our language again. So finally, to wrap up, SCS asked yesterday if this rule would be good for Colorado, and the answer is absolutely yes. This rule reduces significant amounts of hazardous air pollutants as well as ozone precursors. Some landfills in Colorado report emitting more HAPs than the Suncor refinery. And as David mentioned earlier, there are significant benefits in the upwards of $1.5 billion from this rule. So to suggest that there are minimal opportunities here is incorrect. And Colorado has been a leader in other areas. Here we can benefit from other states' experience while continuing to lead with this rule that the division has already tailored to Colorado's experience. So we urge you not to let this opportunity to go by and to adopt a strong rule and deliver cleaner air for all of Colorado. Thank you. And here's a summary of our positions.
All right, thank you. I can keep up at the same time. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Reader?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Thanks for the additional information on the cost benefits as well as the other items. A question for Mr. McCabe. You presented the sensitivity analysis that showed that the cumulative benefits of the rule outweigh the cumulative cost of the rule, as I understand it. Isn't it typical practice in air quality proceedings that you look at individual pieces, i.e. a requirement to GCCS, is that cost effective on its own merit versus a requirement for enhanced monitoring being cost effective on its own merit versus any other requirement that you might want to have? Shouldn't each of those be cost effective on their own merit rather than lumped all together? Hopefully that question makes sense.
Commissioner, I appreciate the question, and I understand it, but to be honest, I am not as familiar with Colorado procedures on that, in that particular way. So I think I defer that to Mary and Alex, if that's possible.
Happy to weigh in. Thanks, David. So there's a few pieces here. You know, we heard from some parties yesterday a suggestion that each piece should be considered individually with the benefits, including the reporting pieces. But that's not typical. I mean, the benefits of many of those provisions are compliance assurance. There's not specific numbers that could be easily calculated there, but that does still make the rule very important. For the other pieces as well, it's my understanding that, if I'm recalling correctly, I think even in other rulemakings in front of this commission, typically attempt to break out the benefits from different pieces of the rule, but even there, like in the oil and gas sector, there might be pieces that, are tougher to do those estimates. And so when we look at we look at the rule holistically as the full costs and the full benefits. And in this case, I think it is clear that a large majority of the emission benefits come simply from the installation of the GCCS. So calculating the additional benefits from the other pieces could be possible, but if it amounts to a smaller piece and it's less relevant, the primary cost is also coming from installation of the GCCS. So we think that balance is appropriate here.
Okay, thank you. I guess on your testimony around the social cost of methane, I appreciate your efforts to respond to my question yesterday. I guess I'm curious, are you familiar with the EPA table when they came out with their updated social cost of carbon and social cost of methane, and what the ratio there of the social cost of methane was to the social cost of CO2?
Commissioner, thank you. Are you referring to more recent changes?
Perhaps.
The ratio,
I'm looking at November 2023 document from EPA. So I think it's when they updated the social cost of carbon for some of their food rulemakings.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I may have used a slightly older one. It was late at night. To produce that ratio, the 26.4. What I used was the federal government's number, and yeah, it may be slightly older than the one you're referring to. I think it's from 2021.
Okay, thank you. And I don't think I have any other questions. Might be one of them though. No, I appreciate your additional testimony on biocover. Thank you.
Mr. Blankenship.
Thank you. I think you make some excellent points, but I would like to get a little bit of clarification on one of the statements that you made, because I don't want it to, I guess, unduly influence how I view everything that you've presented this morning. And so maybe you can step back to you were, and so I can get it into context. You made a statement that cost is not an appropriate consideration. Can you go back and maybe elaborate about exactly what that comment is in reference to, and why you believe that cost is not an appropriate consideration in that particular situation?
Yes, thank you for that question, Commissioner. And yes, I appreciate you pointing that out, because I think that was probably poorly stated. I think cost effectiveness is an appropriate consideration, and that these measures are cost effective. I think to the extent that companies or operators raise the question of total cost, specifically in this context. So whether the cost of a new enclosed flare will interfere with their bottom line or ability to operate, but it's not a consideration here, because these specific types of devices are installed at facilities that are multi-million-dollar facilities. And so this approach is cost effective, and also we're not going to be facing the same concerns as a small municipal landfill without one of these types of gas to energy or RNG systems could be facing.
So we're talking specifically about the enclosed flare apparatus.
Yes, specifically enclosed flares, and specifically in the backup and secondary use cases.
Okay, and so am I hearing that this would not necessarily be applicable to a landfill like Kiowa County?
Kiowa County does not have a GCCS. It would not be required to. It is a very small. So yes, all of these provisions, there are no flares at Kiowa.
Okay, and so typically the type of facility that would be required to have this type of equipment would be a very small percentage of their operating costs.
Yes, precisely.
Okay, all right. Thank you for clarifying that for me.
Other commission questions? I have a couple questions. Dr. McCabe, when you were talking about the working face emissions, and where did that back on that? Here they are. and you were talking about performance standards, you mentioned organics diversion. I wanted to ask if you were, when you're talking about options for organic diversions, I know you didn't recommend a particular performance standard, but are you talking about diversion before it gets to the landfill, or are you suggesting that there's a way of separating out organic materials once as they're being placed into a landfill? See what I'm asking?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think I'm not proposing any particular approach. That's kind of the idea, is that it's really up to the operators to find in this performance standard approach, it's really up to the operators to find the most effective way to reduce or minimize those emissions in order to meet the performance standard. So whether they find ways to get collectors and haulers to divert and incentivize diversion all the way back to the household, or whether they're finding ways to divert at the landfill, whatever they find is most effective and most cost effective. I think that's the answer to that.
Yeah, thank you. That did answer my question. Then I have a question about biocovers. And looking at it from the purpose of a biocover versus something like a geomembrane. Let me see if I can figure out how to ask this question. Sorry. So my understanding is that a biocover actually changes the methane emissions. What you were saying is that a cover like the geomembrane only traps them. Is it, and this may be beyond, is the trapping of emissions more permanent, or is it possible that the emissions could find ways of, I mean, if you don't know, so I'm not asking you to speculate, but I mean, is that something that is known to where the emissions would escape anyway?
Yes, so for a geomembrane, obviously, if there are things like tears in the cover, that would cause gases to escape through the membrane. That is also a concern in things like a soil cover or a biocover, as has been outlined by other parties. And I think often a geomembrane is used to trap emissions where there is a GCCS system to allow to prevent some of that methane oxidation, in hopes that there is potentially more gas directed towards the gas collection and control system. However, what a biocover does is address the inevitable fugitive emissions from a gas collection and control system and allows those emissions to be oxidized on their way out. In a geomembrane situation, you don't have that benefit.
Okay, I think it answers my question. I think that's all I have for you. Other questions?
Can you talk about biofilters? You mentioned there an off-ramp for closed landfills. Could these be used in operating landfills, not, you know, moderately to small ones? They're efficient, right? They do capture and consume almost all of the methane, is that right?
So the methane oxidation rate of a bioactive system like a biofilter is generally around 30%. So it's not as efficient as perhaps a GCCS system could be if operated correctly. However, it does still offer some of those methane mitigation benefits. I believe that biofilters are utilized at active landfills. I think in this case, we feel that they are more appropriately used for the way that they are proposed to be utilized at closed landfills, where the methane generation rate is lower.
Are there any in use in Colorado?
I am not currently aware if there are any being utilized at active landfills in Colorado.
We have data showing how effective they are.
We have
30%. 30% is a magic number.
yes. So in our pre-hearing statements and our rebuttal statements, we have cited multiple papers outlining the benefits of multiple bioactive systems, including biofilters that outlines where that number is coming from.
States.
Yes, in the United States as well as globally.
Commission questions? I'm seeing none. Cross-examination. I don't see anything there either. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Public coalition? Sorry.
One's right in.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm Chris Colclaser, again speaking for the Public Coalition, along with Melissa Green, Dylan Brown, and Jennifer Richardson.
Wait for your presentation.
Pleased to report that the Public Coalition and the division have reached agreement on language for the extension of time for certain publicly owned landfills. So the language here clarifies which deadlines are extended and that the extension does not cease on January 1st, 2029. So we ask you to adopt the rule in SBAP language that is shown on slides 2 and 3.
The 3-year extension is critical to allow for a phased, sustainable approach to implementing this regulation. It gives landfills time to gradually increase fees, reducing sudden impacts on residents. In rural Colorado, rapid fee hikes lead to illegal dumping, as Mesa County has seen firsthand. The extension allows time to build capital, invest in infrastructure, and expand waste diversion programs. It also helps stagger consultant and agency workloads, improving permitting efficiency. Most importantly, the delay doesn't significantly reduce environmental benefits. Only 2 public landfills exceed the 2,000 ton per year threshold and would require GCCS. The others will only require GCCS if triggered by SINM. While the extension does not resolve all of our concerns, it buys time to attempt to prevent a large increase in tip fees, which will lead to illegal dumping, trash hoarding, and backyard burning. This causes unregulated pollution and real public health risks. Landfills are designed to manage the risks safely, but if they close prematurely or convert to transfer stations, waste must travel farther, sometimes over 100 miles, raising emissions, costs, and risks on rural roads. Transfer stations do not eliminate emissions, they just shift them, often with worse environmental outcomes.
Dylan Brown, Mesa County Landfill. The image you're seeing on top is our current walking path, and the lower picture is the proposed walking path. This is not cost effective. In addition to yesterday's testimony about a mere 2.1% increase in detections, SCM is not the primary way that we find emissions. Penetration monitoring is our primary method. Moving on to the next slide, we wanted to put a finer point on exactly how we monitor for these emissions. This involves 3 separate but related activities. The walking path, as previously stated, a technician walks around a predetermined path across the landfill surface, continually monitoring for gas emissions. Penetration monitoring is conducted in addition to the walking path. The technician sniffs around every point where something penetrates into the waste, such as gas wells and isolation valves. And then there's the monthly cover integrity inspection. This inspection focuses on the condition of the landfill's cover soil. The goal is to identify and fix any issues that could lead to gas emissions, like breaks, cracks, or holes in the cover soil, stormwater damage, or any settling. If any of these deficiencies are found, they are corrected immediately to maintain the integrity of the cover and to prevent the release of landfill gas.
We also don't agree that SIM monitoring correlates with emission rates. So while it has been proposed to be used as a way to trigger a GCCS based on an assumption that the landfill's methane rates will be higher, the concentration detected at one local hotspot on a very large landfill does not correlate or equal the mass flux or the total amount of methane being emitted from the landfill. It's just not representative of the entire surface. So we believe it's important for landfills to have the opportunity to correct any issues that are discovered and only be required to install GCCS if they're not able to correct that after 2 remonitoring events. And we point out also that, as noted yesterday, this type of integrity monitoring is intended to be a find and fix program as opposed to a regulatory standard or normally a requirement to install GCCS. You also had questions about which landfills are affected by the rule. And so we've got those numbers stated here of how many landfills have emissions at each tier.
So there was some question about how we developed our cost estimates. Mesa County reached out to the 2 top consultants in Colorado. The consultants did their very best to provide realistic cost estimates, but costs vary widely. They're dependent on the landfill's location, their size, the terrain, among other things. Estimates have to make a lot of assumptions, and that adds uncertainty. The proposed regulation is also vague in key areas. For example, it requires biocover without providing specs for those systems. The APCD deferred to the Waste Management Division on biocovers. And when the consultants reached out for some clarity from the Waste Management Division, they were told that no such system has been designed or approved and that they could not provide direction at this time. Cost estimates were provided in pre-hearing statements, and the APCD provided comment, but they did not amend their EIA. And as demonstrated yesterday, using the APCD's figures, the $3.66 that they predict per household just doesn't add up. There's also a question about how public landfills pay for capital expenses. Public landfills operate as enterprise funds, which have TABOR restrictions. So to plan for capital expenses, we forecast years in advance and adjust our tipping fees accordingly. The fees not only cover our daily operations, but they also cover future investments and eventual closure costs of the landfill. For major projects, we build up savings through a capital project fund to mitigate sudden spikes in our fees. While revenue bonds are an option, they're generally discouraged. They often are seen as a way to bypass voter input, and we avoid them whenever possible. Our goal is long-term financial stability. We set fees appropriately, save ahead, and invest for infrastructure without burdening taxpayers.
Before we move on to the costs, I just want to point out that clearly the division and the public coalition disagree on what the costs are. I think they're going to speak to that a little bit more later, but we all agree that the costs of this rule are high. This rule poses a significant burden, especially for small rural communities that do not have the economies of scale or large population to absorb those costs. And things that might work on the Front Range where there's a larger landfill wind up having a much higher cost per household when that denominator, the number of households, is very small. And so we are asking you to take that into account, appreciate the 3-year extension of time, but we also think it's important to streamline some of the other provisions of the rule in ways that we and the private landfills have requested to minimize those burdens and reduce the risk of unintended consequences. And I also want to point out that we've heard discussion of the social cost of carbon and what that means. Your testimony from Green Latinos just a minute ago that the potential benefits of billions when you look at the social cost of carbon. It's important to consider that. And in fact, you have a statute, CRS 25-7-110.5 for F, that says that your economic impact analysis must consider the social cost of greenhouse gases. It did that. That has been accomplished. That statute does not tell you that you must adopt any provision whenever the estimated costs are less than the social cost of greenhouse gases. The statute leaves you the discretion to consider whether the rule is a good idea and is a good policy choice for the state of Colorado, or particularly for small rural communities, many of which are disproportionately impacted communities. It leaves you the discretion to consider these other non-financial costs, the unintended consequences of potentially forcing landfills to convert to a transfer station or closing or requiring people to haul their waste long distances or additional illegal dumping. That is all within your discretion to consider. And we are asking you to do that to make a policy choice rather than simply saying, some other states have adopted this rule and it pencils out on paper with the social cost of greenhouse gases, so we're going to adopt it. So it just asks you to consider that from the cost perspective. We had questions yesterday about permitting delays and the division's ability to implement this rule. I think those came from Commissioner Thomas. We have real concerns about the division's ability to approve design plans, permits, or the other actions in a timely manner. As you recall, NWRA flagged a number of items that must be approved by the Air Division or the Solid Waste Division. But we have seen chronic delays, particularly with permits. We gave you Mesa County's example yesterday, but outside the context of landfills, this slide shows the division's overall timeline for issuing permits. And this slide was taken from an April hearing on the fee rulemaking. So the left graph shows that the division's budget has increased substantially since 2021, spiked in 22, came back down, but still more than double what the division's budget was in 2021. At the same time, on the right-hand side, you see the median number of days to process construction permits, and that has increased dramatically since 2021. One of the reasons for that, candidly, is that the division's workload has gone up. They get additional mandates from the legislature, and things like this rule will place additional burdens on the division staff to implement. As noted, it's a very complex rule. So we have real concerns that the additional burdens of this rule will create delays, and we think it's very important that you clarify the provisions for extending the operator's time to comply if they don't get timely action on their design plan, or if they don't get timely approval of a permit, or the other approvals that were flagged yesterday by NWRA. Next, we've heard quite a bit of discussion about BioCover. BioCover is intriguing, right? It seems like it has potential benefits, but it needs to be studied further, and its benefits need to be evaluated and quantified before we can reach the point where it makes sense to put a mandate on operators to implement BioCover. We appreciate that the division's rule has given an option, or first the division's rule has scaled back the use of BioCover from the number of locations. Now it's only at inactive landfills for long-term intermediate cover installed after a date in 2026. We appreciate those changes. We also appreciate that it allows the option of using a thicker soil cover in lieu of BioCover. So that could be 18 inches instead of 12. At the same time, we do not yet have data in the record to show that using a thicker intermediate soil cover, those additional 6 inches will make a difference in emissions. Maybe it will. Seems like conceptually it's probably good, but that is not enough of a reason to place a mandate on operators. We think it would be speculative. The emissions benefits are speculative at this point, and it needs additional study before you actually require either BioCovers or the option of the 18-inch soil. So our request is that you make BioCovers entirely optional. We also think you should acknowledge the cost of bringing in additional soil to have the additional 6 inches. Many of these rural landfills have a soil deficit, and so they would have to purchase soil, or maybe they could find it for free, but haul it in from another location. Mesa County did an analysis recently to provide the additional 6 inches of soil would incur almost $100,000 in just hauling costs. They were fortunate enough to locate a free supply of dirt. But the hauling alone was close to 6 figures, and that hauling cost would change depending on the distance that it needs to be moved. So there are real impacts of the biocover rule as proposed. So again, we would ask that it be entirely optional. We heard a lot of discussion about the need to convert open flares to enclosed flares, and arguments that about the combustion efficiency. Is the public coalition's position that switching to an enclosed combustor is not necessary? Open flares are widely used across the United States. They are allowed by EPA under the NSPS. There is a performance standard for them. We've heard some arguments that we need to switch to enclosed flares in order to be able to performance test them and get more consistent methane destruction. But those arguments aren't really substantial. The table on the left shows an analysis that was prepared by the Environmental Integrity Project, which is not an industry group, but this is an environmental nonprofit, submitted to EPA in 2024 that estimated the methane reduction benefits of switching nationwide, switching from open to enclosed flares. And they calculated that instead of a reduction from the federal rules, instead of a 6.48 million metric ton per year reduction, you would have a 6.547 million metric ton per year reduction, which is only a 1% greater methane reduction. So we don't think this warrants replacing open flares with enclosed flares. Also, EPA conducted a residual risk and technology review of the landfill NESHAP in 2019, and they concluded that the risks to public health risks from hazardous air pollutants are low. The risks from the source category are low for both cancer and non-cancer health effects, and that further reductions from fugitive landfill emissions, which I acknowledge is slightly different, fugitives supposed to open or enclose flares, but these further reductions would have minimal health benefits. So we question the premise to start with. But we're not opposing the replacement of open flares with enclosed flares. We are asking for additional clarity on how long you can continue to use an existing open flare. And we are asking for language in the SBAP that would direct the division to evaluate whether it's appropriate to use open flares at systems that are expected to operate intermittently. We heard discussion or opposition to the new timelines for expanding a gas collection and control system into new cells or areas. Just want to point out that this time is needed so that you can successfully expand. There is a risk that if you begin to draw landfill gas from these expansion areas prematurely, that you will not be drawing in methane, you'll be drawing in air with oxygen. That creates a risk of subsurface oxidation and fires. It also presents risks of construction and operational challenges, which others can speak to better than me. We heard testimony yesterday that drawing this gas from the expansion areas and blending it into the GCCS would not impact the overall methane concentration. You shouldn't make that assumption. It needs to be analyzed on a site-specific basis. And just point out that despite what was said yesterday, these timelines to install GCCS do not duplicate the 30% methane concentration limit. Those address different problems. So I wanted to, briefly summarize the public coalition's requests. As listed on the slide, please adopt a 3-year extension of time, revise the deadline extensions for delayed permits and approvals, adopt the NWRA's language about SIM rules, only report SIM exceedances, don't report the data from all SIM monitoring, revise the SBAP to ask the division to evaluate the use of open flares, GCCS with intermittent operation, measure the distance from the flare to 10 or more residential building units as opposed to measuring to the residential community because there is no specific location of a residential community. Finally, make biocover optional. Concludes our presentation. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Questions from commissioners? Mr. Blankenship.
Thank you. I have a question, or clarification. The statement was made that the landfill is operated as an enterprise. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And it's my understanding that the state constitution defines an enterprise as a government-owned business. And to qualify for that status, the primary source of funding would be through fees and rates. And that any, I guess, supplement to that could not exceed 10% from any other source.
Correct.
I'm not sure that I heard you correctly, but did you say that the enterprise is subject to Tabor? Or did I mishear that?
The enterprise is not subject to Tabor.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Other commission questions? Peter Thomas?
Question for the landfill team. So when you installed gas collection control systems in 2023, you said yesterday, did you at that time do an analysis around enclosed flare? Curious to what the thought was there.
We did not. So previously we had a voluntary system and it was an open flare. And we really struggled with keeping that flare running. The quality of gas that's coming out of our landfill is very poor. So we opted for the open flare because of that turn down ratio being larger so that we could run it when the methane levels were low and then turn it up and pull more gas when the gas was high.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Reader?
I was curious to follow up on your testimony yesterday a little bit. From my notes, you had your stuff on slide 13 where you said you put in the GCCS and that you had like 346. This is yesterday's slides. Sorry. $346,000 in incremental cost. And then you said with the new rule, that would go to 633,000. So 287,000. What is that incremental cost for associated with the new rule? Can you break that down? Is that just the additional monitoring or the 25?
So
Break down
that cost is for the additional 6 inches of soil. If we opted to go with BioCover, it would be even higher. So, and it is also for the additional monitoring and the additional reporting that we'd have to do and the data storage for all of the data points that we have to keep and report.
Just so I'm 100% clear, could you speak specifically to the additional monitoring and just walk through what that would be?
Sure, I'm going to turn that over to Melissa.
Sure. Thank you for the, are we not on? Oh, thank you for the question. So some of the additional monitoring increase in cost would be due to the surface emissions monitoring spacing and also the introduction of integrated surface emissions monitoring. Currently on the federal level, we perform instantaneous surface emissions monitoring on that 100-foot approximately grid. It's 30 meters. So that would be some of the additional monitoring. Also, the proposed rule includes language on leak detection. So that's in addition to the current federal regulation. So that's some additional monitoring that would be required as well.
Great, thank you.
And integrated, that integrated is new too, or?
Yeah, I mentioned that. Okay.
I think that's it.
That's it.
I know we're gonna go over this many times with many parties, so you get weigh in first or second. The spacing is what I'm talking about, the 25. And that number that has been bannered around 2.1% being what you get more from the 25-foot spacings than 100-foot spacing. Do you have data for that? I mean, I'm not seeing it. Like research.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner Slutsky. That comes from a report that was developed by SCS Engineering. One of the authors of that report is here. He spoke yesterday. Introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, Bill Haley. I'm not the actual author, but he is online, is available
talk during our 45 remaining seconds later today. So that it's 2.1 percentage points increase. That is a critical number, and one that I mentioned yesterday and one that Dylan again said earlier during this presentation. So you have to look at it as percentage points increase because the amount of monitoring events pre-California rule was NSPS. There were more landfills added, more acreage added. So you had to adjust for acres monitored versus points detected. So it is a critical number. In our slides later today, show the exact data, numbers of acres monitored, numbers of landfills monitored, numbers of points detected. So the actual data that study is built off of is the data that AQCC entered in as Exhibit 1 earlier today. It's the same data. One is just the data. Our study is that data that SCS collected and then issued the study on.
And that's detects, that's not methane.
Correct. That's not emissions, that is detection of methane, which cannot be correlated directly to amount of emissions. It's a concentration versus an actual, I keep using the word flux, but it's concentrations versus flow. And you can't correlate the two directly. They influence each other, but it's not detection limit equals this amount of emissions and flow.
So, help me here, council, what I can say.
Do you want to take a break to consult for a couple minutes?
Let me take a break to consult for a few minutes.
Okay.
Sure. How many minutes do you need? Two? All right, until 10:45, take the break.
Yeah.
I think I said integrated, but I sure hope I did.
I think you talked about integrated.
Yes, right, that's what I.
Commissioner Slupke gets his coffee, he may have a question.
Not much coffee to be a guy.
We have some over there.
Great. Yeah. Pretty good. You have a question?
No, I don't.
Oh.
I offer something real quickly. Pat Sullivan is a witness for the Public Coalition, is online and is the author of this report.
So if you have specific questions or there's something clarity about it, I know there's lots of back and forth and it's on everyone's rebuttal slides. But we just talked to Pat and
Right.
asked questions of him.
Are there any questions, other questions on this?
No.
Jay, I have a question.
Okay. Right ahead.
So, Mesa County's obviously been here and well represented, but your coalition includes a number of other counties, Garfield, Montrose, et cetera, that correlate pretty closely with a list of the 10 or 12 or however many incremental places we can put in AQCC. If this regulation were passed, would any of those counties have to close their landfills versus comply with the rule? I know that's a little bit hard to predict, but
Right.
Does $1 million or $2 million CCS system cost people hold their shopping bill home?
Yeah, I think some of the other witnesses may have more to say, but I'll just clarify that 2 of the coalition members are above the 2,000 ton per year threshold that requires GCCS without resorting to SIM. So that's Summit County and Montrose County. And then there are several that are in that middle tier between 732 and 2,000 tons that would have to do SIM or tier 2 evaluations.
I would say that middle tier, the one and done, where you do a SIM monitoring, you have one hit and then you have to have a gas collection system. I think the majority of our coalition is very afraid of that one and done. That is the point, that is the tipping point for them, right? One thing to have to do SIM, it's a whole nother thing to suddenly have to put in a gas collection system.
Oh, at this point, thank you.
Right, I have, other commission questions I should ask if there's anybody else before I start. I have several questions, but I only have, I think, one, and that is, we heard testimony this morning already regarding the 3-year delay that's being proposed for government-run landfills, small landfills. Would that include the extension of time for shutting down existing open flares that now are required to shut down by 2029? The wording doesn't include that, but at least I could tell. So I'm wondering if you're saying that also includes that.
Would it be okay if I double check the language and compare that before responding? We've had so many.
Say no, but yes, of course. Yeah, if you could look at that real quick, maybe get back at any rate, that would be helpful. And then, so then I do have a second question, and this is on intermediate cover. You're correct. I think you're not correct. Your request is to eliminate the mandate for BioCover or the optional of the extra 6 inches. So are you proposing that there be no requirement for intermediate cover in that multiple year timeframe when a facility is not accepting waste before it actually?
No, thank you for the question, Commissioner Rudolph. We are proposing to revert to the 12-inch depth that is currently required for intermediate cover. And that's required by solid waste program rules. It's not by air division rules. But I think the way that you could address it in this draft as it's currently written is to replace the number 18 inches with 12 inches.
I see. Okay. Okay. That clarifies it. And then okay, I think that's it. Any other questions from commissioners? All right, I'll give you a chance to answer my question once you figured it out, so. We'll move on to the next. Which is Black Parents United Foundation. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any cross? I forgot to ask if there's any cross. I always forget to do that. I don't see anything. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Rudolph, you do have, or did have a hand raised.
Oh, I do. I'm sorry. I'm bad. Thank you for pointing that out to me. I keep forgetting to look at the screen. Scranton.
Yes, my video isn't it's not allowing me to undo my screen, so I'll just talk. My question was regarding the bio cover and
Sorry, Commissioner Rudolph, Kiowa County does not have any time left for cross.
I'm sorry. You don't, you've run out of time, so unfortunately, we can't have you ask the question. Sorry.
On the print.
All right, yeah. All right, so now you're excused. Black Parents United Foundation. Don't know if they're here or if they're online. They have 4 minutes and.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're here. Don't see any hands, right? On. Yes?
Online.
But it may be online, but I'm not. Hearing or seeing anything.
We have to she raise a hand if she's on.
Yeah, can you raise your hand if you're on the phone or online? Black Parent United and Brown Parents United Foundation. If you're wanting to speak and you're having trouble connecting, we'll come back to you. You can email Jeremy or text Jeremy and let him know. But we'll come back to you. I'll come back and check. All right, City and County of Denver. Wait, hold on. There's Dave.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Dave Womack, City and County of Denver. Our position and comments in our direct testimony yesterday are unchanged. We do not have anything to raise in rebuttal. Thank you.
All right. Questions from commissioners? Any cross? I'm not seeing anything. All right, thank you. EDF. I will point out to all the parties that we actually have a little box. I don't know that we've mentioned what this little box is that's on the table that everyone. It's got a green, yellow, and a red light. It will let you know, it will flash yellow when you have how much time left?
You want to do your own?
Minute left, and it'll flash red when you run out of time. We failed to mention that before, so that's what that little box is. Right, PDF.
Is that correct?
45 minutes.
I thought we had more than that.
Let's get closer to 20.
Wait, I'm on the wrong, I'm sorry.
I mean, not 45 minutes to go.
Sorry, let me fix this.
Thank you.
And how much time do I have?
25.
25 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Right, there you go.
Good morning, commissioners, and thank you very much. This is Tom Bloomfield on behalf of EDF and EcoCycle. Very much welcome your time today. Let me begin just with some introductory comments. Some of the parties in this rule yesterday, put up some slides indicating that the APCD has cheated and lazily put forward and copied other states' rules and is trying to just pass that through this commission. Nothing could be further from the truth. APCD carefully considered that the municipal solid waste facilities in the state are the third largest source of methane, not just CO2, right, but methane. And methane is a critical gas to reduce for climate emissions due to its outsized effect in the near term, 78 times more potent than CO2 over a 20-year period. So it's a key strategy for this commission to be figuring out ways to reduce methane. And this is one of the few examples that we've seen of late that truly is low-hanging fruit. The data in the record shows actually that landfills are the third largest source of methane in the state. And they're actually even higher than that because they're significantly underestimated based on Part H, based on surface measurements and other metrics. So the estimates that the division has put forward for the benefits of this rule are even going to be greater when the commission adopts it. APCD looked at the best practices in other states and often were the model for other states. But here we're looking at other states, what's worked there, what's practical. And it makes sense for them to look at that and figure out what works best for modern regulation of landfills. They evaluated the benefits of the rule. They also carefully considered and responded very significantly to concerns that were raised by various parties to this rulemaking and made a number of changes and flexibilities to the rule that directly address cost and feasibility concerns of those parties. And as we said yesterday and in our papers, we don't agree with many of those changes, but we do recognize that they will reduce the cost for the facilities that are concerned about costs and increase flexibility. And you just heard a few minutes ago how this 3-year extension will significantly benefit the public landfills. Yesterday, also, these accusers made a number of aggressive claims about the costs and benefits of key elements of the program, which are not what we would think charitably supported by the record. And with that, let me hand it over to Karen Marsh. Thank you.
Morning. So we're going to start with the 25-foot spacing and surface emissions monitoring. We want to start with addressing the SCS engineers report with the 2.1% claim that has been raised multiple times by opposing parties. We looked back at this report and we believe that the report has grossly mischaracterized the data. When you look at the results, it is true that there is a difference in the percentage of acres monitored with detections that would equal 2.1. But that does not reflect the actual increase in the amount of detections that are happening and the amount of detections across the acres monitored. The real result would be 131%, not 2.1%. And we would argue that that is not statistically insignificant, but is in fact a significant increase. When we drill down and look at just the 42 landfills that were in this study that both would have done the 98-foot spacing under the NSPS and then converted to the 25-foot spacing when California's rule went in place, we see an even larger increase of 175% because for the acres monitored, that result went up to 4.4% of the acres monitored showing detections. And if we look at that with just the number of detections, there is a 312% increase in detections when you go from the 98-foot spacing at those landfills to 25. And the absolute numbers here are there were 446 detections found at the 98-foot spacing. When they switched at those landfills to California's requirement of 25-foot, that resulted in nearly 2,000 detections found at the landfill surface. Again, this is not insignificant. Second point here are the costs are modest when you look at the entirety of the program, and they've been appropriately estimated by APCD. When the division has estimated the cost in their EIA, they divide landfills into two groups, ones that have existing GCCSs and ones that do not. And they did this because the labor rates are in $1 per hour per acre. And they found that for the landfills that already have a GCCS that would be subject to the rule, the average number of acres is 102. And for the landfills that do not have an existing GCCS that would become subject, those average number are around 50. So you see here in the chart, the division's estimates. What we did was apply the $90 per hour rate, which was the high end of what SCS stated yesterday, to those engineering costs. And there is, I would argue, insignificant difference in the rates between the division's $73 per hour and SCS's $90 per hour quote for the max. The benefits and the cost of the 25-foot spacing, again, are greatly mischaracterized. First, as we've already pointed out, that 2.1% is misleading. It is actually a 131% increase in the acreage that is finding detections. And again, total detections when transitioning from the 98-foot to 25 is 312%. The claims of the cost increasing by a factor of 5 or 7 are really given without context. Yes, 7 times 1 would be 7. But the difference there is only 6. And we also looked in the database of landfills that would become subject, and we found the smallest would be 27 acres. And when we look at that landfill for doing some, if they did it at the 98-foot, it would cost about $2,500 per year using the $90 per hour per acre estimate from SCS. And when you move to the 25-foot spacing, that changes to $10,000 per year. So what we're seeing here, again, is that 25-foot spacing is going to be highly cost effective. The costs are relatively low and modest compared to the rest of the cost in the rule, and the benefits are high. Again, there is a significant increase in the emissions you are going to find when you are monitoring in a tighter spacing. Further, the Flux Lab study supports both the 200 ppm threshold and the 25-foot spacing. Again, at 25 feet, we're going to be much more effective. Very large emissions are likely to be detected using that wider spacing. And as we saw in the Flux Lab results yesterday, that potentially equates to emissions greater than 140 kilograms per hour. But detection of small or medium-sized emissions is going to be dependent on whether or not the technician is walking directly over where emissions are coming from the surface. So when you narrow the spacing, you're increasing the chances of walking over where emissions are coming from. Additionally, the 200 ppm concentration just further enhances the ability to detect those smaller emissions. It just for very plain speaking here, 500 does not mean all emissions are at 500. Enforcement actions have found emissions as high as 50,000 ppm, and that comes in EPA's, believe it was September 2024 enforcement alert about surface emission monitoring not being compliant with the regs. So you could have any kind of emissions above 500 in these detections. There are any concentrations above 500. It doesn't mean the only concentrations are 500. When you lower it to 200 ppm, what you're saying is those emissions between 200 and 500 also matter and need to be addressed. So where you draw that threshold doesn't mean nothing exists under it. It just means, do we care about those emissions enough to address them more immediately? To add to that, we heard yesterday a proposal to shift the spacing, so stay with the roughly 100-foot spacing, but shift that trajectory by 25 feet every quarter. So over the course of the year, the way that was proposed, it was claimed that that would achieve 25-foot spacing. But what that does is actually effectively for those paths, make that an annual monitoring requirement. Equally, if you dropped from quarterly SIM to annual SIM, again, you're going to let these emissions continue for up to 12 months before they're detected and potentially addressed. And as we heard, a lot of these emissions are able to be addressed quickly through cover augmentations and not having to expand the GCCS. Further, Maryland and Oregon already employ the 200 ppm threshold in their regulations. And I believe California is evaluating whether or not they are going to adjust theirs from 500 to 200. Finally, on this topic, and this relates to the whole methane monitoring piece, whether it's the SIM, the component monitoring, or the remote monitoring, a key thing to focus on here is detection of emissions, not quantification. It is true, these concentrations are not an actual quantification of the annual emissions from the landfill or a quantification of the methane generation in the landfill. But what they do is tell us that emissions are escaping from the surface of the landfill. All technologies that have currently been deployed, whether it's method 21, the OTM 51, which is essentially method 21 using a drone, or more advanced technologies like drones with a downward laser or aircraft or satellites, they are all looking at detections right now. And what they're doing is they are helping reduce some of this needle in a haystack that was mentioned yesterday. In the context of a traditional LDAR, but I think it applies across SIM as well. When you go and have to look point by point, yes, it's true, you're looking for a needle in a haystack, but looking at every single piece of hay. When you're using these more advanced technologies, you're able to use a magnet to pull that needle out. Those technologies are going to say, hey, in this area of the landfill, there's something happening. Let's go investigate it further and figure out what's going on and be able to reduce those emissions or mitigate what the issue might be. So that's an important distinction here and further provides evidence of why the layered approach that the division has proposed would be appropriate for landfills in the state. And I believe with that, I don't know who I'm turning it to, but thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. The next slide, please. Yeah, so there, as indicated earlier, there's many pieces of the rule that help to reduce the cost for municipal landfills here. There's the 3-year delay that you heard earlier will be so beneficial to the publicly owned landfills that are 8 million tons or less. Of course, operators also have the ability to avoid installing a GCCS by doing the tier 2 analysis. If you're in, or also if you're in that mid-tier, they can also do the SEM monitoring and avoid having to do a GCCS, provided that they're keeping their emissions low. Moreover, a lot of these facilities could engage in organic diversion programs to help keep their emissions down and also further avoid the need to install GCCS. So particularly for some of these smaller landfills where there's a concern about the cost in the future of having to install one of these, there's many ways they have to avoid those costs. Of course, the larger landfills that are hitting these targets, they've accepted the very large volume of waste and should be addressing the pollution associated, both methane and hazardous air pollutants. Next slide, please. For smaller landfills, obviously there's small landfills operated by huge companies, Waste Management, almost $6 billion in revenue for just the fourth quarter of last year. Republic Service, again, billions in revenue as well. These are very large companies that have the ability to appropriately manage their landfills and pay for the required pollution controls. And as I mentioned earlier, for the other smaller landfills that might not be owned by these super large conglomerates, they also have accepted enough waste to be generating this amount of pollution, and they have other options for potentially avoiding a GCCS. Next slide, please. I guess on costs as well. Why don't you comment on your experience with that in this context, and then maybe move on to the next slide.
Yeah, I think very briefly, I supported what I heard earlier from the folks from Green Latinos. So in the interest of time, why don't we just move to
the flare discussion here. Go to the next slide here. A few points to make, including something I heard that I want to rebut that earlier today. First, Commissioner Reuter, yesterday you had asked me some questions at the end on the scuff issue. I want to make sure the record was clear that, that was in the context of open flares, open flares. But for enclosed flares, and that's what we're proposing, they can operate with well below 30% methane content if they're properly designed, and no supplemental fuel is needed. I think that I want to make it very clear. And
can you speak a little closer to the microphone?
oh, sure. Is that better? Sorry about that.
Did you want to repeat what he said, or did you hear that? Okay.
Yeah, the repeat is that in the context of open flares, I had that back and forth with Commissioner Reuter about the heat content needed for properly operating those flares. And, that still leaves the control efficiency questionable. But in enclosed flares, you don't need 30% minimum methane for them to be controlled. You can operate them at lower methane content if they're designed for that. And it's a question of design for the expected methane content. There are many, many enclosed flares that operate with below 30% without requiring supplemental fuel. Now, specifically to some things we heard, I heard claims of, on paper, huge reductions like 93% that Republic Services claimed. I just want to let you know, when you look into the numbers, the claims have this 98% open flare control efficiency type of assumption in there. And that is, of course, going to drive those reductions on paper. The whole issue is you don't get that 98%. And I've showed you through data measurements, remote measurements, that those control efficiencies can be dramatically lower, as low as 20%, even less. Sometimes we have flame outs. The flames even are not maintainable in high wind conditions. So they can be very inefficient. They produce low destruction, and even under normal operating conditions, and enclosed flares are good. I will say that this morning, the chart that was put out from the Environmental Integrity Project showing very little difference between open and enclosed flares. The EIP also assumed 98% efficiency for those open flares, and that, of course, is very generous. If you do that, of course, you'll hardly see any difference between one option or the other. And as to EPA's risk numbers, they too assume 98% for open flares. None of that has any basis other than what EPA has consistently done in going back to the late 80s, as I mentioned yesterday. So I'll turn it back to.
Oh, did you want this slide?
Oh, yeah. Am I addressing this one?
Yes.
Okay, because I didn't know if you. No, I think somewhere along the way it came about because everybody knows the generation curve, right? About the maturity of the waste that is taken and the landfill. Whichever method you use to quantify, everybody has generally, there's agreement that waste generation, or rather methane generation rates vary over the life cycle of a landfill. And sufficient gas generation, meaning the quality of the gas that you will get, the percent of methane in the gas, can be pretty significant even in the early time periods, depending on the waste decomposition conditions.
The next slide's also yours.
And then you heard from Green Latinos. I want to echo that the performance testing is very appropriate unless you have continuous measurements, and there are ways not to do performance testing periodically if you put continuous emission monitors, and that's certainly an option that can be considered. But if you are going to do periodic testing, you have to do it periodically because things do deteriorate over time. Commissioner Reuter again mentioned what's wrong with extending frequency if you have high efficiency. As long as you do some parametric monitoring, that's one way, is if you between the tests do some parametric monitoring to make sure that the equipment deterioration is not happening, then that might be considered. That's the only twist I'm going to propose. Other than that, if you just leave it alone, things will deteriorate. The frequency ought to be pretty significant and pretty frequent. I think that would do it. I'm turning it back to Edwin.
Thanks, Ron. So I wanted to just talk a little bit about how some of the triggers for the GCCS are calculated under the division's rule. So operators would be required to calculate their methane generation rate using equation HH1, which comes from EPA's greenhouse gas reporting program. When comparing reported emissions under subpart HH of the greenhouse gas reporting program to real world observations, satellite studies have consistently found much higher observed emissions. In the case of this recent Tropomi study, emissions were on average 77% higher from what operators reported to the greenhouse gas reporting program. And the reason I'm underscoring that point is that the methane generation rate that landfills calculate to determine if they have to install a GCCS is very likely going to be on the low end and extremely conservative, meaning that those landfills are likely to have really significant emissions and should be required to go through the additional steps of either doing SEM or the tier 2 off-ramp as the division has included. And the redundancy between SEM off-ramps and the tier 2 off-ramp is unnecessary, given that equation HH1 is already going to give you a conservative estimate of a landfill's methane generation. And then even once you have that conservative estimate, you have this option to do surface emission monitoring, further delay, whether you have to install a GCCS or not. And the addition of a tier 2 as a secondary off-ramp is redundant and not necessary. Tier 2, Karen mentioned the EPA enforcement alert from September of 2024. That also included discussion of widespread non-representative sampling under tier 2. So landfills under tier 2 need to take gas samples and they average those across the landfill to determine their average gas concentrations. What EPA found was a large number of operators were not taking representative samples and were therefore coming up with lower gas concentrations than would be expected through the proper tier 2 sampling method. The other point on tier 2 I wanted to make is that it tends to bias toward lower concentration gas, and that's because you're taking these samples and then you're averaging them. And where you're getting a sample that is more methane rich, that's an area of the landfill that's generating a lot more gas. And it doesn't control for the amount of gas generated from the various parts of the landfill. So if you average that with a bunch of low concentrations from areas that are not producing a lot of gas, you're going to bias downward. This again is just underscoring equation HH to calculate methane generation has an input accounting for the arid climate. So Colorado landfills would use that and would appropriately calculate based on the precipitation. And then the final point I wanted to make is that GCCS expansion can and should be required early on. It's both cost effective to do so, and it is a method of helping to address what we've heard from other parties' concerns about emissions from the working phase. If you expand your gas collection system to more recently placed waste in the landfill, you're going to pull some of that early decaying organic waste methane out of the landfill more quickly. And Commissioner Reuter had a question earlier about cost effectiveness. EPA, through that same risk review study, has found that early gas expansion is roughly $130 to $150 per ton of methane reduced cost effectiveness. That's an extremely low number. In the federal context, EPA imposes control measures on oil and gas up to $2,000 per ton of methane reduced. So we're talking orders of magnitude more cost-effective control measures in the landfill sector. I think I will turn it to Tom to close us out.
Great, thank you very much, commissioners. Again, just in closing, our request is that you adopt the rule as proposed, or the alternate from Green Latinos, and that you not weaken the rule further than what the division put forward in their most recent errata. We think an important point as well is, in particular, the Green Latinos approach for secondary and backup flares to allow those only when it's demonstrated that it's technically infeasible to use an enclosed flare. This is a common sense rule. It's low-hanging fruit, very much so compared to many other sectors that this commission has regulated. And particularly in the GEM 1, GEM 2, as well as the oil and gas sector, And so these are common sense measures, going out, measuring, looking for leaks, fixing those. If you have emissions that are high, having a control mechanism to deal with them. And this program also has off ramps, of course, and extra consideration for publicly owned landfills. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Commission questions? Okay. Mr. Slutsky.
In my attempt to beat this to death. 25 foot spacing is being proposed quarterly, right?
That's correct.
And until, when does this expire, basically?
So
how long do you have to keep it up until you reach a certain level?
It's as long as the landfill is active. When the landfill closes or becomes inactive, then you have that step down option.
So have you considered having like a ramp down to 100 feet after X number of good results? Not quantifying what that would be, but then allowing that to ramp back up if it goes south.
No, we have not considered that. In my previous experience at EPA, what we found was that can incentivize not doing appropriate monitoring. And instead of actually trying to find the emissions, and as seen already in an EPA's enforcement notice or compliance notice about enforcement issues with some, it could encourage folks to do the monitoring too quickly, not dwell when they need to, when they get elevated concentrations like you're supposed to in the rule.
Sort of like what you're saying about tier 2.
Yes.
So I don't understand, with all the technology we have, couldn't part of the database for these them monitoring, couldn't they be videoed? I mean, couldn't it be some evidence to show that it was done correctly?
I think there's still difficulties in it, and that's why I want to applaud the division as well for putting in the alternative approvals language already in the rule. The newer technologies can help take the human element out of the monitoring altogether. And we've seen this in the oil and gas sector, and I know landfills are very different than oil and gas. But in the way that the technologies are being deployed through EPA's oil and gas rule, for example, they've approved probably over half a dozen remote technologies that go out and either do flyovers or they're fixed point sensors, and they're basically acting like smoke alarms, if you will, to say, hey, this site has emissions. You need to go on the ground now and figure out what's going on, versus all of these other sites we've just screened don't have emissions, so we don't need to worry about those. And so as those technologies continue to be tested through the Flex Lab testing, what Waste Management Republic are doing as well, there's going to be a greater understanding of how those methods get developed. And the rule already has those provisions for those approvals. And I know we would be happy to work with the division and the industry in furthering those technologies along for that.
Yeah, and just to echo that, I mean, I think what we see in other rules and what we anticipate happening here is rules that Colorado adopts can help drive that innovation and reduce costs. And we see that time and time again.
Okay.
Right.
Thanks. Back to your very beginning slides, about the percentage detections. Could you just clarify for me what the EPA standards are? I think I know what the California standards are on the detection, but the EPA standards, is the EPA 1,000 ppm, or I don't know what that means.
Yes, EPA is 500 ppm at the 98 foot spacing.
Okay. thought California was also 500 ppm.
Yeah, yes, California currently is 25-foot spacing with 500 ppm. So the difference, what we're seeing here is just the spacing.
And then I just wanted to clarify, the second and third bullets, you talked about exceedances, and then after that, you switched to saying detections. And I assume you're meaning detection for exceedances, or those two different terms?
The same.
Okay.
So here I'm referring to detections as exceedances above the 500.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yes.
I was curious for your, if you go back a couple of slides more, you talk about the claim of cost increasing by a factor of 5 or 7, you know, and you make a fair point. 7 cents is not that different than 1 cent. I think NWRA yesterday had a snippet on one of their slides about SEM where they cited an EPA and SPS cost that was like 40,000 versus 300,000. I don't remember the exact number, but it was a factor of 6 or 7. And that's obviously something that people might consider significant. I was curious what your if you had any commentary, I guess, on those EPA numbers,
yes,
like they were incorrect or whatever.
Yes, those EPA numbers come from the July 2014 proposal for when EPA revised the emission guidelines and NSPS. What those numbers represent, the 42,000 and the 369,000, they represent total annual cost. EPA then looked at, so that was total industry-wide.
Total annual cost for monitoring? For
the SIM monitoring. So the 42,000 was if you maintain the baseline 500 ppm, 98 foot. The 369 was if you went from, or if you moved to the 25-foot spacing. But that was total nationwide. There were two differences in how EPA then puts it into a per landfill, because there's two different data sets, because EPA was also changing the triggers that trigger you into the rule. So there'll be a little bit of a difference here in math, but in the 42,000, that gets divided by 8 landfills that EPA said would be controlled under that scenario, which is about $5,000 per landfill per year. And for the other one, it was 11 landfills. So that gets you to about 39,000, somewhere in there per year per landfill. That is a 6.2 difference in the two incrementally. But yeah, that's where those numbers are coming.
Those are total costs.
Total cost, yes, for the SIM.
Okay. Okay. I was curious if we just heard from Mesa County. They had testimony about most of the leaks they found were around the penetration points and in the monthly integrity walks, I guess, or inspections versus the SIM walks.
Mm-hmm.
I was curious if you had any perspective on that.
I think this will go back to I think some of the findings EPA has. EPA's enforcement notice doesn't mention any Colorado landfills in it, to my knowledge, but they do identify 3 that have enforcement actions against them. What the most common findings are: you're walking too fast, you're not holding the probe close enough to the ground, which is going to directly affect also what you're getting. I think there were some wind issues where the winds were too high. They didn't, again, stop long enough to look at elevated areas. So there could, I'm not saying that's what is happening at Mesa County. I don't know what they're doing, but that could factor into, just a general difference in how SIM is conducted.
May I add one more thing to this? Yes. Commissioner Reuter, the method 21, which is the implementation, and as you know, that type of approach is used. That type of approach is also common in oil and gas and refineries. I mean, you have to hold the instrument long enough to get a response time. And it's very common to not do that. And you're not holding it long enough for the instrument to respond, and also not sufficient distance. It's true for even LDAR like pumps and valves and flanges, and EPA has consistently looked at method 21. They've done audits going back to a decade ago and found very high levels of just misapplication, including just the rush to cover ground or cover components. So when you see high levels of non-detection, some of it is quite attributable to whether or not method 21 is being used in the right way it is supposed to be.
And if I can add to that, because I don't want to sound like I am disparaging the industry or any of the contractors they're using. I have not seen SIM performed at a landfill, but I have seen method 21 performed at gas processing plants where I was a third-party auditor. And the technician knew they were being audited, and we'll pretend the microphone here is the component. You're supposed to get, this is your probe for method 21, you're supposed to get at the interface of potential leaks. And for an hour, I watched the technician do this. We're good. Next one. And I know it's happening in those industries, and from EPA's enforcement experience, we're hearing it's happening at landfills as well.
Thank you. I was curious, not sure who testified this on the cost for municipal landfills. About 300 MSW landfills are already subject to updated, et cetera. I was curious if you had any information on any potential closures that occurred in California, Maryland, Oregon, or Washington versus folks continuing to operate.
We do not, and we have looked for that information and have not seen it. And you know, if it existed, would expect it to have probably turned up during this rulemaking, but have not seen that.
Not a question for you. That for somebody else. Okay. Hard flipping between my notes and your presentation about stuff. Oh, the parametric monitoring on enclosed flares or enclosed combustors. Doesn't the rule require that already in terms of temperature and pilot light?
He is aware, it's not specific, and that makes a huge difference because people can put a thermocouple in the combustion zone, beyond it, at the stack. It makes a very huge difference. And that is one type of parametric monitoring. But besides that, you have keeping the burners in tune and the air fuel ratios, I think, is a equally important part for that combustion system.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Other commissioners? I have a question. And I'm going to play really dumb. And this gets back to your slide 3. I am still having a hard time understanding this.
Is this slide 3?
Which
The one on the 25-foot spacing and the difference in what we've heard from other parties regarding it being 131% of acres. I'm sorry, I'm really not following this. I mean, you're saying landfills monitored under EPA standard exceedances were detected at 1.6% of the acres. Let's say there were 100 acres. That's 1.6 acres, right? And then it's 3.7. Let's say it's 100 acres total, 3.7 acres. And then all of a sudden, I'm just not following. And maybe my math is just, I'm not a math person. It's old math. So I'm just struggling where this 131% comes from. Can you really dumb it down?
Yeah, from one lawyer to another. Let me try to do the math. And one way to think about it is, let's put it in the oil and gas context, right? You have a facility, they go out, they find 2% of our valves are leaking. They go out a year later, they find 4% of the valves are leaking. That's 100% increase, right? The emissions are twice, they're double.
Okay.
And so that's what we're seeing here. It's the same thing at a landfill. One time you go out and you find that there's leaks at 1.6% of the acres monitored. You go out another time and you find leaks at 0.4% of the acres monitored. So the leaks are that many more of the amount.
Tom, can I give Commissioner Rudolph one
in your example, actually, so in your 100-acre example, the first instance, 1.6 acres was leaking. Second is 3.7. The difference is extra 2.2 acres. That 2.2 acres is 131% of the 1.6 acres. That's the math.
Got it. Yeah, it's the beauty of old math, and it's the difference between the two, and I wasn't looking at that. Appreciate it. Thank you. And then on slide 17, you say,
It's we just trying to track the number, which one it is.
Something about periodic testing.
Yeah, that one, I think.
What does that mean? How frequent do you think that should be?
Well, when you have, ideally, you want continuous monitoring for some things. If you don't and you do periodic, the practicality of doing that testing comes into play. You cannot have third-party testers be coming in, every month, for example. And so you start with a nominal. Let's say you do an initial test after you install the equipment, and then you do the next test, typically a year later, let's say. And an annual is fairly common, but in many places they do every 6 months. It depends on the complexity of the equipment and how finely tuned it is. The question here is, what is that frequency? And the question came up is, do you reduce the frequency if you get some passing tests? We're saying the reduction may not be warranted unless you really can show some other way that as the test occur infrequently, the equipment is still well maintained and functioning with other parametric monitors, such as temperatures in the right places, the tune-up of the combustors, the burners, the mixing of the air and fuel. It does depend on that detail. You can't just one and done do a test. The other thing to note, and I'm not saying this happens everywhere, but there is a tendency to be ready for a test. It's just human nature to say, it's like having a test exam. You study for the test. But what we want is the equipment to run well on a day-to-day basis, not just during the 3 hours of a test. So that's what is another factor is tests can be, you maintain the equipment right before the test, and you do even sometimes an engineering kind of a dry run test and be ready for the real test and the compliance test, and you pass it. That can skew what the equipment is doing between tests.
But I'm sorry, directly answer your question. We are supporting what the division has proposed, which is annual testing.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, any other commission questions? I'm seeing none. Cross? Please. Wait a minute, do they still? They don't have
A
time.
couple coalitions at a time.
You're out of time. Sorry.
I believe I had 30 seconds remaining, by the way.
That's not what we're seeing.
Not showing that on our.
Are you maintaining your equipment?
Sorry. Okay. Anyone else? Dr. Sam? I thank you. So commissioners, it is 11:39. We've really not had a break for, I think, a couple of hours. However, we've got about a half an hour before the division for 1, 2, 3, 4 parties, the remaining parties to provide their rebuttal testimony. What's the commission's pleasure? It is 11:39. I'm sorry?
Lunch is
here. You want to break for lunch now? Do you want to, okay, everybody want to?
Please.
All right, we'll break for lunch now. It is 11:39. I'm back at 12:15. 12:15. All right, thank you. Let's get started. Hope everybody has some time to eat lunch. And hopefully you'll be able to digest it. So we're gonna take a little bit of a break here for Black Parents United because they're online. You can stay there, they're online. Black Parents United Foundation and Brown Parents United Foundation. I think you're online and.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, go ahead.
As noted, I am from the Black and Brown Parents United Foundation, and we've heard EDF, EcoCycle, and Green Latinos all offer technical support and recommendations that, by and large, support what the division is doing in this rulemaking, and we echo all of that, all of those sentiments. I am not going to get into the weeds on this issue. I know enough to be dangerous, and that's about it. So what I am going to talk with you about is the fact that there seems to be two separate sort of systems of rules, laws, and regulations. Let me give you this example. I recently had to get my emissions done for my car, and they didn't pass. My car didn't pass. And so I had to go and spend $675 to get my car to pass. And that is for all good reasons. Of course, I do not want to be driving around town emitting toxic fumes that potentially could kill my neighbors. I am 100% willing to comply with that. Had I not complied, though, I would have had, like, eventually there would have been enough tickets that said your plates are out of, you're well out of the year that you had with these. You need to actually renew this plate or else we're going to keep giving you tickets. After about 3 tickets, my car would be towed. And I would have to pay money again. So this is the way that the world works. The world works in such a way that there are dangerous items in our world, and we have people and bodies like you, the division, who controls these things. And that there's all kinds of rules that people have to follow. And this is the thing that really baffles me. And actually, when you talk to people in the community, they just throw their hands up and they're like, what? Why do I have to follow the rules? I didn't have $675 in my pocket. I had to really move some things around. Why do I have to follow these rules and other folks do not? And so that's why I implore the division to really make sure that you're doing whatever you can to basically prioritize health here. Why is that so groundbreaking? Why is that so shocking to prioritize human health? It baffles my mind. So there has been guidance, to avoid, minimize, and mitigate. That is the charge that we are left with today. And I didn't hear one operator say how they intend to comply with that. This is how we're going to avoid it. This is how we're going to minimize it. This is how we're going to mitigate it. Whereas, on the other hand, the division and other entities have talked about biofilters and drones and technologies and satellite detection. The biggest thing that I would think is just timeliness. The one thing we kept hearing was, we need more time. You've had plenty of time to get this rectified. And as a matter of fact, if you knew that you were emitting the methane, you should have stopped it immediately instead of polluting the neighborhood in the ways that you have. So I think my time is about up, but I really want to implore you to do the job of being the rule makers. That's what we're here for, to make rules and to make sure that people comply with them and to protect human health. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from commissioners? I'm not seeing any cross-examination. I don't see any. Thank you. All right, moving on to National Waste and Recycling Associations.
Again, let me sneak in here too. Sorry, put it back. You need it. Yeah, so you can see it too, but we need to see that. Oh, is there a backside to it? No, we see the. I wasn't trying to be sneaky. No.
We have redundancies.
Okay.
All right, let me get your time. Second.
Commissioners, thank you again for your time and consideration for all party testimony in this role. NWA has a number of topics to focus on today. Our high priority asks, additional requests, and rebuttal. We've included responses to commissioner questions throughout. As a summary, NWA appreciates the commissioner's time and division's engagement, but does not agree with the division that this is the best possible rule. The rule has extensive complexities, redundancies, and uncertainties that prevent us from supporting it. That said, we do support the division's proposed revisions that improve the rule. We iterate that our highest priority asks those that, if the commission does nothing else, that we would like. We will then address other important asks and rebuttal of other parties. We encourage you to ask questions and consider the expertise of those in this room with landfill operation experience. We have real world experience, not just having reviewed academic and advocacy papers. This slide reflects our 6 highest priority asks and indicates for your reference where in this rebuttal slide decks those red lines that effectuate each of our asks are located. I request that you use the most up-to-date version sent to the commission, as we realized when we converted the PDF to a handful of red line slides were hidden. So please use that most recent one. The 6 highest priority asks are SEM issues, applying the 2029 compliance deadline to all landfills under 8 million tons of waste in place, not just public sector, clarifying the division's errata language, addressing how the division's approval process works, clarifying that wellhead measures, SEM detections, and leaks are not violations, and open flare feasibility analysis should be removed for backup flares and revised for secondary flares. We also will provide a list of additional requests and provide references to the slides that contain those red lines and indicate if another party will address the issues. We will not address those issues in detail. Now I will turn it over to Brian Dodek to talk about SEM.
Morning. I would like to recap the current priority asks for SEM and assert additional clarifications as we move through them. On SEM spacing, 25-foot spacing is excessive. It quadruples time and distance, and alternatives like OTM 51 are limited and still require walking. NWRA supports the Public Coalition's testimony and its response to the Commission's questions regarding SEM spacing. We also support the Coalition's proposal to shift SEM walking paths by 25 feet each quarter, which offers a practical and effective approach to monitoring while reducing unnecessary burden. I would also like to address the contested issue of differences between 25-foot and 100-foot spacing as it relates to the detection of exceedances. NWRA and WM did not misrepresent this data. Instead, it was mistakenly misinterpreted due to the amount of data that was digested and prepared as part of this hearing. Reviewing this data, we believe the extremely low detection rates, regardless of the units presented, continue to bolster our argument that the increase in detections is minimal compared to the labor and costs required to gain the potential to detect the additional emissions. EDF and EcoCycle have indicated that the increase in detections was grossly overestimated as the change in acres with detections went from 1.6% to 3.7%. They indicated this was a 131% increase, not 2.1%, which is correct. Then they go on to state in a defense of cost increases that 7 times 1 cent is still only 7 cents. We would like to use this logic to confirm that with a 100-acre landfill, even with a 131% increase in detections from the study, it is still only 2.1 additional acres with detections across the entire 100-acre landfill for 4 times the walking distance and 7 times the cost. We do not see how this is cost effective when looking at SEM changes alone. Even using the division's EIA data, which we think may be an overestimate, SEM changes are estimated to reduce emissions by only 7% annually. The revisions to SEM are one of the larger cost increases in this proposed rule. Using CDPHE GHG data presented yesterday, landfills currently represent 1% of Colorado GHG emissions. Approving the revised SEM requirements would require millions of future dollars to reduce at most 7% of 1% of Colorado GHG emissions, all from a source of emissions with landfill cover that cannot be reduced to zero. Please keep in mind, parties have suggested the use of drones and satellite technology using emergent methane detection as part of the SEM conversation. These technologies are not allowed for use in SEM, as none are approved by federal regulations. Instead of forcing additional manual investigation of detection of methane emissions, the Commission should allow 100-foot spacing. CDPHE has proposed initiating a remote monitoring program for find and fix. Not only do we support this program in a find and fix sense, our companies have been developing and operating these programs voluntarily for landfills in Colorado for years. This program is the appropriate place for expanded analysis of landfill emissions as appropriate technologies and emissions algorithms are refined. While we have heard multiple parties discuss potential costs of both current versus proposed SEM costs, we can state that the current cost for SEM at a WM landfill is approximately $20,000 per quarter. Current cost estimates for the proposed SEM in this rule at this landfill are $100,000 per quarter. Not including reporting or corrective actions remonitoring, this equates to nearly $500,000 per year for SEM alone. To SEM implementation. Focus SEM on verifying GCCS performance, not in areas without gas collection. The proposed deadline continues to be infeasible due to staffing, equipment, and approval needs. Instantaneous thresholds. Keep the corrective action threshold at 500 ppm, which matches both the current federal requirement as well as other states' requirements. Begin reporting detections above 200 ppm. And use 100 ppm for the integrated threshold. Compliance date. Move SEM compliance for existing GCCS sites to Q4 of 2026. Unsafe area approval. Operators must identify unsafe areas in real time. Prior approval isn't required and may hinder safety. All unsafe areas are documented in SEM reports. To the one-hit trigger for SEM. Based on Commissioner questions, we would like to provide additional information for your consideration to clarify what SEM detections indicate and why a one-hit trigger is not appropriate. When we conduct SEM detections, SEM can detect either anomalies in the cover, such as cracks, erosion rills, or erosive features, penetrations, etc., or it detects fugitive emissions that are passing solely through the pore space of cohesive cover. Anomalies in the cover do not equate to whether landfill gas generation is sufficient for GCCS in the area, because a detection does not mean that there is sufficient landfill gas generation. Conversely, if there are repeated SEM detections in cohesive cover that cannot be corrected, this may indicate that there is sufficient landfill gas in the area to require GCCS installation or expansion. When a one-hit SEM is used for GCCS trigger, this allows detections of cover anomalies to trigger GCCS when insufficient landfill gas is present. Another important point to ensure is that we are not drawing parallels between SEM concentrations and landfill gas volumes from SEM detections. Elevated detections do not equal large emissions. And yesterday, questions regarding change in spacing indicated additional info on the actual number of detection points that are surveyed during SEM may be beneficial. So as people walk the landfill, the equipment takes a reading every second. And on that 100-foot or 25-foot path, over 10,000 sample points per day are collected, analyzed, and recorded during SEM at the landfill. Lastly, I would like to state that I have many years of experience working in both oil and gas as well as the solid waste industry. Gas production and emissions controls for these industries could not be more different. Nearly all of the flare information, gas quality information, emissions detection information that has been presented by other parties is for oil and gas and chemical processing industries. Oil and gas operates under thousands of PSI of pressure, while landfills operate under a vacuum of inches of water. Flow rates, flow consistency, and gas composition are completely different. Please keep in mind that the prior presented information is not even apples to oranges, it is apples to broccoli. So to the private landfills eligible for the delay. In response to the questions regarding private landfills that could be affected by our request for equitable delay, there are 11 private landfills and 14 public landfills that have less than 8 million tons of waste in place. Of those 11 private landfills, 3 are too small to be pulled into the rule, 4 are closed, 3 of which have been closed for more than 30 years, 1 has been closed for 18 years. 2 of the landfills still have active GCCS. 2 of the closed landfills no longer have GCCS. Given the limited number of affected private landfills, we respectfully request that the commission treat private landfills the same as public landfills below 8 million tons. We have provided red lines to accomplish this request. Clay will provide some comments on the new errata language.
Thanks, Brian. Here's the time. I'm going to go through this quickly. The division provided an errata on Wednesday this week, which we did not understand. So we got with the division yesterday to try to understand their intent, which was to provide some clarity on some ambiguities, which relate to when landfills are with voluntarily installed GCCS are required to comply with the rule, and when landfills with newly installed GCCS must install new collection devices and waste that's been in place for 24 to 36 months. After talking together, we both agreed that some additional clarifications were needed. So we worked through that language with the division last night, came to an agreement on this language that we had proposed on the next 3 slides. We sent this around to the parties last night. We haven't heard back from any party, which indicates to us that there's no objection. We agreed with the division that we would propose this language in our slides with the understanding the division fully supports this language and is asking the commission to adopt it, just as we are. I want to explain one thing to make sure there's no confusion. NWRA separately proposed revisions to this slide, Part D, Section 1A. Earlier in the slide deck, that language is not included here as the division is not in favor of that language, but this language that you see here, the division supports, and of course, we're asking for our other language to be adopted in our earlier slides. Next, we're going to move through red lines very quickly, and then I'm going to turn it over to Carol McCabe, who is going to discuss open flares.
You go. Okay.
Me? Okay.
Yeah, go.
NWRA respectfully disagrees with Dr. Sahu's testimony relating to the effectiveness of open flares. The EPA has determined that open flares are effective and acceptable for the use in landfill rules. Dr. Sahu claimed that the open flares were never intended to operate as control devices, but that is simply not true, as evidenced by provisions in the federal rules that expressly regulate them in that capacity. EPA addressed comments opposing the open flares back when the NSPS was originally promulgated in 1996 in the background information document for the landfill NSPS, and the EPA stated back then that open flares were the best demonstrated technology, and the 40 CFR 60.18 was expressly designed to address the fact that open flares cannot be tested. Also, Dr. Sahu cites a 2012 flare study that he claims that contradicts his longstanding EPA determination on open flares. But the EPA made no changes to the standards or operating requirements for open flares and subsequent revisions to the federal regulations, emission guidelines, NSPS in 2016, and NESHAPs for MSW landfills in 2020. Further, the federal standards applicable to federal refinery flares, which Dr. Sahu cites, are not the same as landfill flares. Okay. Landfills, unlike the petroleum industry, landfills only use non-assisted flares, whereas the where the petroleum industry uses pressure-assisted, steam-assisted, or air-assisted flares. Okay. In fact, when we permit open flares at landfills, we permit them only as non-assisted flares. Petroleum facilities are typically smoked when they have incomplete combustion due to the poor quality of gas, low BTU per scuff. Landfill flares have a consistent fuel with adequate fuel quality, BTU per scope that allows for proper combustion. Additionally, landfill flares are required to operate with a gas velocity of less than 60 feet per second per the NSPS and NESHAP. In addition, Dr. Su's testimony included the following misleading content. Dr. Su stated that landfill open flares are 50 to 100 foot tall, whereas they're typically only 30 to 50 foot tall. Dr. Sahu's example of flare had a tip diameter of 24 inches, where the largest open flare used by the landfill industry has a tip diameter of 16 inches. He also presented, his presentation also included an AI generated picture that does not represent actual landfill gas flares at a landfill. We have prepared slides to compare Dr. Sahu's image with the actual landfill gas flares at a landfill. Finally, Dr. Sahu's statement this morning stated that enclosed flares can operate at methane concentrations below 30%. This is just incorrect. We verified with our vendors today that we need a minimum of 30% methane to properly operate an enclosed flare. Carol.
Thank you, Dave. We disagree with Green Latino's suggestion that existing backup or secondary open flares should undergo a feasibility analysis in order to continue operating. And further, we emphasize that new backup and open flares, which would operate when a primary control device is unavailable and would be voluntary, should not have to go through a feasibility analysis. They're typically only operated 5 to 10% of the time, and they're very beneficial to overall gas collection operation. I'd also like to address secondary flares. These can be used in two main circumstances. First, open flares may be used for off-spec gas in a renewable natural gas facility. This use would primarily occur during the startup of the plant when the gas is partially treated but has not yet reached pipeline quality and must be flared for limited periods of time. I want to note that Green Latino's presentation was incorrect in its statements relative to WM's Fairless RNG facility in Pennsylvania. The ultra-low emission enclosed flares used at that site were first installed as primary controls. They are not used for off-spec gas at the RNG plant. They are used as backup flares for untreated landfill gas when the new RNG plant is not available. The RNG facility itself does have an enclosed flare for off-spec gas at the Fairless RNG facility because that was determined to be the most appropriate for that facility. And this proves our point. WM does not suggest that open flares should be used in every facility, quite the opposite, as demonstrated at Fairless. But there are some facilities where open flares may be more technically and operationally appropriate, and we support the Regulation 31 language with our proposed amendments that would require a landfill operator to make a demonstration in that regard. The second use of secondary open flares is when landfill gas quality or flow volumes are less than the turn-down ratio that the primary control device needs, or when the quality is insufficient for a beneficial use project. Importantly, although EDF and Green Latinos express a preference for enclosed flares, neither party addresses the reality of their operation, which is that they are very sensitive to moisture and the freeze-thaw cycle, which is especially difficult during episodic operation. In contrast, open flares can be used effectively in that setting. Let me move on here and flip to Matt Stutz.
I think we won't have time to get through all of Matt's testimony, so maybe start and then we can take questions.
Sure. Well, first is a slide that shows what typical landfill gas looks like. And I wanted to show that just so that you get a sense of what mature landfill gas looks like in the landfill. The next slide shows what it looks like in the early stages of landfill gas development. And as you can see, 15% methane, that means 85% is atmospheric air and biogenic carbon dioxide.
I think we're at it.
We had a lot more to say.
Big question.
All right, commission questions? Oh.
To continue our journey down the 25-foot path.
Of course.
Can you talk about the path? How do the technicians walk, and how is that verified?
Sure. So I think either Dave or Brian could probably, Matt.
All right, since I didn't get to talk much. Yes, thank you. So the path that they walk, they're walking basically on side slopes of the landfill, through the covered materials that are out there. And it's a serpentine path. And so they're walking around the landfill, and through the slopes. Not sure exactly what the question is, but it's a very laborious process. You're in the elements and the heat of August and the cold of winter. And they're walking, taking those readings. They got an instrument with them, and it's their meters are going.
So it's sometimes not great conditions. So how do you verify the path?
Oh, thank you. So the meters that they carry do have a GPS, and so those are used to monitor where they're going.
There are other methods to traverse a landfill besides a serpentine. And how do you pick one? They're not required, are they?
Yes.
So serpentine is required in federal regs.
Yes, that's what the 100-foot spacing, offset spacing that we've been talking about. It's 100-foot, then it's offset, and you do
A 25-foot path, you can't do that?
No, you're just doing it 4 times as much. You're instead of 100-foot between each path, you're doing it 25 feet.
You can't pick another configuration. For example, a herringbone.
So you can pick any shape you want to walk, but remember a landfill is very hilly. And so by walking the spiral, you're decreasing the amount of going up and down and up and down. So it's more efficient and it's less, it's easier for the people that are walking it. I think you've heard probably yesterday that, you know, on one of our landfills, it's 40 miles to do the 100-foot spacing path. It'll be 150 plus miles to do the 25-foot spacing path. And so we try and reduce the burden for the folks that are walking the path as much as possible. So that's just the most efficient shape. But yes, it could be a different shape.
So a herringbone wouldn't be more efficient?
No.
So I tried to liken it to, imagine like walking, like a golf course is about 150 acres. So imagine having to walk across the entire golf course on a 25-foot gridded path, and you can't avoid anything. You'd have to walk through the sand traps, any of the water features, you'd have to walk through the woods and everything.
Some
And
golfers do that.
so it's the whole thing. And so, yeah, it's just the configuration of the landfill with it being a hill usually supports spiral path the best.
Keep in mind, Commissioner, too, that when the path is the minimum that they have to walk. So you have that spiral pattern and they have the equipment that keeps them close to that line. However, they have to monitor every penetration on the landfill as well. So they will walk by hundreds potentially of wells. They walk out to the well, monitor it, come back to that line. If they see vegetation that's stressed, if they see an erosive feature, they are supposed to leave that line, monitor there to check, and then return to the line and walk over. So it is the latter example of golfing in some, sense that you referred to. So that, that's where we start as the line. But if you look at a bread trail trum, we call it, of the equipment, which shows every place that equipment went the entire time, there are dots everywhere, essentially, from them constantly going in a circle, leaving, coming back, going to the next line, leaving, coming back.
How do you verify that the operator is actually close? You were hearing that there's, let's say it's cheating, but you're clearly asking the operators to get the job done, paying them, and they may be just kind of trying to get that done and not hitting the marks. I heard 1 second per.
No, so the machine is just taking a reading every second. It could be held in the air, it could be held on the ground. The machine doesn't know where it is, which is what you're referring to. But the machine logs what the concentration is at the end of the nozzle every second, with some other information, position and that sort of stuff. So, there is a standard. Everyone is trained to that standard. There is oversight that occurs as this is going on. APCD has been present for these, to ensure that it's being done right. We just had EPA out at our site just a few weeks ago with APCD to do the same thing at a landfill. So, again, we hold Matt and his team, the consultants, to a high standard to do it as it's supposed to be. Can't speak to the other, incidences where people weren't doing that.
And I guess I would also just add on that, a couple of things. There are a number of provisions in the regulation that actually require certification throughout about what's happened, what's been done. And then I would just add, I actually like listening to that, found a lot of that testimony to be pretty inflammatory and not really warranted by any meaningful data presented here about these operators, about landfill operators. I mean, this rule is incredibly extensive. As we've talked about, there's numerous redundancies in how these monitoring requirements are going. But to sort of suggest that people are not going to be doing the job is, I just don't think there's any basis in that.
And I wanted to add that I think all my landfill members use third parties to do the SEM monitoring for them. So they don't use their own staff. They use people that, that's what their job is. And yeah, contractors, but that's what that contractor does. They don't have other, Yeah.
All this data is reported. Goes to the health department?
Yes, we turn in surface emissions monitoring reports every 6 months in our semi-annual reports.
That's all the data or summary of the data?
It's usually been all of the exceedances and all the corrective remonitoring. So once we have an exceedance, we have to go remonitor it again. So it's all the exceedances, it's all the remonitoring. But I believe it's going forward as proposed in the rule, it will be all of the data will be announced.
Other commission questions? Mr. Reader?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I had a handful of questions. I think this was Mr. Dodek's testimony. Talked about the SEM spacing and installing 2.1% and such, but you made a comment that the division's EIA was taking credit for a 7% reduction.
Correct.
SEM, and I haven't looked at, I thought I saw 1,432 tons of methane, which becomes 40,000 tons of CO2e, which is 2.7% of 1.445 million. So I'm trying to figure out how you got to 7%.
It's of the reductions in the rule. So I think so your number would then take that 7% of the 1.1%.
It's not, okay, it's 7% of the total reductions.
Right, although we think that's probably an overestimate based on what we believe are the benefits from the SEMS one.
Okay, thank you. I was interested in more information on your testimony about proposed cost at $100,000 a quarter. Is that at your largest landfill or Buffalo Ridge?
Correct, yeah, it is at the largest landfill. I guess I hate to throw a percentage out there. The other landfills will be less, but for our company, most of our landfills, certainly the public coalition will have a percentage of that, but most of our landfills are medium, I'd say, in size in the state.
Okay. And I was curious to hear more about the one-hit trigger, especially, I guess, in terms of what is your recommendation if you don't use the one-hit trigger? Is it a two-hit trigger? Is it a 3 strikes and you're out? Is it a...
It is correct. Right now it is a two, if you get 2 hits and you can't correct those, then we are indicating that at that point you would progress towards the GCS system.
So if I could add a finer point to that. So it would be Clay Taylor for the record. It would be if you get a hit, you have an opportunity to correct it. And if after, so you get the hit, you initiate the corrective action and get 2 chances at that, which is essentially the standard for the periodic monitoring. And then if there continue to be emissions after that second remonitoring event, then you trigger the requirement to install a GCCS. So for each hit, you have essentially an opportunity to fix it is what we're proposing.
And Commissioner, it's on slide 28 of our rebuttal, the updated rebuttal slide deck.
Your numbering doesn't match your Slide 28 is your table of private landfills eligible.
So that's what, you have to use the updated one because we accidentally had hidden slides. Apparently, I didn't know this was a thing. So when it converted to PDF, the one that was sent first thing this morning, missed a couple of these slides. So this should be the one that's online, I believe, correct?
I just opened whatever was on.
You might have to refresh the drives. Sorry, that happens sometimes.
Yep. Okay.
Google.
So the current proposal is one hit, but if you can correct it, then that doesn't count. It's only if you can't correct it that it triggers.
Yeah, and you get, as I understand it, 2 remonitoring events. So if you can't correct it twice, then you would fall in.
I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, if you have a problem, if the monitoring says there's a problem, you try to correct it. Second monitoring says you have a problem, you try to correct it. Then there's a third monitoring in order to determine that you haven't corrected it, isn't that right? So there's actually 3 monitors. Three, yeah.
Yes, that's accurate. So it's on the third remonitoring event, which would be corrective action, and then 2 more after that. And then if you can't correct it, then you have to install GCCS. Which is, it references the existing requirements or the requirements that are proposed for the periodic SIM and the corrective actions there. So it's essentially the same.
Okay, so the reason I knew where slide 28 was because I had that up because I wanted to ask questions about that table. So I'm not sure what to refer to that as, but it's the table. You went through that really quickly and I was trying to type and I would just like to briefly cover that slide again. Be sure I understand those numbers. The private landfill is eligible for extension less than 8.
Oh, it's after?
Number 30.
I'll let you do it.
Okay.
There's too many of us.
Oh, okay.
That one. Okay. So if you could just talk through that slide again, you would, whoever covered it went really quick.
To you, Brian.
I was trying to take notes from something else and didn't absorb it.
Sure. So this was really in response to Commissioner Rudolph's questions about trying to find out what did private landfills qualify for and how many were we looking at. So we did go through CDPHE's Exhibit 17 table that was provided and tried to kind of make sense of that data. And what we came up with is essentially if you look at the landfills and cut off everything above 8 million tons, which would not be eligible for the public delay in implementation, what you end up with is 11 private landfills that would fit in that less than 8 million. And so we broke that down into we broke that down into the 3 categories of the rule, where this is the HH1 methane generation calculations and where those landfills fall. And so if you were under the 732 tons, you essentially have no further requirements other than continuing to do your methane generation report. So there are 3 private landfills that fall into that category. And if you're in the middle category where you fall into the SEM and or tier 2 monitoring kind of in waiting, there are 4 private landfills in that category, 2 of which are closed. And one of those closed landfills has a removed GCCS in that category. And then again, in the third category, greater than 2,000 tons, this would be the category where the GCCS installation would be required. There are 4 private landfills in that category, one of which is also closed. And so we have just, again, in that whether the GCCS is in place, there is 1 closed landfill with a removed GCCS and 1 voluntary GCCS and 1 required SPS that's been installed already. So we're, I guess, just trying to provide as much data as we could there. So you could see which branches, again, if they are delayed, what categories they fall into and what actions could be delayed.
So there are, I take out ones that have already installed GCCS or whatever. There are 4 private landfills that would be eligible for GCCS that would benefit from the delay, or is that 5?
It is 4 that are in the above 2,000. And then, of those, there's a closed landfill without a GCCS right now. One already has a voluntary GCC.
I'm sorry, I meant to say active.
Gotcha. That is correct. So there are 4 total and only 1 is closed, so 3 active landfills in that category.
I'm lumping the bottom 2 categories together. Gotcha. Total private landfills
Yes.
that could be in a GCCS trigger zone. Correct. Currently have GCCS.
I do believe that one of those may be inactive but not closed. And yes, that's right. In which bucket? In the bottom bucket. So one in the bottom bucket that has the voluntary, no, not has the voluntary, but one in the bottom bucket is inactive but not closed.
Okay, so then, sorry, so then how many in the 2 categories are active and may need GCCS? They don't already have it,
I believe there's 8 total.
right?
And then there's 3 closed and 1 inactive, so that leaves 4 active. And of those, 1 has a GCCS that is required, and 1 has a voluntary GCCS.
So then there are only 2 that don't. 2 active landfills that are privately owned that might have GCCS.
That is my understanding.
Yep.
Thank you. And someone made the comment on the flares that all the landfill flares are non-assisted flares. I guess my question is, do they have to be? And I say that from the perspective of
We have enough, excuse me, commissioners, we have enough fuel and the consistent fuel that we don't need assistance. We don't need a steam assistance. We don't need air assistance. We have non-assistant flares. Landfill gas is consistent. It has enough BTU per scuff to burn properly. So we don't need any kind of assistance. That kind of assistance normally needed for flares with lower BTU.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
I think so, but something, but I'm trying to think about, maybe there's not a question there. Okay.
And when I permit the flares, I permit it's not assisted, so I don't have to get all the other steam assisted and everything language put into the permits at the same time.
Thank you. And last question I had, in your original presentation, your direct testimony on slide 13, you had your division kitchen sink graphic. You had the statement ineffective, adopt most stringent standards from other states, federal rules, and EPA white papers. You make it sound like it's this thrown together agglomeration. And then I saw you didn't get to it, but you had this slide 89 about the subsurface migration being a cut and paste from Oregon. I guess I want to hear you a little more about that in terms of much of this rule is based fairly uniformly on, say, California versus then what are all of the kitchen, maybe not all, but what are some of the key kitchen sink things from your perspective?
Yeah, let me address the on-site migration issue first. That is something that is unique and not really relevant, if I could say, to all of the other items of this rule that we're talking about. We don't think it's needed in this rule. We don't think it is actually relevant to the kinds of reductions and work practices that we're talking about here. It seems to have been just a pullover from the Oregon rule, more driven by a waste program regulation than an air program or a methane or a landfill gas management consideration from an air perspective. So that's our concern. We think it's confusing. We think it's misplaced. It didn't cite the right regulation. You know, when we followed the trail, it seemed to have a miscite. So that's our concern with that. With respect to some of the other elements of the proposed rule, yes, I mean, in some ways, we think that the rule as proposed has been a conglomeration of, you know, everything that's in the federal rule and then grabbing all the, you know, all the elements of different state programs, also aspects of requests that were in a petition to EPA by the Environmental Integrity Project. You know, we just think it is in its original proposed form, there were many, many, many new aspects of this rule that didn't necessarily gel together. As we have said before, we are very grateful to the division for the work that we've been able to do with them, and we think there have been some meaningful improvements to the rule in that regard. What we have focused our testimony on, however, are the remaining aspects of the rule that we think are really important in order to make the rule both implementable and effective from an emission reduction standpoint and also cost effective. But our testimony is really informed by the expertise of all the folks that you see here. You know, we've got folks from the companies, we've got contractors and consultants who have spent decades doing this monitoring, operating landfills. And so what we're trying to bring is the real world experience and observation on how some of the rule language will play out in practice and where we see the difficulties in that. And that's really what our comments are geared toward.
And can I just add one other thing? I think there was a statement earlier today about how taking all these state rules because they work. But I don't think that just because they exist doesn't mean they work. And someone here may be able to correct me, but we were looking just yesterday, for example, at some of the wind speed requirements. And if you look actually at the document you let in from the division this morning, I think it shows that approximately more than 70% of operators ask for sort of a variance for the wind speed because they didn't get the number right, right? So it's just an example of how just because it's in the rule in another state doesn't mean that sort of implementation means it's working on the ground and that there couldn't be and shouldn't be appropriate fixes to it.
500 part per million is different.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just point out that the one of the major differences is the 500 part per million. All the other states have kept the 500 part per million, but that in the current rule has been changed to 200. So
I thought I heard testimony from other parties earlier that California had changed, but the two of the states had changed the 500.
that's correct. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
California kept the 500 and increased the spacing.
The 500 increase the spacing. Okay. I had one other question I wanted to ask you and probably ask the division as well. In the data we got from the division this morning, if I can add to everyone, has only had a chance to look at briefly. It looked like there are 70-ish landfills in California. I don't know if that's a correct number or not. I don't know if anyone in the table knows that for sure. You don't, that's fine.
I have the data, but not off the top of my head. I'd have to look for it.
Yeah, my question really, assuming it's a relatively small number, it seemed like a number, if I read it correctly, it's not that much more than the number of landfills we have in Colorado. But California obviously has 52 representatives in the House, and Colorado has 8, so they have a lot more people, same number of landfills. Is there a concern that our landfills are disproportionately smaller, and so that the impacts of this kind of state rule on some of our smaller landfills will be different than it is in some of those other states? I guess we have any data on the relative size of the landfills, I guess is what I'm getting at.
I do have that information also, but I will admit that I haven't done an analysis on the size comparison. But I will say usually what we see is if you have, it's really a function of population density. When you have a lot of rural areas, the rural areas do tend to have very small landfills. So that's just usually it's a nature of population density. So if you would look at a state that's more rural than Colorado, you're probably going to have something that's even more exacerbated, but like higher population density definitely tend to have bigger landfills.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Thomas?
Thank you. Could somebody on the operations side please explain the working face? And because we've got that issue in front of us in terms of like, do you install a well sooner than you would on a working face?
Okay, so a working face is basically the term used for where the trash is being received at that moment. And so picture a large landfill. When you put trash over an area, the next day the trash is going over a different area. So the working face is constantly moving. So it's, you know, if you were going to go back and say, oh, you had an exceedance at the working face, we should go and fix it. well, the working face is now someplace else. So they are constantly going back, but then when you move the working face, it may be someplace else. That being said, what we do want to clarify is the waste that's coming off, like it's the waste that is the landfill gas that's generated. We think EPA has identified that as intrinsic emissions. So there are some things that they have acknowledged that at a landfill, there's some emissions that are just difficult to control, and they've identified that as intrinsic. And that's one of the areas that they're struggling with as well.
One of the things I'm sorry.
Okay.
One of the things I just maybe want to back up and provide context on is and you've gathered this through our couple of days here, but a landfill is incredibly complex and it's constantly under construction. It's constantly undergoing engineering of cells and waste placement. The gas collection system is designed to capture gas, and it can do so. But in essence, this is an area source of fugitive emissions. The collection system can capture so much, and it is effective. It's very effective, but it's never going to be 100% effective. The working face area is one of those sources of fugitive emissions that really isn't susceptible as the waste is being placed to gas collection on a day-to-day basis because of the very nature of the working face. There are management practices in place, and Brian can speak to those. There's operating procedures that dictate the size and location and the flow of trucks in and out of the working face and how the waste is placed. But this source is something completely different. It's not a factory. It's not an oil or gas well where you've got a consistent point source of emissions that can be easily controlled.
If I could just talk to kind of the geometry, I guess, right, of a landfill and the working face. Every landfill is essentially a misshapen pyramid of some sort. So every time we open up a new cell, it starts at the edge of that pyramid and it crawls up the bank every time from every direction. And the reasonable available control technology really that we use for the working face is that it can't be 10,000 feet across, right? That's exposed. It's emissions, generated in that area. So that number is nebulous and it changes for every landfill based on the amount of waste that's received every day. You can have a landfill that only gets a few dozen deliveries a day. One of our landfills gets 2,000 trucks a day. So that face grows and shrinks for each landfill. So might the associated emissions with that. And so we make that essentially as small as possible. And in fact, what drives the size of our work face is the safe distance between vehicles that are sitting at the work face delivering waste. So that is essentially the smallest that we can make that working face. And then at the end of the day, at lots of these landfills, we apply daily cover. So there is material placed over that waste when people go home. And then in the morning, that daily cover is then removed and operations start again. So those are various BMPs that are put in place. I will say because of the kind of geometry I spoke to where we crawl up the landfill with that waste in each cell, we will pass gas or GCCS equipment. So there will be wells in the middle of the working face that we have cones around. We protect, with our lives essentially, because we don't want people to mess those up. So I will mention in this rule, we've agreed to much earlier gas collection, right? We're going from 5 years to 24 or 36 months. So that gas collection will be collecting gas even earlier as the working face is passing around it, through it, et cetera. So there are, that not only are there current BMPs in place to reduce those emissions, this rule will increase, the capture of those emissions near the working face.
Thank you. That was helpful.
I'm going to interrupt and ask sort of a follow-up on this, on the working face. Somewhere along the line, reading the materials, there was a discussion of the horizontal capture and the sacrificial. GCC system and talking about it being sacrificial because eventually it'll stop working because it's being buried. So are those, is that GCC equipment something that would, when they talk about it being buried, is that what is normally placed on a active, on the facing, or is that, can you describe how that, how that?
Yes, that's a very good question. So Waste Management has used horizontal collectors in the past. That is something that we've kind of, played with how they work in the working face or other areas in the landfill. And the reason we say they're sacrificial is when we compact waste and then move away, it will never remain as a flat surface, right? That waste may rebound, or over time, one area completely compacts and the other area doesn't. And so as we're pulling gas through that equipment, you get liquids that build in the low spot, and it essentially plugs that section of the pipe. And then you won't be able to pull a vacuum beyond those liquids. And there are maintenance things that we can do, but as it becomes 100 feet deep, we can't do that. And so.
And I can understand that pretty easily. So I guess what my question is that the kind of system that you put in on a face, as opposed to the longer term?
The vertical wells.
You have the vertical wells that then you can keep extending them as, I guess it's the same thing, frankly, is that you're.
It'll be a mixture of both.
Building it up.
We continue to extend the vertical wells, and if the work face passes through an area of vertical wells, you will have vertical wells in that area. Now that we are looking into the requirements of having to install that system so soon, the easier way to do that is to begin using horizontal collectors, because we can capture gas from that whole area, and as it builds up, we can layer those. So they may be sacrificial, they may not. What we want to make sure is that people understand they may continue, or they may cease to function, and they'll be replaced with other vertical permanent well. But yes, those will become, I believe, as a result of the rule, more common in the work face areas.
And Brian, can you just clarify, it would not be on a daily basis on top of the waste as you're placing it? You would need a layer before you could lay a horizontal.
Correct. So, that new area is built like a layer cake, and that layer cake is not flat. We don't just pile on top of each other. They're all kind of stacked off of the side. So essentially what we would do is finish what we call a lift, which varies by landfill, 10 to 40 feet thick layer slice. And when that's completed, we would then excavate down into the top of that and bury a horizontal, and then bury it with another lift of trash. And we can't turn it on immediately because it would be 5 feet from the surface, right? So we would oxygen intrusion issues. But once we have sufficient waste on top of that, per the new rule, we will be monitoring the methane concentrations in that pipe monthly. And then as soon as we see a sufficient concentration of methane, that would be turned on to the system. And those will just be rolled in successively as they reach landfill gas quality that can be fed to the full system.
Okay, great. Thank you. Other commission questions? Great.
Commissioner, can I clarify one point on the one hit stem earlier, just to make sure I was speaking accurately? So it's 2 opportunities to fix and 3 measurements above the corrective action threshold for the hit location that would trigger the GCCS installation requirement. So you do the monitoring, there's one over the threshold. You go out and you attempt to fix, you remonitor. If it's above, that's the second. Then you get a chance to go back again and try and fix. And then if it's above that third time, that's what triggers the GCCS. I just want to make sure I spoke clearly. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I may, one additional administrative point. I wanted to make sure that you got Dave Thorley's name when he testified earlier, because I'm not sure we said it for the record.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Other commission questions? Cross?
Commissioner Rudolph, I did have one question.
You raised your hand. All right, please.
Thank you. I was just hoping you could help explain how biocovers and geomembranes interact with the gas collection systems, if there is a difference, or do they function very similarly, or just kind of help explain the differences between the 2 options.
Sure. For that, I'd like to ask Roger Green from Waste Management to join us. That's okay.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a little difficult to answer because there's not a lot of active bio cover in operation anywhere with GCCS systems. There's been some pilot studies. The one thing we could say is that material is going to tend to be more permeable than the native soils that are used. Maybe with the exception if you were in northern Michigan or the native soils are very sandy, right? So the path to the surface from the landfill in a bio cover, but more porous, more open. That's necessary because what we're trying to do is get methane from the landfill and oxygen from the atmosphere to mix in that cover so the microorganisms can degrade it. Geomembranes, and I think we'll have a example later to pass around, is a piece of HDPE liner, basically, that's placed on top of the landfill. That is relatively impermeable and provides a very good sealing surface against which to pool. So if your gas collection system is functioning properly, I think theoretically both can perform well, but the potential for emissions through the biocover are quite a bit higher. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, other commission questions? All right, and cross again? I'll ask. I see nothing. All right, thank you very much. Public services.
Yeah, let's just wait until we're. You ready for us?
Please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. Brittany Shepard again for Public Service. With me again today, Nikki Wiesenberg, also Matt Stutz, and we have Pat Sullivan from SCS Engineers who's joining us on Zoom. We also have Steve Darris here with us today. He's the manager of 5 Front Range landfills, and I'll let him briefly introduce himself.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Steve Darris. I'm a civil engineer. I've been with Republic Services and other companies running landfills along the Front Range since 1996. And that's from management of operations, engineering, design, construction. So full gamut of how these facilities operate. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Steve. Okay, we are going to start here and then we're going to come back.
Yeah, just thought it'd be good to kind of pick up where the last group just ended. And yesterday, Commissioner Arnold asked for information regarding what the difference is between bio covers and geomembrane covers. So I thought it would be actually easier if I just brought an example of what geomembrane is. And as you can see, it's really a flexible HDPE sheet, which is a very thick plastic, a very fancy plastic. And as you may have heard from earlier testimony, one of the things that was brought out as basically a negative was the fact that it does not oxidize methane, where actually it's a positive because what it does is it prevents fugitive emissions altogether, which is, one of the positives for that. So again, I'll go ahead and pass that out as an example afterwards. I just kind of wanted to show you again the difference between the two and the fact that, we don't have a picture of a biocover because there isn't one at full scale that we could find that was a real picture to be able to show that as an example.
Yeah, and I just wanted to follow up by saying that EDF had another AI generated image in their slides today. Their image of a bio cover kind of looked like a golf course. And as Nikki just shared, there isn't a at scale bio cover that's operating, but certainly if there was one in Colorado, I don't think it looked like a golf course because those do take a lot of water as someone who does water rights for golf courses.
I just want to go ahead and reiterate, like other of my members here, that, again, we want to point out that closed landfills should be looked at differently. We've asked that they be treated the same as you just heard as the public facilities, and that they should at least be delayed in having to comply, if not all outright not even put into the program. You saw earlier that there's 3 closed sites that we're looking at that do not have active gas systems. Most of them, of the 2, they're over 30 years old. And you can see from the gas generation model there that there's little to no gas. And so there's no real environmental benefit. So we once again plea that these facilities have no income and would be a huge hardship to have to go in and install some type of system for little to no gain. We ask the commission to definitely look at what the proposal that the division has given with regards to a tier 2 option, and ask that you guys accept that.
All right, I want to briefly touch on an issue that we touched on yesterday about the owner and operator definitions in the proposed rule. So the division has proposed these really complex definitions of owner and operator, which is different than your other rules, the other commission rules for different industries, which usually just rely on the plain meaning of owner and operator. And the problem here is that the division is trying to pull in third parties that don't own and operate landfills. And those parties it doesn't make any sense to apply these rules that are landfill specific to those parties. Those parties are still regulated by other commission rules. So it's not like we're going to have an RNG facility, for example, operating a flare without a permit or not regulated by another one of your rules. They will be regulated under regulation number 3. And so it just doesn't make any sense to include these definitions. We request that the commission delete those definitions. So with that, we're going to pop back and we're going to go to talking a little bit more about SEM, I think our favorite topic today, and I'm going to turn it over to Matt.
Thank you. Yes, favorite topic. I just wanted to kind of walk through, some kind of real life scenarios on SEMs and the one hits and what that kind of indicates. I've been doing landfill gas designs and engineering for 25 years. So I've walked the landfills, I've done the SEMs, I've done the stack testing, I've done the tier 2s, all the things that we've been talking about is what I do every day. And so it's fascinating to be in a room full of people that are interested in landfills.
Never been makes me.
It's exciting for me. So I think it's real important that, the division did a great job in the rule in kind of walking through a process to really justify the expense of putting in a gas system. It starts off with this theoretical modeling calculation, right? Desktop modeling calculation. You just kind of see what the generation model might tell you. And then from there, you can go and check. You can go do a tier 2. You can go to the landfill and be site specific now and tap into the landfill and pull a sample out and see what that methane concentration is. That's valuable information because it tells you kind of what phase of degradation we're seeing in the landfill. Is the landfill at the point where it's ready for a gas system? Is it time to put in this millions of dollars of infrastructure, which is very intrusive, right? You got to dig up, you got the trench in, you're drilling into the landfill. So you want to be sure before you start that. They've also put in the surface emissions monitoring. So that also is another verification. It's the tier 2 checks if there's a percent methane. The surface emission then checks if the gas is generating at a rate now that it's building up in the landfill and it can now be collected. If you're starting to see surface emissions, then probably time for the gas system. However, as you've heard, getting one single hit is not then necessarily an indication that it's time for the gas system. On one occasion, we had the EPA visiting a site with us down in South Texas because they wanted to see what surface emissions was all about, and they were kind of curious too to come and see what they wrote in the rule. And that we had them out, and we walked along the landfill, and at one point we found a detection. It was about the size of my pen. It was a small hole, and sure enough, we got an exceedance. It was around 300 parts per million. I don't know, it sounds kind of crude, but I kicked some dirt on it. I just rubbed my boot over it and we rechecked it. And we didn't, and the exceedance was below, wasn't detectable. And it's just to show that although there's a concentration, there's not a volume of gas that was pouring out through the landfill. And some very simple at that point, some very simple cover repair was able to fix it. And so we're just, that's just, one example of not quite ready for the gas system. If you do install the gas system too soon, then you're getting to the point where you're introducing, you're changing the environment of the landfill. It's changing the health of the landfill. It's detrimental. You can create landfill fires. You can kill the methanogens, and it's not quite ready. And so early installation does have to be very carefully looked at and evaluated. As to the question about the cost that was presented earlier, they're just not right. I'm telling you is that we do this, and those costs that were presented by EDF and EcoCycle they're just not in the range. That's just not what's being done in the industry. I think I'm going to wrap that up.
I think we're about out of time, but happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
We'd like to pass around if you're interested in seeing our samples so you can feel it if there's interest.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, Commissioner Arnold, you were the one who asked the question, but we can't provide you with a touch and feel here.
That's right. I appreciate it. I've worked plenty of HDPE pipe, so I think I got a pretty good idea.
Perfect.
All right, thank you. Commission questions? Mr. Thomas?
So when you use a geomembrane, are you generally doing that over an area of the landfill where you're going to be where you have gas collection systems, right? Because you create that tight cover, you pull in the vacuum, and you don't just lay a piece of geomembrane over an intermediate cover without something underneath it, right?
That's correct. And again, we're wanting it as an option. It's really important, especially for sites that have soil deficiency. Again, we're just wanting it to be one of the options. It's going to have to be approved anyways by the solid waste group, which is why it's kind of odd to us that's even in an air rule. But you are correct.
To expand on that a little bit, we've talked about daily and intermediate cover. So if you have an area that has intermediate cover on it, and you may not be putting trash on that area for another 2 or 3 years, you're going to put a gas collection system behind it. This might be something that can alleviate putting final cover on and stopping air intrusion and stopping gas migration through emission through the surface.
Thanks.
Yeah, Peter.
Thank you. I had a follow-up question on du jour. I thought I understood the one and done thing, and I'm questioning that. Okay, so to your fourth bullet on this slide about the 3 hits and 2 monitoring events. So we go to one corner, around here, say a corner of the landfill, the southwest corner of the landfill, we get an exceedance, instantaneous exceedance. We try to repair it. It doesn't work. We try to repair it again, and it does work. We have not triggered GCCS yet under the proposed rule. We have.
All right.
What I'm really trying to clarify is are you asking for 2 chances to repair that leak at the southwest corner, or are you asking that we could have a leak in the southwest corner and the northeast corner, there have to be leaks in two separate locations for your 2 hits and you're done.
Yeah, I think, so it's the same as what NWRA was proposing. And so it's basically two, so you got a hit and then you correct it or you attempt to correct it, go back out, you get another hit in the exact same spot, you attempt to correct it, then you go out a third time and you got a hit again, then that's when you get triggered for the GCCS. So the idea here is that, as Matt was describing, some of these detections, like it's just a very small problem in the cover. It's just a matter of putting some dirt over it. So that would be a problem to tell operators to go out there and install a GCCS. And so that's why I guess I'm kind of calling it 3 strikes and you're out, where you get several opportunities to figure out what the problem is. And then if there still is a problem, you need to do the other.
So it's really giving you 2 attempts to repair that problem as opposed to 1 attempt to repair that problem.
Yeah. Well, I actually, sorry, I think under the way that
3 monitors, but it's.
Yeah, under the way it's currently
Have to fail 3.
written, it's you detect it and then you have to install a GCCS. Like you don't even get an option to repair.
Under the current rule.
Yes,
Proposed rule.
yes, under the proposed rule. Sorry, you've gone through so many iterations.
Okay.
Can you, how much time between hits?
10 days.
10 days. So here's the real world. And we do this all the time when we do our surface monitoring. We have a landfill gas technician, usually with one of our consultants, that's doing the surface sim monitoring. That technician gets a hit. They'll put a stake there, plus the sim monitoring device has GPS on it. So his location is recorded, northing, easting, and elevation. All right, so we know exactly where that hit is. He puts a stake there. He carries stakes in his backs or the little flags that you see for utility marking along the sidewalks, right? And he tells my operations crew the next day or that night when he leaves, hey, I had 5 hits in this grid. My operations crew the next morning or that day goes up there and either brings in dirt, reworks the area with heavy equipment, bring in a D6, we bring in an excavator and we tap those areas, even around penetrations. And remember, penetrations are wellheads and the vacuum gas collection line. We have other penetrations that come through the landfill that aren't related to GCCS. We then call back our consultant. The landfill technician comes back. We have 10 days to do that. He remonitors. If there's no hit there, we're good. We sealed it up. And that's 99.9% of our repairs.
And we also have to go back 1 month from the initial exceedance to verify that the fix was actually durable.
Correct. Thank you for that. A second question. Actually, I'll stick with SEM for a moment. You mentioned cost for SEM being very different from what EDF had shown, and I guess EDF was working off the divisions, simply using some different hourly rates. I guess what would you say, and that's hard to say, I guess typical cost, because we heard earlier from Waste Management about why that's the biggest landfill in the state, that's going to cost more to monitor than a super small one, but so a mid-sized landfill.
Sure.
What are the monitoring costs per monitoring event?
Sure. So I guess just first we are currently doing surface emissions monitoring on a 25-foot spacing in Washington and in other states up there, so other locations there. So we do it, and we have people that walk that. That does cost us. It is a very large landfill, and it does cost us $100,000 per event to do that monitoring. So that is large. If you were to scale that down, generally speaking, it's hard to really put it in terms of acres or acres per hour, but just to get there, you're looking at about $1,000 to $1,200, $1,200 per acre. And so if you're, scaling that down, that's generally the range, $1,000 to $1,200.
And our facility where Steve is operating out of is how many acres? 260?
300 now.
300, so 300 acres, just to put that in perspective.
Thank you. The last question I have, actually the owner operator question is, about RNG facilities, so no, we don't have very many in our opinion. I think we really need one. But if you have an RNG facility, what does that contract typically look like? And my question, I guess, becomes, landfill owns the gas. Is there a point of custody transfer where they give the gas to the RNG facility and it's then their problem? And if there's an excess emission or whatever, they're liable for it? Or how does that work in terms of that relationship?
We sell the gas to them after it's to a point, it's treated, and once it's treated under existing regulations, it is then the RNG plants, because it is now a sold product. And so they are regulated under their own regulations. And that is the point that we were trying to make here. They should continue being regulated under their own regulations and not pulled into the MSW landfill rules, because they're accepting a product that they're buying. And that is where it's much different than I've ever seen across the United States. And I've been doing this since 1996 for air regulations.
So you would say you've met your compliance obligation after you've treated the gas and you've sold it to them. And if they do something that's a process upset or something on there, and then they're accountable for under their own air permit.
That is correct. And, there's been several determinations by EPA on a federal level to help explain that, because it is very complex on how that should be handled.
Thank you very much.
Can I expand on that response a little bit, Commissioner?
Briefly.
Thank you. So, when you talk about bringing in an operator to run a renewable energy facility, are you going to make them responsible for doing the SIMS analysis? Are you going to make them responsible for doing the cover repair? No, you're not. That's the owner's responsibility, not an operator's responsibility. And that's why we believe we need separation.
Other questions? I have a couple of questions. So on the example of going out and monitoring the landfill and seeing 4, 5, 6 hits, and then you go out within 10 days to take measurements at all the places that you saw hit before. If half of them were fixed and half of them were not, so then the other half I guess what the bottom line question that I have is, if after the second attempt and the third monitor, you still have one of those half a dozen that is still high, and you have to put in GCCS, for what area do you put in that GCCS? Is it that whole cell? Or how do you determine how big a system you need to put in?
Yes, under the proposed regulations, the area that will need to be covered is all areas of the landfill that have waste in place for more than 2 years. If you're a large landfill, or more than 3 years if you're a smaller landfill. It's based on acceptance rates.
Okay, thank you. And then looking at slide 4, you've got your geomembrane there over the dome of this landfill. This is a little bit of fluid dynamics and geology, which I know a little bit about water.
Yep.
And sealed mines that don't seem to work after a bit of time. Does this really seal off the ability of landfill gases from escaping around the outside of the barrier? I mean, and this is also the case for whatever kind of cover you're putting on here. It's not just geomembrane, but can you talk to that a little bit?
Sure. No, you're absolutely right. If that gas is not captured, it will find the path of least resistance and find its way to the sides, and it will be released. And so what happens in those situations is that you actually have gas collection systems underneath some of these horizontal collectors we talked about, or extraction wells as well that go through it. So you are collecting gas that's underneath those areas. And in addition to that, you also can put wells right at the edge around the perimeter of those areas to make sure that you're collecting the gas. So we call those like toe collectors. They go along, they're horizontals, but they go along the toe of the edge of that.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Head owner operator, I got that. Any other questions from commissioners? I see none. Cross-examination. I don't see any. All right.
Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
SCS engineers. We have, what, 45 seconds?
Oh, yeah.
Hold on just a second. I want to make sure. Yes, first, engineer for your
I think that's right.
limited time.
Where's that? And I forwarded myself to what you sent me already today. So I'm good up to this point. Thanks, Jeremy.
Okay,
So very briefly, we put this together because the commissioner's request on the SCS engineer study that's been talked about nonstop today. I'll go back to this slide because we're short on time. Critically, EDF and APCD is quoting 339%, 313%, 131%. These are all incorrect. This data says that you have to normalize for acres monitored. It's saying percentage of detections in the given acre. If you monitor twice the amount of acres, yes, there's going to be increase in detections, but you have to divide by the denominator. The other bit I want to cover is, as EDF alluded to, if you remove the landfills that were just covered under NSPS and only focus on the landfills that the LMR rules captured, that detection limit's actually lower with 25-foot spacing than with the 100-foot spacing in the NSPS rules. And that's my 45 seconds.
time to spare. Questions from commissioners? You got one coming, I can see it brewing.
It's just that second bullet. Thanks to the question. I can swap back to that slide if it's helpful.
Questions? That one? All right, no questions. Cross-examination? I'm not seeing any. All right, thank you. Waste Connections has no time. Waste Management of Colorado. All right.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to present rebuttal testimony on behalf of Waste Management of Colorado, Inc., Waste Management Disposal Services of Colorado, Inc., and Conservation Services, Inc., WM. With respect to Air Pollution Control Division's proposed regulation number 31, once again, my name is Carol McCabe, and I'm with Manco Goldcatcher and Fox. Before we start, I'd like to ask Clay Taylor to explain the proposal of NWRA on the one-hit SEM trigger, which WM supports.
Yes, I just want to clarify that the division's proposal is that if you don't have GCCS installed and you're conducting SEM under Part B of the rule, a single detection above the threshold from anywhere in the landfill triggers GCCS installation. NWRA, as they had proposed earlier, if you have a detection, you have two opportunities to repair that detection. And I think what may have been lost in the discussion is to ensure that the emissions are not a cover integrity issue, and that it's really the landfill is ready to generating enough gas that it's ready to install a GCCS, and then it makes sense to do it at that point.
Thanks, Clay. On behalf of WM, I'd like to express our support of the priority asks of NWRA. First, clarify that SEM is required only in areas with GCCS. Use a 500 ppmv instantaneous corrective action threshold and a 100 ppmv integrated corrective action threshold, and we would propose a 200 ppmv record keeping and reporting requirement. Revise SEM spacing to 100-foot intervals, and we support the proposal of the Public Coalition to rotate the walking paths each quarter. Remove the advance approval requirement for exclusion of unsafe areas. Establish a SEM compliance date for existing GCCS in the fourth quarter of 26 instead of April 1, 2026. Our other priority requests are the 3-year compliance extension should apply to privately owned landfills under 8 million tons of waste in place, particularly closed landfills. Clarification on newly installed and voluntarily installed GCCS. Division approvals should have deadlines, presumptive approvals, or be removed. Clarification that corrected wellhead measurements, SEM detections, and component leaks are not violations. And the open flare feasibility analysis should be removed for backup and open flares and revised for secondary open flares. Our outstanding additional issues on rebuttal will focus on biocover and biofilter and the associated cost of both. And for that, I'll start by saying that these proposed requirements, particularly biocover and biofilter, are premature. More research is needed to demonstrate effectiveness at the scale of an operating landfill in order to justify inclusion as a mandatory regulatory requirement. As proposed, these rules would put the cart before the horse. The regulated community should not be subject to operational burden and enforcement implications while test driving unproven emission reduction strategies. I'll turn things over to Roger Green to speak to the cost implications of biocover and biofilters.
Thanks, Carol. First on biocovers, the division's EIA is inaccurate in terms of the installation and maintenance costs. The division estimated biocovers will cost $67,000 per acre to install. Doesn't really address or outline the ongoing operation and maintenance costs there. It doesn't address the erosion on side slopes, the need for biocover replacement, stormwater water runoff management, and other operational issues. On this slide, we talk about the Klintholm landfill in Denmark, which is the study that I'm most familiar with that represents the largest, longest term biocover demonstration project from Denmark. The Klintholm landfill is about 10 acres in size. They installed 9 biocovers at this landfill with a total surface area of about 1.2 acres. They estimated the cost. This is one of the only studies where there's a cost estimation available in the literature at $136,000 per acre for installation and another approximately $4,000 a year per maintenance. Approximately twice what the division has indicated the cost would be, underlining the fact that, again, here's a 1.2 acre pilot project. People will refer to it as a full-scale demonstration, but it's not really full scale when we're talking about landfills of hundreds of acres. Next, moving to biofilters. Again, there's a mischaracterization of costs associated with biofilters. The EIA claims biofilters will cost $1,586 per acre, and they also provide a range. It's really unclear what this unit cost refers to. Is it the size of the landfill? Should it be better applied to total gas collection? The cited study seems to be this Jefferson County landfill, which is pictured here again, like you guys have seen many times over the course of this hearing. I think it's the only picture I can find that exists. I cannot see any information on the web that talks about the performance of this facility or how long it has been in operation. Finally, further on biofilter performance assumptions, the EIA uses methane oxidation rates derived from EPA's WARM model, which itself references EPA's GHG reporting program oxidation values to assert that biofilters can oxidize between 10 to 35% of methane. The values in EPA's GHG reporting program, those oxidation values, were derived from field oxidation studies and measurements of soil covers at over 20 landfills. So those things don't connect. In any event, this provides further support for previous testimony that biofilters have not been demonstrated as effective at scale. I think with that, I'm going to turn it back to Carol.
Thank you, Roger. So commissioners, I'd like to just sum up our position on BioCover and biofilters. First, with respect to BioCover, we support the ability in the rule to use the alternative to BioCover, and we ask that it specifically allow for geomembranes. And then with respect to biofilters, we would ask the commission to remove from the rule any requirement to install biofilters. This requirement would come at the very tail end of the landfill's life after it has already met extremely stringent criteria in the rule for GCCS removal, and then would carry on for years and years beyond that already far out date. So with that, I'd like to thank you again for the opportunity to offer testimony today and reiterate our critical requests, which again are consistent with those of NWRA. We have focused a lot today on SEM, and that is a critical issue, as you have heard, for the landfill operators. And we would ask you to carefully consider our request, particularly as it relates to the spacing requirement, the areas in which SEM is conducted being limited to those areas where GCCS is installed, and also the corrective action threshold being set at 500 ppm rather than the 200 ppm, but we would propose to track and record and submit data as appropriate over that 200 ppm threshold that had been identified by the commission. We support the 3-year compliance date to apply to all small landfills that are less than 8 million tons waste in place, whether owned publicly or privately. We support establishing timeframes or deemed approvals upon the division's reviews of the various required submittals, especially design plans, and clarification that wellhead parameters, surface detections, and leak detections that are properly corrected under the rule would not be considered violation. And then finally, removal of the feasibility requirement for backup open flares and clarification of the demonstration required for new secondary flares. Thank you for your time. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Commission questions? Greer?
Thank you for the presentation. One thing we have not talked a lot about, on the SIM, you have this 200 ppm reporting threshold, and talk about instantaneous and integrated and 225 versus 500 and 100, but is the 200 ppm reporting more for those landfills that already had GCCS? Where does that come into play, I guess? And I want to make sure I'm thinking about that the right way.
Yes, the SIM would be required for landfills that are subject to the GCCS requirements. There's the trigger requirements that we talked about previously, but for ongoing regulated landfills that have a GCCS installed, we understand that the division may be interested in the data at those levels. And so while we are supporting a revision of the corrective action threshold to 500 ppm, we're saying the data is generated and, we're happy to track it and provide it. And based on that data, then the division could determine, what are we seeing here? Does it make sense later on to follow up on this and tighten that threshold? But for now, as you've heard, we don't believe it will result in meaningful emission reductions compared to the burden. But with the data, the division could later make that determination.
Clay Taylor speaking. If I could just add, the NWRA slides have references to the proposed changes that we think very clear what we're asking for.
We just haven't asked very much about the reporting. We've talked about the one hit and you're done or not and everything. But I haven't been asking questions at least so much about the when you're just monitoring your GCCS system, how does that work? I want to make sure I understood that. So really it's, you want the higher level that triggers a corrective action. And obviously if you can correct that and reduce it below that, then you want that to not be a violation just because you have you fixed a leak.
Correct, yes, and that would be consistent with the federal rules.
Okay.
And we believe with the division's intent.
Okay.
Although the rule language would need to reflect that, and we have proposed language in both in the rule and in the SBAP to clarify that.
It seemed like there was one other thing I was gonna ask about. Seeing it at the moment, so I will pass the baton for now and it comes back to me.
All right. Other commission questions? Not seeing anything. Wait a second. Oh, okay. Examination? I see none. All right, thank you. Commissioners, it is,
We just have an outstanding question for the public.
we have an outstanding question.
Did
Oh,
you
yes.
ask them to come back?
Yeah, I did. I have it right here. So. It's just, it was good. I'll say it, okay, so the question that I had asked was, whether the request to modify or clarify the language on what requirements in the rule applied for facilities under 8 million, public facilities under 8 million. Does that, to give them a 3-year extension, does that include shutting down, the requirement to shut down flares in 2029?
Thank you, Commissioner Rudolph. For the record, Chris Colclaser for Public Coalition. The answer is yes and no, depending on which provision. So Part C, Section 2D prohibits the use of open flares after January 1st, 2029. That date is extended by 3 years because it is a specific deadline written into the rule. There is an exception to this prohibition for certain existing flares where they can continue operating for 10 years after the installation date, so long as they're not in proximity to, I'm asking for 10 residential building units. But that exception is based on the installation date. It would not be extended from 10 to 13 years because that installation date is not a specific date written in the rules. So that piece of it would not change.
Okay, got it. So, okay.
Thank you.
That's helpful. Thank you. All right, commissioners, we've been going for almost a couple of hours. I suggest we take a 10-minute break before the division finalizes with its rebuttal. And we have a question.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a couple of witnesses from out of town who need to leave relatively soon to the airport. I know sometimes commissioners have questions for those witnesses after everyone's done. I was wondering if it'd be possible, if there are such questions, if they could go before the division so that they can catch their flights. They could also potentially participate remotely and answer that way, but.
You're asking if we have any residual questions for the EDF witnesses.
And just really for Dr. Sahu or Karen Marsh.
Anybody think they're gonna have questions?
I don't think so. Let's decide if it's break in this 10 minutes.
Can you give us 10 minutes?
That's perfect.
to think about it?
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Yeah, we'll let you know. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. Till 2:15, 11-minute break. And then please be back here. Thank you. All right, I think we're ready for vision.
In my case, what did I say?
George, yeah.
Ready?
We are? Yes,
Anytime you're ready.
excellent. Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. Tim Taylor with the Air Pollution Control Division, joined here at the table by George Garcia Rocha and Barnabas Wold, also of the division. And online, we have Peter Bannister with Geosyntic Consultants, who will be speaking about biofilters. So we want to cover the outstanding commissioner questions that were raised yesterday, as outlined here. We'll be going through each of these. So first on rule applicability, I know you've heard from several other parties about this today as well, but we're just going to quickly cover this. So you've got 13 local government owned landfills that are below 450,000 tons of waste in place. Under the rule, the landfills will only have to report their annual waste in place. There are then 36 landfills that are above 450,000 tons of waste in place. 13 of those currently have a GCCS, 11 required by EPA, 2 voluntarily. Of those 36 landfills above 450,000 tons of waste in place, 22 would have to report their annual methane generation rate. One of those landfills is inactive and below the methane generation rate. And then of those landfills, 19 without a GCCS are, 19 landfills without a GCCS are above the methane generation rate. 12 of those are local government owned and 7 are privately owned landfills, 3 of which are closed. Now, those landfills would either have to install a GCCS, conduct surface emissions monitoring, or do a tier 2 test. And the closed landfills may be able to install a biofilter. In fact, we know one of those landfills is already eligible because it's below 30% methane. Now, there are landfills that have done a tier 2 test already, 12 so far. 4 of those landfills, 3 which are local government owned, are below 30% methane. So currently they would not be subject to the requirements of the rule. And again, those landfills would just need to conduct another tier test within 3 years of the effective date of the rule. So we do want to address the request that's been raised by several parties on the 3-year extension for local government landfills, applying to the privately owned landfills as well. The division believes that doing that would significantly reduce the environmental benefit of the proposed rule. If all of these landfills were to receive the extension, you would have no new GCCSs installed at a landfill in Colorado until late 2031 at the earliest. And we believe this extension is appropriate just for the local government-owned landfills because they face unique funding challenges that do not apply to private landfills. And as you heard earlier, there really are only 3 privately owned landfills that would be eligible for this based on their waste in place. So for this, I'm going to turn it over to Barnabas to talk about cost effectiveness and our EIA.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Barnabas Wold. I am an economist in the climate program. I worked on the EIA with Tim and George, so I'm happy to talk through some of the results and respond to some of the comments and the questions around the EIA. So to start with the impacts of the rule, this rule is expected to achieve a significant amount of emission reduction. By 2050, the rule is expected to achieve up to 12.4 million metric ton of CO2e emission reduction. This is expected to have a significant impact on the climate. Our estimations show that the benefits from this rule is expected to be worth up to $1.1 billion. And this figure is based on the social cost of carbon, which provides a relatively more conservative estimate. The social cost of methane is approximately $2,000, which is a much higher figure. And because of this, we believe that the rule has a significant climate benefit. And when it comes to the cost side, the total expected cost of compliance by 2050 is $209 million. And given the said benefits and costs, the overall benefit to cost ratio is expected to be up to 5.3, meaning that for each dollar incurred as cost, we expect to see benefits worth up to $5.30, which is a significant amount and shows the rule's overall cost effectiveness. Next slide, please. Yeah, and to provide more context for what the cost could look like, we looked at the average cost of compliance for landfills with and without GCCS. And the results show that the smaller landfills without GCCS will likely see an average cost of $5,900 per acre per year. And the larger landfills with GCCS will see an average cost of $1,600 per acre per year. And this difference mainly has to do with how the larger landfills already incur a certain amount of cost in complying with federal requirements. And so the additional incremental cost from the rule is likely to be limited. But one very important thing to keep in mind when thinking about these numbers is that the smaller landfills, because their total size is relatively small, their total cost of compliance is also going to be relatively small. There is a strong proportionality between the size of the landfill and the cost of compliance. Next slide, please. And we wanted to use these figures to show that the yearly compliance cost is not going to be as significant as some of the estimated values presented by some of the parties. And so we use the landfill's respective size and the per acre costs stated earlier. And after incurring capital costs, which tends to be a one-time type of expenditure, the average year-over-year compliance cost for the list of landfills within the public coalition, for instance, is approximately around $200,000, which is much lower than the 1.6 million figure provided by the party. And again, this goes back to how the total acreage of some of the smaller landfills is limited, and goes back to the point I made earlier about the proportionality between the size of the landfill and the expected cost of compliance. Next slide, please. A lot of the estimates provided by the parties, however, do not reflect this fact. Their cost figures, which put the yearly cost of compliance at $1.6 million, are overestimated on account of some of the assumptions that don't always reflect the requirements of the rule. For instance, the cost estimates for public coalition make several missteps that cause their yearly cost of compliance to be artificially inflated. One of the reasons behind this is the lack of discounting analysis. This is an important part of an economic impact analysis, and because the parties' analysis did not correctly use this tool and approach, it overestimates the cost of compliance. And this is important because even when using a small discount rate as 2.5%, everything else being the same, by year 10 into your modeling timeframe, the fact that you're not using a discount rate could mean that you are overestimating costs by up to 2%, which is a significant number. And there are also other missteps that contribute to the overestimation of the cost of compliance that was presented by some of the parties. And one of the issues has to do with how their analysis makes a significant allowance for an item that's not required in the rule. Their analysis assumes that all the landfills will invest $670,000 on biocover and that they will do so every year. This is a significant amount for a cost item that's not required by the rule. There is no reason for this cost to be included in the analysis and for it to be featured in all the landfills and to be assumed to occur every year into the future. With its biocover cost, the analysis also suggests that the landfills will cap 10 acres of land as a final cover. This is significantly higher than the average capping rate that exists among the set of landfills in that group. On average, those landfills grow by 0.55 acres per year, and to assume a 10-acre capping rate per year is a significant mistake that artificially inflates the cost of compliance by several magnitudes of order. Next slide, please. Their analysis also lacks internal consistency. In one section, it assumes approximately $50,000 cost for installing GCCS per acre, and in another section, it indirectly budgets nearly $700,000 per acre for expansion. This is a 13-fold increase in expansion cost that's not explained or supported by the data. Their analysis also involves various instances of double and triple counting. This includes making separate budgets for on-site compliance manager, a consultant, and allocating funds for technical services. And these three reasons alone that I just mentioned, the budget for biocover that's not required, the inflated expansion cost, and the double and triple counting of some of the cost items, these three factors alone account for 73% of the party's total annual cost, which is a significant amount of error. Next slide, please. And this slide is building on the same issue from above, but I figured it was worth mentioning. But where you see instances of double counting to do with AQCC services and performance testing, there are also instances where the same cost figures are applied across landfills despite the considerable differences that exist among those landfills. For instance, one of the smaller landfills in the group, which is 6 times smaller than the biggest landfill in the group, is expected to incur mostly the same annual cost as the landfill that's 6 times larger. This overestimates the cost for the smaller landfill and fails to account for the relative size of the landfills in that group. And this is a significant error. Next slide, please. Tim. There are also instances of unexplained discrepancies during direct testimony. One of MESA's representatives said that their expected cost of compliance for the rule was $290,000, but in their filing, they stated that the expected cost of compliance for this rule was $1.7 million. This is a significant discrepancy that's not explained and further undermines the credibility of their analysis. There are other aspects of the analysis that are also not credible. In more than one instance, the public coalition said that the division's cost figures are underestimated. However, one of the cost estimates submitted by the public coalition itself was actually lower than the division's own cost estimates. And even the other 2 estimates that are higher than the division's estimates, you see that their amounts are actually lower than the scenarios developed by the division's sensitivity analysis. Our results show that even the party's most aggressive cost estimates are not high enough to cause the overall benefits, the overall benefit to cost ratio to change in a way that causes the rule to become cost ineffective. This result further shows the climate benefits from this rule are considerably high. Next slide, please. When you correct for the missteps, you find that the average cost of compliance is not as significant as presented by the party. In these graphics, the blue lines are the cost estimates as submitted by the party, and the red lines are the cost estimates that have been adjusted to reflect the per acre, per year costs discussed above. And again, this graphics shows that the cost of compliance is not expected to be as high as the parties presented it to be. Next slide, please. Thank you, Tim. Regarding the issue of tipping fees, the way the division approached this analysis is very straightforward. Total cost was divided by the number of years in the modeling timeframe to get the per year cost, and that figure was further divided by the total number of households served by the landfills as a group. The tipping fees are based on the expected cost of compliance. And as mentioned earlier, the cost of compliance for the public coalition is overestimated. And if the cost of compliance is overestimated, then the tipping fee that is inherently required to cover the cost is also going to be overestimated as a result. As the party addresses this overestimates and lowers the total costs to reflect the landfill's size, the expected tipping fee required to cover that cost is also expected to decrease. The party's tipping fee analysis also features another problem in that it goes beyond its own inflated cost of compliance. For Logan and Otero County landfills, the assumed increase in tipping fee would actually generate 41% and 52% more revenue than the anticipated cost of compliance that justified the increase in tipping fee in the first place. This shows a clear error in the calculations by the party, and that the assessed tipping fees go far beyond what's expected to cover even the party's own estimated cost of compliance. Next slide, please. Thank you. And to wrap up the cost impacts of the rule, we've heard today and yesterday the concerns that the rule is going to be too expensive. But when you look at the list of different rules adopted by the Commission, you see that all the sectors within the economy are being asked to invest in reducing emissions. And the Commission has actually asked other sectors to carry heavier loads. This table shows a comparison of the emission reductions achieved by some of the recently adopted rules and their cost per ton of CO2 abated. The results show that the proposed rule achieves a comparable amount of emission reduction per year, but that the cost of emission reduction is up to 6.6 times lower in this proposed rule. This shows that the proposed rule will deliver a significant amount of emission reduction at a considerably less cost as compared to some of the other recently adopted rules. And with that, I'll pass it on to George.
Hello, Commissioners. George Garcia, AQCC. Well, there's been a lot of talk today about this 2.1%. Table 12 from the SES engineers report shows that the incremental exceedance detected under the California LMR as percentage of acres monitored is 2.1%. And just to be clear of what this number actually means, the exact text from the SES engineers report says, the 25-foot spacing requirement resulted in the detection of exceedances at an additional 2.1% of acres monitored. Just wanted to be clear, as during direct testimony yesterday, the specificity of the acreage was not necessarily mentioned. So if you could go on to slide 17. As such, the division submitted a motion yesterday, which the Commission granted, to introduce supplemental exhibit 001. And this table is the actual SCM data that was used for the report. And on page 13, that table shows that of the 42 landfills that were subject to the NSPS 100-foot spacing, the amount of exceedances from site traverse, which are the exceedances from actually walking the landfill surface, not necessary penetrations, compared to the number of landfills subject to the 25-foot spacing, the amount of exceedances from that drastically increased. There's a 339% increase in the number of exceedances of the 42 landfills with since moving on to 25-foot spacing. EDF has already spoken about this, and both EDF and the division has determined that over 300% increase in the total number of detections were from these 42 landfills that moved to 25-foot spacing. And just to note, these exceedances were detected, remonitored to prevent methane emissions from escaping into the atmosphere. In addition, I want to mention a report cited by the division in its rebuttal exhibit. The report is from 2022 by SES engineers entitled "The Evolution of Methane Emissions Measurements at Landfills. Where Are We Now?" And I will read an excerpt from the report. The effectiveness of the monitoring is related to the spacing of the monitoring path. Tighter pathways are less likely to miss small locations with high methane emission rates. By requiring mitigation at lower monitoring thresholds, methane emissions will also be reduced. Could you go to the next slide? One thing to note about Colorado's proposal is that it differs from other states in that it is expanding the range of alternative technologies landfills can use for surface emissions monitoring. You have heard say Method 21, the walking path SEM, the OTM 51, the drone-based SCM, where there is manual walking follow-up. However, in the division's proposed rule, it allows for handheld TDLASs, tunable diode laser absorption spectroscopy devices that have an EPA or division approved method. There are actually TDLASs being mounted on drones and flown over landfills for the purpose of SCM monitoring. And in the SBAP, the division has included language that specifies that a landfill can seek alternative compliance to keep the 100-foot spacing if subject to federal regulations, as long as an alternative monitoring method is proposed to supplement monitoring to ensure sufficient coverage of the landfill. Overall, the final EIA estimated emissions reductions of 40,000 metric tons per year of CO2e from tighter SCM spacing, resulting in the benefit of around $63 million by 2050. Sorry about that. Here's just an image of what a TLAS may look like at a landfill. That red line is not the walking path, but the path that the laser is being pointed to detect emissions at a landfill. This can greatly reduce the physical burden of technicians that have to conduct SCM.
Thank you, George. Since we're talking about SEM, we do want to address as well this topic of the one-hit SEM exceedance that has been raised repeatedly by other parties, and do want to clarify for the commission that that does not result in the automatic installation of a GCCS. Landfills still have the option to conduct a Tier 2 evaluation to make that determination. And if they end up with methane concentrations less than 30%, they don't have to do anything more for 3 more years. If they're at 30% or greater, they show that technically it is feasible to install the GCCS, and therefore then they have to do it. And now I am going to call on Peter Bannister, the Geosyntic consultant, who's available online to speak about biofilters.
Hello, my name is Peter Bannister. I am an engineer that started working in about the year 2000 on problems that needed fixing, like old landfill gas collection infrastructure. A lot of the landfills that I worked on were closed in the 80s or 90s, and the piping and gas collection systems that had been designed and installed at the time of closure were oversized, deteriorated, and suffering from lots of different types of problems. The landfill, I'm a practitioner. The landfill owner clients that I work with are interested in getting out of perpetual monitoring of their landfills by demonstrating functional stability. And one criterion here in Washington State for demonstrating functional stability is to show that the concentration of landfill gas being emitted to the atmosphere is less than 25% of the lower explosive limit, or around 1% of methane in air. So there are two paths to achieving this. One is to build a fence, institutional control around a venting well, and the other was to install a biofilter. The clients that I work with represent small counties with small landfills, and they were interested to find out that the cost benefit of those two alternatives was basically break even. And after considering the potential for greenhouse gas emissions reduction, they opted for biofilter installation. The photograph that Waste Management shared earlier as a science project represents the Jefferson County landfill at the north end of the Olympic Peninsula here in Washington State. And I guess I just want to point out that attitude is everything when it comes to achieving the goals that you set out to do. In this case, the landfill owner wanted to get out of monitoring their gas collection system. And they had an employee who would grab a cup of coffee first thing in the morning and go out and turn on the flare. The flare would run for about 2 hours before it shut off because of low methane concentrations. He did that every working day until we installed these biofilters and demonstrated that they achieved that goal of less than 1% methane emissions to atmosphere. This was definitely a demonstration project. It was fortunate that the biofilter media that we used to address the loading rate at the biofilter inlet was sufficient to meet that 1% methane. The concentrations at the biofilter inlet ranged up to 40%. And the way that the biofilter was able to achieve that kind of methane oxidation is because the flow rates were quite low. This was a passively venting system when the flare was not on. And so instead of just fugitive emissions being emitted to atmosphere, it was going through a biofilter, and that biofilter was basically acting as a muffler to reduce those methane concentrations. My goal, frankly, for all of my landfill owner clients is to work myself out of a job. I don't want to be monitoring biofilters forever, but I do monitor them to show that they are correctly sized. When Tim Taylor reached out to me for some practical guidance on how to develop the rules for this regulatory approach, I reinforced the idea that it's the performance metric of achieving that 25% of the LEL that you want to emphasize. You want to allow for innovation, and you want to allow for site-specific conditions by landfill owners to achieve what they need to achieve. You can do it wrong. You can purchase $1 million flare and not be able to operate it according to the manufacturer's O&M manual. That is not the flare's fault. You can also install a biofilter and not be able to achieve 1% methane if you undersized it, or if you have other issues with your design. So attitude is everything. I encourage the parties that have communicated reluctance with this approach to consider the cost benefits of not having to run a flare intermittently and to relieve staff. Thank you.
Thank you,
That's all.
Peter. And he'll definitely be available to answer any questions. All right, so the division does want to address as well this issue of geomembranes as intermediate cover. As has been mentioned, geomembranes provide no methane oxidation unlike biocovers or soil cover. Additionally, this issue was raised pretty late in the rulemaking process, and division did not have the time to evaluate it for purposes of the rule, including consulting with the Waste Management Division here at CDPHE. I will acknowledge as well that the intermediate cover requirements in the rule are meant to apply to a landfill with the GCCS. However, the intermediate cover may be installed in areas of the landfill and probably most likely will be because intermediate cover is used for waste that is going to be covered for 30 days or longer. So that may be in areas where you don't have a collection system yet. So despite the fact that a geomembrane may help seal the landfill better, you need to have gas collection in that area for that benefit to occur. So really, the intermediate cover requirements are meant to not only address where emissions may just be escaping because of inefficient gas collection, but also where gas collection may not be actually occurring in the landfill yet. Do want to cover as well, there was a question, I believe, on design plan review timelines as well as permitting. We did consult with our compliance and enforcement program on this because they're responsible for design plan review and approval. They did indicate that over the last year, the initial review timeframes by the division for design plans or updates to plans have been within a few weeks to 2 months of receipt of the plans. And that doesn't mean those were approved within that timeframe, but it does specify division is reviewing those in a timely fashion and requesting additional information or updates from operators. And usually what they're asking for are about ongoing and operation reporting for the GCCS, not well locations or grading or infill or lateral locations have to do with installation of the GCCS. So basically, the division checks everything described in the federal regulations to ensure they're included in the plan, but relies on the professional engineer certification for the design and build part of the plan. Now, in terms of the permitting requirements, the rule does say to attempt to minimize delays resulting from permitting as far as GCCS installation is concerned, that a permit application, if needed, must be submitted by the same deadline as the design plan. I think there has been an assertion made by the Public Coalition that application should also have to include the modeling determination or the modeling analysis, and that you need to really wait for that before you can submit a permit application. We consulted with our permitting and modeling groups. They confirmed that is not necessary. You can have those on concurrent paths. You can have a permit application submitted while modeling is being completed if it's required. And so the division has a concern that if you're requiring modeling to be completed first before you submit a permit application, that just unnecessarily delays potentially the installation of a GCCS in the future. Division does want to specify that we do support the proposed rule language from NWRA, WM regarding proposed changes to Part C, Sections 1B3 and 1C, Part D, Section 1A. Division also supports the Public Coalition's proposed changes to Part A, Section 2C, and the Statement of Basis and Purpose language for Section 2C. And then finally, the division proposes to align the compliance deadlines for intermediate cover in Part F, Sections 1A and 1B. So they are both July 1st, 2026. And this is what that looks like. This was at the request of the Hazardous Materials and Waste Management Division. Again, for both these intermediate cover requirements, they are responsible for reviewing and approving those. And so they want to be able to have time to be able to prepare for both of those requirements. And so we think it makes sense to have those deadlines align with each other. And it looks like I've got 4 minutes. Let's see if. There was one additional thing I wanted to cover on the alternative intermediate cover, the 18 inches of cover. Public Coalition indicated that really there's no evidence to indicate that that results in emission reductions. The division would disagree. Additional cover has been shown to result in additional oxidative capacity. I believe we put something into the record on that. When you look at comparing daily to intermediate to final cover, the difference in reductions that are achieved, and that really a lot is dependent on the thickness. Daily cover is only 6 inches. Intermediate cover is 12. Final cover is going to be the thickest. And what we're requiring is basically a thicker intermediate cover. So the division believes that that does result in additional emission reductions achieved. There was also a question about how to address emissions from the working face. The division does have requirements to minimize the size of the working face based on the amount of incoming waste. And then additionally, there was a question about wind speed. That is something where the division worked with parties to adjust the requirements for those to make it more feasible for operators. So that, the example was given of these, all these variances being submitted in other states. So the compromise solution we came up with was meant to address that specific situation.
Commissioners, my name is Sarah Quigley. I'm an assistant attorney general. I just wanted to provide some additional information for slides 22 and 23. So for slide 22, Tim's representation of the timeline for division review of design plans, that is just a typical timeline. Just want to clarify that's not promised for every single design plan. And then for slide 23, I just wanted to specify which slides the division is supportive of on NWRA's proposed changes. So the division supports NWRA's proposed changes to Part C, sections 1B3 and slide 34, and then 1C in slide 35, and Part D, section 1A in slide 36. And then for the Public Coalition's proposed changes that the division approves of, Part A, section 2C, that's slide 2, and the SBAP language for section 2C is slide 3. All of the rebuttal slides.
And that is it, commissioners.
So,
To take any questions. The division does request the commission adopt Regulation 31 revised on August 20th, 2025, amended errata 3 with the proposed changes. NWRA, WM, the Public Coalition, as well as the division's proposed changes to Part F, Section 1B, 1A and 1B, 1A. Part F, Section 1A, I'm sorry.
all right, thank you. Commission questions? Nope. Okay.
On slide, I think it was 18, we were talking about this. Yeah, monitoring. You read section of a report from SCS 2022. And sorry, but you talking too fast and too low. It wasn't very long. Could you read that again, please?
Of course, Commissioner. So yes, this report was from SCS engineers. What I read out was the effectiveness of the monitoring is related to the spacing of the monitoring path. Tighter pathways are less likely to miss all small locations with high methane emission rates. By requiring mitigation at lower monitoring thresholds, methane emissions will also be reduced.
So what they're saying there, you get what you pay for, sort of?
With the tighter spacing, You are less likely to miss small locations with high methane emissions rate, and with a smaller corrective action thresholds, methane emissions will also be reduced.
Looking at that too, and it says more. You didn't read the whole thing, of course. That's fine. I think that says it. I would also like to ask a little more about biofilters. And didn't write down your slide. It's got to be about 20 or so. Well, that's just a picture. Well, with that in mind, doesn't seem like there's some number of or dimensions or how much you put in, or is there guidance for that somewhere?
Yes, that's well established in the literature. And we used about 400 grams of methane oxidation per cubic meter of biofilter media per day to establish the rule value of 90 cubic yards of biofilter media per cubic foot per minute of methane loaded into the biofilter. So if you have less than that, you can use a smaller volume for the initial design. If you have more than that loading rate, then you can use a larger volume.
This is based on your research in Washington? Is that what you said?
I have found in Washington that it doesn't actually require that much volume. The literature uses the literature provides a wide range of methane oxidation rates. And a lot of that is because of the variety of biofilter media that were used in the studies. In this case, we used wood chips, and other cases that I've been involved with, we've used overs from a composting facility, which represents the reject material that is not saleable. And it has worked extremely well. We've been able to reduce methane concentrations at the biofilter surface to below the detection limit for the handheld analyzer of 0.1% methane. So non-detect at the biofilter surface.
In other countries, there's studies about this. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
You can ask him, you want to ask him about the studies he knows about?
Do you know about studies in Australia?
I am not conversant about the studies in Australia. I know that they've occurred.
Well, you don't know, you can't answer. That's good, thank you.
Other commission questions? Blanchett?
When the way I understand it, when the methane flows through the biofilter media, it creates that chemical reaction between the methane and the oxygen. Are there residual compounds that remain in the media?
So the difference between a flare and a biofilter is a flare relies on advection, which is the movement and mixing of oxygen with the fuel to burn it all. For cellular activity, you rely on diffusion. So you have to slow the velocity of that gas way, way down in the biofilter media to allow for that diffusion across the cellular membrane. There are two major pathways for that methane. It either ends up helping to build biomass, or it gets converted into carbon dioxide. Toxic air pollutants have also been demonstrated to be co-metabolized by the methanotrophs, or the biological community within that biofilter. And there are, my understanding is that there's a relatively good destruction efficiency for the biofilters that I've worked on. The loading rates for those toxic air pollutants, or those hazardous air pollutants, is below the threshold for requiring an air quality permit to demonstrate best available control technology.
So at some point in time, does the effectiveness of the biofilter begin to diminish over time?
What we've found is that there is a certain period of time during onset when the biological community is growing, that the oxidation rate is lower. Once that biological community has sufficiently grown, we've observed conditions throughout the 4 seasons where biological communities will grow and die back according to environmental conditions, but the oxidation or the performance of the biofilter is sustained. That is, we don't see methane at the surface of the biofilter.
So given that, do you anticipate that at some point in time, though, that the media would need replacement?
That is, yes. We speculate a little bit on that. We have one example of a landfill here in King County near Seattle, where the landfill owner was installed biofilters in the 1996 to 2000 era on a passive landfill gas collection system. The media was changed out in the year 2010 by the landfill owner. We were hired in the mid 2010s to evaluate the performance of the biofilter as the methane regulations were becoming stricter. And we found that the system was performing very well with no exceedances of the 25% LEL at the surface of the biofilter. That was 5 years after the first media replacement. The landfill owner in around 2020 decided to go ahead and do a 10-year media replacement.
How did they dispose of the used media material?
It was actually characterized for disposal and found to be non-dangerous, non-hazardous waste. They opted based on conditions to spread the biofilter media across the landfill cover instead of hauling it for disposal.
And was there, I mean, you mentioned that it was determined to be non-hazardous. Was there any hazardous materials found in there and that just didn't reach the threshold for it to be considered?
No, I mean, yeah, it was evaluated for metals. It was evaluated for VOCs, and it was found to be. I don't think we got any significant detections outside of the media itself. So there are certain detections of those constituents associated with the media. Silica gel cleanup on the VOC results showed that it was that the organic the VOCs were associated with decomposition or other, it was not petroleum fuel based.
So essentially from natural decomposition of the
Exactly.
media material. Okay, thank you
Exactly.
very much.
Yeah.
Other commission questions? Yeah.
This is John again, and you're not gonna get away too easy. If I was I want to ask you again about Australia, if you don't mind. Are you aware that they do a lot of biofilters in Australia, I found? And so you're not familiar with that either, just that they do it a lot.
Yeah.
But there's some studies there. Would you comment on these as best you can? And if you think this would be duplicated here, and these of course are small, they don't have a lot of people in Australia, and these are in rural areas. So we're talking small landfills, but they reported efficiencies above 90% and average efficiencies of 50% over a 4-year trial. Is that something that you would find possible?
A lot of it, I believe, has to do with the loading rate and the reporting limit for the method of measuring the inlet and outlet of the biofilter. For our purposes, we measure the inlet concentration within the pipe before it enters the biofilter. Occasionally during barometric pressure conditions, when the landfill is inhaling atmospheric air, we don't see any methane. When the landfill is exhaling landfill gas, we see concentrations of 40 to 60% methane. But that flow rate is so low that the loading rate for overall methane is relatively low. We observe during those high inlet loading conditions very low to no methane at the surface. It is usually below 25% of the LEL. We have historically seen where disturbance due to animals has caused the biofilter to have an exceedance of our performance threshold. And so we record that, and then we repair the biofilter by simply raking the material back into the mound. And that's a very simple maintenance activity. For long-term maintenance, I've recommended to my landfill owner clients to do a visual inspection after we've demonstrated that the biofilter is appropriately sized. And if they see that a bear has come along and dug a hole in there, or a coyote or whatever, just to simply reestablish the mound of biofilter media by raking or shoveling.
This is good. You've answered my question.
Okay.
Other questions? Commissioner Reader?
Thank you. And thanks for the presentation. First, I want to say thanks for all the work you guys have done on this role to get to this point. I know this has been a challenge. Thanks first for the summary and the breakdown on the first slide, but I had one question on the cost effectiveness slide on slide 5. I recognize the 2021 social cost of methane in the federal interagency working group number is very close to social cost of CO2 times 28. But are you familiar with how that ratio changed in EPA's data in 2023?
Yes, Commissioner. I still have the PowerPoint from the presentation I gave a couple of months ago. And so the $2020 value for methane was $2,000. And under the interagency working group, under the proposed EPA values, that has come down to $1,257. So it has decreased by, what is that, 33% or so?
Or 40%, something in that.
Yeah, close to that.
So just simply, depending on how you look at our benefits, while they still exceed the cost, I don't know if you're going to say that. I'm not asking a question, but I'm speaking. Thank you, for slide 7. That was something I was really interested in. I had sort of done a little bit of that, looking at the age of the landfills and their average waste placement. When I looked at the Environmental Research and Education Foundation, the EREF study that you referenced, tipping fees, in terms of generating all your emissions estimates, it divided landfills into 3 categories. Large landfills were more than 390,000 tons a year. Medium-sized landfills, 65 to 390, and small landfills were less than 65,000 tons a year of waste placement. And this list is all small landfills, basically.
Yep.
And that means relatively small resources. I asked a question earlier, I guess, can you comment on the relative, size and cash? Your exhibit this morning showed 72 landfills in California for a state with a considerably larger population. Are you concerned at all that we seem to have a lot of really small landfills in Colorado? And are you concerned about the economic impacts in terms of their ability to make the capital investments versus simply closing down in some of these western slope areas?
Yeah, I think smaller landfills have fewer resources, but they also have less waste acceptance rate. And so their ongoing operating costs also tend to be small. And so by their design, they don't need that much operating and management budget to operate. And even in this case, there is going to be a slight capital cost, which is a one-time investment, but the year-to-year capital cost is not as significant. Again, because of the proportional. Most of the cost figures that we described in the EIA are tied to the per acre size of the landfill. And so the smaller the landfill, the fewer resources, but also the fewer need to comply with this rule.
Yeah, I have one question on your EIA on the 1,432 tons that you saved, estimated were saved by the enhanced monitoring. In your paragraph, you described like this 1,095.5 ppm. Did you use that with the equation in the Environmental Integrity Project report? How did you get to the 1,432 tons of methane?
Let me ask
George, that's on page 19. Yeah.
So for that analysis, what was done is a manual review of each landfill's semi-annual report to see their actual surface emissions detections. Only exceedances that were labeled as surface or a certain measurement from a gas collection well were counted in that. In total, over 2 years of Q1 2023 to Q4 of 2024, there were 122 total surface exceedances at Colorado landfills. For the purpose of the analysis, only 119 exceedances were counted, and the average concentration of those exceedances was the 1,095.5 ppmv.
So my question is how did you get from that to the 1,432 metric tons per year of methane?
Yeah. So 119 surface emissions detections. It was assumed that due to increased monitoring spacing, that would result in 180% more surface emissions detections. And emissions reductions were quantified by assuming that all new surface emissions detections would be at 500 ppmv and remediated to 199 ppmv because the division's proposed corrective action threshold is 200 ppmv. So the emissions reductions were counted from remediating from 500 to 200 ppmv.
Okay, so there's a flow rate aspect to go from ppmv to a mass. So how did you determine the flow rate then?
Yeah, that flow rate was the equation used in the
In the IP report. Okay, so the flows from the IP report. Okay, the EIP report also, and actually I got a footnote there that it assumes it had been leaking from the last time it was monitored 91 days previously. I know we often do that in the air quality enforcement world. We say we assume it started leaking right after we walked out, but in a random real world, I think you would expect some type of normal distribution, and maybe your emissions would be from the midpoint since it was last monitored versus the full 91 days. And so that if you assume full 91, that arguably overstates the emissions by by a factor of 2. I was just curious if you consider that in coming up with your emission calculation.
Yeah, so the analysis did estimate that those surface emissions would be leaking from 91 days, as you said, from the last day of emissions of doing SCM. But also once those emissions are detected, those have to be remediated and remonitored in 10 days. Yes, you are right that not all exceedances will be started the day after surface emissions monitoring.
Okay.
Conducted.
Computers. Okay, thank you for that. Oh, I wanted to ask about biocover requirements. I mean, part F, we have a pretty clear requirement with biocovers. I was curious, did the other 4 states have biocover requirements, or is that something that's unique to this proposed rule?
It is unique.
Okay. Okay. On the remote monitoring provisions, I think this is the first time, let me rephrase, is this the first time the division would be in the position of approving those? Now the rules. I'm just asking anyway, let you answer it. Has the division approved these kind of remote monitoring things and other rules?
We have for oil and gas. What type of screening aerial monitoring technologies under the alternative aim program?
What group handles that within the division?
For alternative aim, it's the oil and gas program. I'm actually still involved in that effort though.
So who would handle it for this then?
If you're looking at it right here. That would be this group here. We also would have involvement from folks in OIP that would be largely responsible for our remote monitoring program.
I guess we had some suggestions from some parties that the remote monitoring program maybe should be a pilot as opposed to part of the rule. I guess I was curious for your reaction to that.
Yeah, I think that there's been plenty of evidence shown that these technologies can be useful for find and fix now. I don't think you need to study it further. They're demonstrated. They have been demonstrated over time. They continue to improve. The division, I think the questions being raised by parties are on, uncertainty around emission detections in terms of the emission rate, maybe not necessarily that emissions are occurring. And so determining the significance of emissions, whether those warrant notification. And that is going to be part of this work group that is going to put forth recommendations in terms of how detection should be evaluated for purposes of whether a notification should be sent out. But, I don't believe there's this question of these technologies are completely unreliable. You shouldn't be using them at all.
Is there any concern in terms of, we've heard some parties ask for all that data to basically be made immediately public?
Yeah, the division does have concerns with that. The intent, and I believe we put this into the statement of basis and purpose, is to develop a portal for remote monitoring, and it's not going to be exclusive to landfills. It's actually going to just cover all remote monitoring that is being done for gas, for coal mines. But it's going to take time to get that in place, right? And so we don't want to put a lot of restrictions around the division in terms of what that is supposed to look like or when information has to be made publicly available. You know, the division, I think, could address that as well as part of the working group. You know, the development of this portal and, you know, what sort of information can be made public and when, but without that being in place, you know, I think the division says at this time, let's rely on the semi-annual reporting where that information will be available until we have such a portal developed.
Thank you. I think that's everything I have.
Other Commissioner Blankenship?
Thank you. I got a question on page or sheet 12 of the presentation. It's very obvious that there is drastically different costs calculated based on the yearly cost of compliance. And in a couple slides earlier to that, there was a pretty affirmative assertion that it was because that there were significant flaws in the calculations or the approach that was used by, I believe this is the Public Coalition. Did you guys have any conversations with the Public Coalition to kind of maybe determine, why there is such a big differential, or was it just based on your review of their calculations that they submitted?
Thank you, Commissioner. Those same numbers were submitted as part of the agreeing statement, and maybe they didn't have enough time to review and adapt it, but in our rebuttal statement, we had identified those errors and they had read those documents, but in their rebuttal documents, they used those same numbers in their cost analysis and applied that across all the landfills despite their differences in size.
Do you feel like that it would be worthy of a conversation to make sure that, there's just such a huge discrepancy, and that just raises a red flag for me. And that's why I was asking it, just trying to, to determine what is really accurate.
Yeah, Tim, go ahead.
I'm trying to think back of all the conversations, and there were numerous ones between the pre-hearing statement and this rulemaking hearing when this information became available.
Tim, could you speak up a little bit, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I want to say the division at some point did discuss this with Public Coalition, but more from the perspective of, and part of this was helped inform our analysis of that. But obviously difference of opinion on some of these things. But I think once we understood better what went into their analysis, that's where, the division has fundamental disagreements on that in terms of what we believe are errors in that analysis and assumptions that are made. As far as why those differences are there, or the Public Coalition chose to do those, I don't know that we had those sorts of discussions.
And some of them are not really matters of opinions or different quotes from different contractors. For instance, the issue of using discounting analysis, that's a basic economic principle. Whenever you do economic impact analysis, you are required to do that. And so it's not really even getting different numbers from different consultants. These are major errors that could and should have been avoided.
And I just wanted to highlight, so our EIA is based off of the information that was provided to the division throughout this pretty extensive stakeholdering. And that is the red line you're looking at. And then the blue line is kind of to demonstrate that we're not really sure where all of these costs are coming from. They don't necessarily make sense because our EIA is based off of the information we were provided by the Public Coalition. And I think throughout this hearing, you heard a lot of different costs thrown around that weren't necessarily in the pre-hearing statement, rebuttal, or information that was provided to the division.
Okay, thank you.
Other commission questions?
Just not to let this go before I ask another question. This is cost of compliance. This is not what, for example, Mesa and Otero counties stand out as silly. But their costs right now would be less than this, is that right?
Do you mean
the current costs? What annual costs?
It's very likely, yeah. It's very likely less. Yeah.
And nobody thought to actually like call over to Mesa County, talk to the treasurer and say, you think this could be possible? That basically you're not spending any money on items at your landfill, or that your income is covering most of your costs.
I think there's
nobody fact checked this on the ground. I mean,
I think those are slightly different. Maybe if I can clarify. So those two lines, what they're measuring is the blue line is the expected cost of compliance as it was reported to us or submitted by the party. We feel like those that analysis involves various missteps and makes huge assumptions. When you adjust for them, the new numbers become significantly less. So those smaller, lesser values are represented by the red bars. And so the blue and the red, it's essentially the same thing, except one we think is more accurate than the other one.
And that information was made available. That was in our EIA, right? I mean, so it.
And the 0.7 million from Mesa County, that estimate was provided by Mesa County.
Yes.
Correct. Division is not saying there's no cost. It's just less than what they estimate.
No, but I'm just looking at all these counties provided all the information for their individual counties. Everything seems out of whack.
Except it's a coalition where they work together.
Right.
It's the same set of assumptions, the same spreadsheet that they used where they populated their information and submitted one workbook or Excel file. And they applied basically the same assumptions across all the landfills as a group.
Well, can I ask, in that line on the previous slide, on number 9, it's previous. The bottom, when you're trying to make sense of some of this, you're talking about double and triple counting, saying that I'm assuming that you're saying that on-site managers, consultants, and fees for technical services, that could all be the same person? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And that would be to explain all those dozen counties there?
Yes.
On slide 14, you're comparing, oh, you said this, or I heard this earlier. My question is this apples to apples? You're comparing massive expenditures in the midstream sector to projected costs at a landfill.
And yes, that is the point, is we are asking some sectors to carry a heavy weight And in this case, landfills are not being asked to carry that much. Their cost of compliance is significantly less, but for that same investment, we're getting essentially the same amount of emission reduction.
That's good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner.
Other commission questions? Great. All right, I've got a couple. Going back to the economic analysis. My understanding is that you're basically looking at this as a linear analysis, so that the costs per X are the same regardless of whether you're a big landfill or a small landfill, and it's the size of the landfill that makes the difference in cost.
Yes, Commissioner.
And are there therefore not any fixed costs that whether you're small or large, it's the same amount?
So the GCCS the flare that you'd have to install is probably going to be smaller. And so there is a level of scale when it comes to it, but ultimately the most significant factor is the size.
All right, and then some of the parties were talking about the concern about the definition of owner operator. I think I think I know what the division's thoughts are there, but could you elaborate a bit on what your response is to the concern that has been expressed that an operator of a GCS, right? GCC, no, there's too many acronyms and it's getting late. The operator that is on site of a gas, they're using the gas to run their engine. RNG, there we go, that the concern is that they are not the ones that are going to be operating the GCCS or ensuring that the landfill is operational, et cetera, et cetera. So why should they also be considered under this regulation as an operator that's responsible for the one and two? Are they actually responsible for everything that's in this regulation that an actual owner in the traditional sense of a landfill would be responsible?
Yeah, the division's concern here is obviously ensuring compliance responsibility where, you don't have, say, the operator of a gas treatment system saying, we're not responsible for any of these requirements, for having to meet any of the requirements that apply to a gas treatment system, which there are very specific requirements in the rule around that. We do clarify in the statement of basis and purpose about that. It's not responsibility for all of the requirements in the rule. It's the requirements that apply to the equipment that you're the owner of. And so we want to make a very clear distinction here, ensure that, you don't have one party just saying, hey, we don't have to meet any of these requirements. And we don't think it's sufficient, the division, to just say that, permitting or Reg 3 requirements will handle that. There's specific requirements in the rule related to these various aspects. And so we want to ensure those are complied with if those operations are occurring within the site boundary of the landfill.
Okay, great, thank you. Switching gears a bit, I think you heard that the Public Coalition testify regarding the agreement that the 3-year delay for publicly owned small landfills would also apply to what I think would be part A of the open flares. Existing open flares have to be gone by 2029, except where it's closer. I mean, it's that whole language thing. Do you agree with that interpretation?
We do, yes. That's a set compliance date in the rule. The first example you gave there, whereas the exception to the extension, the extended phase out is, we view that as that's a installation deadline. It's not a compliance date. So those dates have already happened. Those flares have already been installed. Those do not change. So we absolutely agree with that interpretation.
Um. Okay, here is I'm having trouble with the current regulation. Can you point to me where in the proposed regulation it's requiring the frequency of surface emission monitoring at existing GCCS? What's the site for that? I was looking for that and I couldn't find it.
Should be in part D. That's surface emissions monitoring requirements. So let me scroll down there. Okay. So it's 1A. The owner operator of a landfill must complete quarterly surface emissions monitoring according to the requirements. So that 1A is basically where it summarizes the requirements for the new landfills, I should say the ones that have to newly install a GCCS versus those that have a GCCS installed already.
I mean, I'm trying to catch up to you for you. Sorry. 33. Better job of I got a different page 33. This is part of this problem, this regulation. So what is it? It's D what?
1A.
1A. There we go.
Yeah.
And this is for landfills with existing.
New and existing, and
Existing.
the language that was proposed by NWRA was to cover a set of landfills, very narrow, two that have voluntarily installed a GCCS. So technically, they're not installing a new GCCS, but they don't have requirements to operate one yet. And so that language addition to 1A clarifies that for a very narrow situation that applies to two landfills. But otherwise, talking about ones that have existing GCCS that are required to have that, ones that are voluntarily installed that will then be required to have it, and then ones that are truly newly installed.
Okay.
So just to be clear, they're all quarterly monitoring then?
Correct, yeah, yep. The frequency decreases only for closed or inactive landfills.
Because the next sentence talks about must complete periodic surface emissions monitoring. That was part of my confusion on this paragraph. You read the first sentence, but then the second sentence is each owner required to install operating gas collection must complete periodic.
Periodic is unclear.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so you're right. That is, I believe it is, 1B. So it talks about the landfill has to be divided into grids for instantaneous and integrated surface emissions monitoring that is performed on a quarterly basis.
Okay. Page 35, okay.
Okay, that's helpful. I think that answers the question.
Yeah.
Perfect. I think that may. That may be all I have. Any other commission questions? We do need to get moving. Okay, cross-examination. Okay, Danny. I think we might be done. Any staff, do I need to read?
No, you're good.
I know you're just chatting.
Yes.
Just asking if there's.
Good.
All right, I think you're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, commission, it is 3:40. We need to actually be done by 5 because one of the commissioners teaching hour, 5 o'clock, as I understand it. There's a lot to cover in the next hour and about 15 minutes. So what's the druthers? Do you want to take a enormously short break or should we just plow on?
3-minute break.
3-minute break? Okay,
3 minutes.
3:45. We need to. First see if there are, I want to see first, before we close the record and commence deliberations, I want to ask the commissioners if there are any pressing questions that they may have for any of the parties that they would like some further information on. No, that's good to hear. We got a lot to do. I'm hopeful we can cover. I'm hopeful we can end today. I see. In order to begin deliberations, I believe we need to close the record. Is that correct? Need a motion to close the record.
Second.
I have a motion or a motion and a, this would be great, and a second. Any discussion? Discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, record is now closed. So commissioners, I think that there's a lot of issues to cover. Several days ago, when I was going through the material, I started to write a list of what I saw as potential issues. I am sure it is not complete given the presentations that we've had the last couple of days, but I have a lot of issues that I think are still outstanding. I mean, were not resolved by the parties that are still outstanding that we would need to talk about. I want to see if there's a particular way you would like to address these. What I can do is I can kind of run through my list, see if it's everything that you have on your list. We can add to it or take off of if you don't think these are issues. How about we do that? Okay. Thought is applicability. So in particular, the applicability, I mean, I think that generally there's not much of an issue regarding applicability, except for the 8 million tons issue and how it should that apply more broadly beyond the municipal to all solid waste facilities that are less than 8 tons. I have the waste in place threshold. I'm not sure that's an issue. Methane generation rate, probably should talk about that a little bit. And if those are the right numbers for it, the 732,000 tons, et cetera, and the GCCS requirements for that, 30%, SEM, tier 2, those kind of things. These are going to be kind of shorthand. So if you don't know what I'm saying, let me know. Yep.
So the one thing I want to talk about, right? One thing I want to talk about, and this may be a crossover with the SEM, but is the EPM action levels for SEM as it relates to applicability as well as to SEM.
That's what my next thing is here. SEM B111 D3 200 ppmv or 200 ppmm. So I have that as an issue. The design issue, proceed at your own risk, and then the submittal of within 12 months. Other trigger 18 months submission deadline 20 that you have to install it 18 months or 24 months. Those two timeframes. Timing of gas collection. In other words, the 36 months in place, 24 months in place. Again, these are all shorthands.
We should discuss that.
Yeah, well, these are all issues. Open flare issue, everything about an open flare. We have open flares, do we not have open flares? Do they need to go away? The location of them within a particular, structures within a DIC and the definition of those structures. Performance tests. Annual.
How do you want us to respond to?
If you think I've missed an issue that's related to any of this, say something. Okay. And then performance tests, the annual for 3 years, every 3 years after that, wellhead temperature. I don't think I heard anything on welfare temperature. I think that's probably not an issue. Yay. Biofilters, corrective action time frame. Corrective action, this is the greater than or equal to 200 ppmv or greater than ppm, it's an exceedance violation, et cetera. SEM spacing, 25-foot monitoring. Although it was raised, we didn't hear too much about it, and this is the wind speed piece. Remote monitoring, there's a fair amount there, and biocover. Is that enough? Lot. Anything I missed?
On-site subsurface migration.
Oh, on service. Okay, it's true.
And the other thing, it related somewhat to, I think you touched on, but some NRWA things about things deemed approved on time frame. On the design and some of those.
Yeah,
That was your design issue, bullet?
Yeah, proceeded on risk. That it's all, yes.
And timing of plan?
Timing. Okay. Okay.
You have owner operator definition in that list.
So a way to deal with this is, I think that there are too many issues to ask each of the commissioners to sort of run through and give their views on all the issues. I think we risk just getting really confused. So I would suggest that we kind of walk through the issues one at a time. Maybe as we're walking through them, look at issues that sort of fit together, which I haven't really done here. So we're gonna have to figure that out. And then talk about them that way. So if that makes sense, because I think a lot of these issues seem to sort of pair with each other in many respects. SEM, one and done, the frequency, all of those kind of issues, for example, SEM issues altogether. So I don't know if it's possible. So let me ask you this question. I'll ask Steph this question. I think there's concern among the commissioners that there's no way we could get done with this today.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
12 points.
Or would be appropriate.
There's so many
5
things
minutes
to do.
each.
Yeah, I just don't see us at, unless we just throw our hands up and whatever. So then the question is, we can. I don't even think we can take preliminary final action. I think we're just going to have to continue the hearing. The deliberations, I guess, where's how we do that, until we can get together again. And so I need to put that bug in your head to figure out what's the next time we can do this. You don't necessarily have to answer that question now, but
when we do it.
No, you do. If you want to continue, you have to announce the date and time that it'll be, but you don't have to decide if
Right
you're
this second.
continuing right now, right? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair. You can continue. You'll get your admonishments from us not to talk to literally anybody about this, right? And parties will get their admonishments that they cannot submit anything. The record is closed. Closed. You can also straw poll on some of these issues to see which ones you are not all in agreement on.
Yeah.
And see if there's any, because there's 6 of you. So rules need 5 to pass.
Right.
So you could try to figure out where you don't have 5 and focus there.
So let me ask you a really hard, more difficult. We're missing 2 commissioners.
2 mornings time. They can't.
Yeah.
They can't participate at all.
So I did 6.
They weren't here.
I understand that, but there's no way they could listen to everything and read everything and catch up with everything.
I don't think there's a way for us to answer that right now.
I don't think they would be very happy with.
That matters to me probably less than it matters to you.
All right, why don't we do that? Why don't we, you think about when we'll have a fair amount of time to pick this up again. I have a feeling I know when that's gonna be.
How much time would you like?
Tomorrow.
Right.
There's no Zoom call tomorrow morning planned.
Commissioner Rudolph,
Yes,
may I make a statement, please?
yes.
Okay, I actually have spent a considerable amount of time kind of formulating a statement, and I'm only going to read the last part of it. But I feel like, at least myself, I've been hit by a shotgun. We've received an incredible amount of information, some of which is opposing. I think to make an appropriate decision, I would like the opportunity to compare the opposing positions and requests side by side on each of the outstanding issues. I think this is way, and I really emphasize way, too important of an issue to not ensure that we take action with our eyes fully wide open. Before I'm ready to take action on this proposed rule, I would like to see the staff work with the parties to address the commission's questions and concerns, possibly revise the proposed rule to create a final errata, because right now I think we're sitting on errata number 3. And I would like to see a single listing of the opposing or non-concurrence or request items with each party's position and their recommendation or request accompanied by any supporting documents. I just feel like right now we're kind of trying to list a bunch of issues, and I'm afraid that it would be very difficult for us to make sure that we covered everything. And I think it's very critical that we take a look at each and every request and that they're kind of, like I say, organized together and that be put together in a document so that we can actually sit down and review that.
So what you're asking for is that we reopen the hearing. We continue the hearing, we hear from all the parties again, because that's what we would have to do.
No, I'm not asking that we reopen the hearing. We take the information that they provided, because in going back at least to the presentations today, I believe that each of the parties had listed the items that they're requesting.
But if you're asking somebody other than you to do that, we need to reopen the hearing.
Oh,
Commissioner Rudolph, yeah, if you want staff, I think what you're asking for is for staff to collate all the parties' last submitted erratas and update them based on their testimony. If we were to do that for you in a document, Commissioner Rudolph is correct.
Oh.
You would need to basically reopen the record. Well, you wouldn't have to reopen it now. You would have to continue the hearing, vote to direct us to do that, give us a date certain by which you wanted that. Reopen the record to receive it. So you couldn't receive it like before the parties. You know what I mean? Like we would have to, so that's a very extensive, that's an extensive request. And something I'm happy to report the new procedural rules are intended to do for you by this final errata. Tip of the hat to those involved. Because the request makes sense. Also, it sounds like you've asked for a list of outstanding issues with each party's position on same and a citation to all of the supporting documents. That's will also take a significant amount of time, and I just ask you to take that into account. And but as I noted, you need 5 votes to move forward. So if there's any other commissioner that wants those things, we're not gonna be able to do anything except that.
I thank you. I think you understand my request, and I absolutely understand the magnitude of my request is very significant. I also feel like, once again, that this is such a critical matter. I just want to make sure that at least when I cast my vote or when I have discussions as part of the deliberation, that I do have all of the information in front of me, and that we're taking into consideration all of the, I guess, the requests or concerns that have been expressed to us. Because I really appreciate that each of the individuals and groups have spent a considerable amount of time to share this information with us, and I think we owe it to them to make sure that we consider it as part of our decision. Thank you.
So thank you, and I agree with you. I think that as far as the difficulty of this rulemaking and the amount of information that we have, this is one of the most complicated rulemakings, and you've heard some of the parties say this, one of the most complicated rulemakings that this commission has dealt with. It is an area that is new to this commission. I mean, we're not solid waste landfill folks normally.
Oh, yeah, we are.
Or no.
I'm from Australia, you didn't know that? Landfill guy?
So appreciate that. Difficult about this is that it is really asking the commissioners to do a yeoman's effort to sort through all the material yourselves. We can talk about the material and we can express our concern with each other. And I think we should do that today, is maybe to walk through them and just give very brief, what do you think about this issue? To sort of get a reading from commissioners based upon what you know today, what your gut's telling you, as well as your brain from having read all this stuff, listen to everyone. And where you've got concerns that you need to flesh out as a commission. So, and we can do that when we walk through all of these today. We got a little less than an hour, very quickly walking through all of these. And then we can find hopefully a time that will enable us, along with everything else we're doing this fall, to go through these documents and try to figure it out and come back together.
We can continue this later.
Yeah.
Via email?
No. Via like.
No.
Yeah, in person.
I'm sorry, I was writing some notes down.
It's kind of joke.
No. Okay, because my understanding is you have to, if you're going to continue the hearing today, identify the date and time to which the hearing is continued. Okay, just checking.
I wasn't saying no, just decide later.
Yeah, that's what I was worried that, so that was one of John's jokes.
But probably at one of our hearings unless we want to, as a commission, decide to meet on a day that we don't normally meet. But we're gonna debate that soon, like in 45 minutes, but let's walk through this now. Okay. Applicability. So questions or thoughts on applicability, particularly related to the 8 million tons, and should it apply more broadly to private landfills? Anybody want to weigh in on that? I mean, either that yes, you think it should, no, you don't think it should, or you're not really sure yet.
I think that one of the parties made a point that the government-owned landfills have unique funding situations, and I think that's a legitimate point. I think that there was also a point made about some, maybe possibly one of the privately owned landfills or multiple were owned by larger corporations that have more resources to be able to address this sooner, but I don't know if any of those that are potentially subject to these requirements are owned by smaller private corporations that don't have the resources. So at least from my perspective, I think I would need a little bit more information before I could make a determination on that item.
Okay,
So the two of the privately owned landfills are owned by Apex Waste Solutions, or Twin on here, which is a company I'm not, other than hearing their public comment the other night. I will say they're not the size of Republic or Waste Management. I don't know much about them otherwise. So they're potentially a couple that are owned by a relatively small company.
That was the gentleman who spoke Wednesday evening on our.
That was Bruin.
Well, that was Bruin too, but
Okay.
the guy from Apex was also one of the public commenters.
okay, any other comments on this one?
I think, I would initially I was saying, yeah, let's treat them the same, it's fair. But I'm not sure now. Clearly, publicly owned landfills have a bigger responsibility to citizens in their jurisdiction. And I don't feel that privately owned ones feel that responsibility. And so I do think at this moment, I think, yeah, I would side to giving publicly owned municipal landfills a break and not the private ones. And that kind of goes on with what Commissioner Blankenship said. I think you were kind of inferring.
Okay. Okay, any other comments on that? I mean, I don't have to hear from everybody on this.
Yeah.
So
I think I'm good with what Dan said.
I'm not, well, but I mean, what Dan said was that he wasn't sure. That's the end.
Well, I'm not sure either, because if we're talking a closed landfill with no revenue source, if it's not a deep pocket, it's a consideration.
Okay, that's, yeah, I just want to make sure that you were not sure as well. Seeing another not sure.
I'm not sure.
I got lots of not sure's. Okay. I'm gonna skip the threshold of 400,000. That's methane generation rate. Any concerns about the 732 to 2,000 short tons, 30%? How you determine then the GCC, which is the 30%, SEM tier 2, and then above 2,000 short tons, GCCS or tier 2, sort of the threshold for how you determine GCCS applicability. Basically.
For me, only to the part, those broad things you just described, no, but then the part about one hit, you're done, or multiple strikes as part of that applicability.
On the SEM or on
It's kind of, yeah, I don't know. how-
They're tied together.
They're tied together, whichever one you want to put that into.
All right, I'll put it.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Reader on that. With the one hit, you're done versus the 3 strikes and you're out. But just in general, I don't recall any particular comments about any of the thresholds other than that one. But I just wanted to confirm that.
So what I heard the division say, it's not one hit and done, it's 2 hits and done. And the
Try, it's not a hit.
well, if you're above, then you do the SEM, and then if you do another,
You kick to tier 2.
you gotta hit 2. You gotta get 2 violations or 2 exceedances, whatever you wanna call it, to have to do the GCC. It's not one hit. It's not the first time you hit on SEM. And then the parties were wanting 3.
As I understood the division's proposal, you had the exceedance, there was no corrective action, and you then had to go to tier 2, and tier 2 was then your only other way to stay out.
Yeah, okay. All right, I misspoke when I said SEM. It's a tier 2, but you still have the ability to do a tier 2 to be out of GCCF. So you get 2 strikes.
I would be supportive of at least one opportunity for corrective action.
Yeah.
If not 2, but.
And so that would be potentially the division, because that's what the division is. But you may want to go all the way to 3 strikes. Okay. There's 10 days between. Okay, then I've got the 200 ppm B, 200 ppm. Maybe that's the strikes. Never mind, that's the strikes. Okay. GCCS design. This is a lot of stuff. So this is both when the design must be submitted within 12 months of the requirement trigger, installation of GCCS 18 months after submission deadline for active, 24 months after deadline for inactive, closed. And then the sort of the proceeded on risk. So that let's separate the division of full approval requirements before you do anything as a separate thing. What about the timing of the GCC? That's in the filing of the design and the requirement to install those timeframes.
I am okay with those. Generally, the one question we ought to discuss is the part about expanding GCCS to new areas, not so much the installation of that initial system, but when it's in the time.
Commissioner Reader, can you make sure you're
Speaking into the mic.
please and thank you.
So we should talk about the timing of it being expanded to new areas. I'm fine with the division's proposed timing in terms of the general. Once you're subject to GCCS, you've got to put in your design, do your installation, etc.
What's your issue on new areas?
There was the question of how quickly that needed to be done. The division's proposal versus some of the things we heard.
For the installation.
For the installation in those new areas. Expansion.
Okay. Others thoughts on that? Sort of the same.
I agree with Commissioner Reader.
Okay.
And then we would look at how the review time may have implications on that time frame.
And that's the next thing I was going to go to is both a review of the GCCS design and sort of generally all the concerns about the workload for the division, the ability that the division, particularly when it comes to the GCC design, that's where we heard probably articulated the most. But the concern about the division having the resources and the ability to process the permits and the design approval, et cetera. And wanting specifically to have language in the rule that said, the division says proceed at your own risk and are articulating or saying that the chances, because you're going to have a professional engineer approve it, the chances of the design itself being an issue are really small. And the concern expressed by the parties, most of the parties, many of the parties, that that's not good enough. We need to have a completeness determination by so many days, and if you haven't approved it within so many days, it's deemed automatically approved, and so you have sort of that conflicting language. So thoughts on that?
Yeah, I had some reservations with the shot clock and deemed approved approach. But I also have some concerns with just assuming that a professional engineer is doing it right. And I can say that because I are one. So yeah, I like to take a closer look at those, but I think that maybe providing some allowance in the schedule for review time, and if for whatever reason that review time extends beyond that allowance, it may extend then the total time frame in which compliance is required.
I will counter that. I am very sympathetic with wanting to have an approval by the division. At the same time, I would want very much to make sure that whatever is submitted it's exactly what needs to be submitted, and please don't think I'm accusing anybody of doing this. I know you're all gonna think I am. I'm not. Submitting incomplete, trying to delay the system because you're like, oh, I forgot to add this. You know, you need to have a crisp, really proper, timely application.
I agree 100% with
Okay,
you.
we gotta figure, okay, so
Yeah.
we need to figure that one out.
Yep.
All right. Flares. Thoughts?
I'm fine with the division proposal.
Okay.
Has there, forgive me, has their proposal changed since the original,
I believe
the pre-hearing?
I believe it has evolved since the pre-hearing with this Serrata.
So it's not all open flares are done 2029. That's not the, that was, I think.
Don, can you please talk into the mic, please? Don't look at me like that.
Is it now that all open flares are done?
No.
By January 2029?
No,
Just primary.
the extension for landfills, whichever ones that are under the 8 million. Today, under the proposal, it is just public. We expand it to be private. Those are also delayed for 3 years. Unless they're backup flares that are within 1,000 feet of a DIC, then get into that issue. Well, no, but.
And there's also the provision that flares built in the last 5 years get to operate for 10 years.
For 10 years, yeah. Yeah.
But it is a based down.
It's a compromise, yeah. It's a phase.
Oh my.
Okay. John. So you don't want flares at all, open flares at all? Okay.
And at some point, I would like to talk about extending protections for DICs to other communities. Because we're talking about schools, hospitals, and you know, I don't live in a DIC, but I want some protections too. I would think most people would. So let's learn from them.
Okay, and so let me ask you a further question. Now it's 1,000 feet. Do you want to be more than 1,000 feet?
I like the original mile.
Mile?
I heard someone trying to compromise that.
Commissioner Slutsky, people are saying they cannot hear you.
You don't.
Yes, they do.
Someone had made a compromise for like 3,200 feet, I think, instead of the mile. 1,000 feet is.
Yeah, there was something from the
That's not even a quarter mile. My math is.
Yeah.
Old math.
Okay, so distance is an issue. And beyond DICs and even within a DIC, there was a question regarding the residential. That phrase, whatever that residential area.
Residential building
Residential
unit.
building, yeah.
Whatever
Whatever that.
It's just a residential.
Yeah, residential. All right. Moving right along here.
You know, one of the things on that before we leave it is it's a flare. And so let's say it's 70% efficient. I would want to see something backed up by modeling, like just a single point source with a range of emissions to tell me what, because that might not even impact an off-site receptor. And so just to say that a flare is going to impact somebody 1 mile downwind at a detectable concentration is not correct. So I would at least, if we're gonna postpone the hearing, then if we're gonna really drill into that question, then that's something that I would like to see at least something.
You will not get that unless you open up the record.
No, that's correct.
Just,
So that's an important clarification, Commissioner Rudolph. So the information that I have that you want is like summary documents from your staff of the information that has been presented to you over the past 2 days. We are not talking about entertaining additional submittals or additional information from any of the parties outside of what you have heard in the past 2 days. If that's not correct, this is a whole different conversation.
and that, I will say that that's correct, and that is assuming that we're gonna ask you to do all.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
There's plenty on the record about that one.
About flares?
Yeah.
There's a fair amount in the record, that's true. Okay, performance tests. This is for flares, annual for 3 years, then 3 years, seasons, Anybody have any issues about that? That's probably an okay thing. Okay. Stand. The temperatures, that's the third one down. Yay. That is the first one. Any rate, sorry, you can't hear me mumbling. Biofilters. Required and shut down.
Depending on the size of the landfill.
Okay.
I'm not sure I support mandatory.
No, I think that's right. At least make it, a couple options.
It's an option,
Yeah.
correct?
I'm in that camp.
Okay, so. Then the question I have is if biofilters become an option. Are we saying it's either biofilters or something else? Or you know what I'm asking? Because we're doing that with biocover. Or biofilters, I mean, is there are we saying you can install a biofilter out of the goodness of your heart, otherwise you don't have to do anything? Or what do they have to do?
Depends on what they're, I think, at least in, is that depends on if they're required, whatever the level of requirement that they have, threshold that they exceed. And I would, as a biofilter is an alternative to the HDPE. Whatever it's an alternative to, and enable them to make a choice. And would have to demonstrate that whatever choice they make, it would be effective in meeting the requirement.
Yeah, we're trying to do finding bio.
Is it under cover requirements? Cover requirements are part F.
Has the bio covers in it, doesn't it?
Oh, okay. Would it be part of a gas collection and control system requirement? That would be part C.
Better index.
C.
Yeah, you have 3C, or at least in the errata 3 is when you're talking about shutting down landfills. Owner operator, a biofilter design and operation plan must be submitted to the division.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I'm not remembering that. If you didn't have biofilters, what you would do.
Biofilter is more of a passive system as opposed to an active system.
says you may install and operate biofilters in place of a GCCS so long as the methane concentration is less than 30%.
Okay, so it is the GC, so you'd consider, so what you're saying is that you're making biofilter an option if, but otherwise you'd have to continue to operate the GCC. CS.
Yeah, it's does say
Okay.
at 2D.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that might be.
Commissioner Rudolph,
Yes, ma'am.
can I ask another question?
Hey.
This is actually for Commissioner Blankenship, but it's really for everybody. In thinking about how to make what Commissioner Blankenship is asking for possible, I have a question. On one hand, if we kept this issues list and summary and errata to things in the presentations, right, the slides. That's doable, but if you want us to include the testimony, we would have to expedite a transcript of the hearing, which would cost like 5 figures for a 2-day hearing, and so it's not going to, the issues list with red lines asked for in slides is a much, okay, just
Yes.
wanted to put that out there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I've got corrective action, which we already talked about that. We talked about one. But then there's the corrective action. There was a request to change the language so that it's not called an exceedance.
You're talking about there was a request, there was a request that if corrective action was successful, it would not be a violation.
Yeah. Well, yes, yeah. I mean, that it's the that triggers corrective action. Sort of the one is variation of the one and done. Let me find it. D1C2. I haven't. See. One. Okay, so yeah, this is D1C2. Locations on the surface area of a landfill that meet or exceed a methane concentration limit of 200 ppmb if using the approved monitoring. If using the approved monitoring method under section must address actions. There's been a request to increase that. I think that's where this is to 500.
What page are you on?
This is
Commissioner Rudolph?
This is on page 34 of the, or 30 page, yeah, 34 of the errata 3 red lines.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hope that helps.
Yes, very much so.
But you're not there yet, so.
I'm there now. I'm spinning the wheel as fast as I can.
So that, and it's D1C2. Yeah. So that was, as I think the issue there is, well, all of this is exceedance, mark the exceedance, do the exceedance. They want a different terminology. They wanted the different terminology. Because exceedance makes it sound like that it in of itself is a violation. So that's just a wording thing. I don't think that's going to be an issue. But the substantive issue is changing in the first paragraph 200 ppmb or 200 ppmm to 500. So
So 500 is the current federal regulation.
yes,
And I believe it was WM in their rebuttal had suggested 200 as a reporting. Right, so that flags for the division. How often do you see between that range?
yep. So this one I would like to think about some more, because I have to go back and think about what does that mean? What's really the difference? So I don't have a strong opinion on this. Everybody else does. Okay. All right, let's move on. 25-foot monitoring spacing. Want to split the baby and have it at 50? It's getting.
I think this is a really important part of this rule, and I myself, I would just like to review the information that's been presented and see if I can discern in my mind, is there true value or gain by going to the much tighter interval?
Yeah, I have this one feels to me that that people are playing with statistics. And I would agree with you. I need to really see, is there really an actual on the ground significance that's worth, I think one of the parties said, the squeeze.
The juice is worth the squeeze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I need to go back, and I personally would like to go back and really think about it.
Me too.
What do you think?
I'm persuaded that 25 is. I'm gonna look again.
Yeah.
And I would also wonder about, a combination of 25 and 100. Using 25 to get to a point where it's comfortable to basically the emissions are not so great, they're good even. And then allowing the landfill operators to go to 100 and keep those quarterly tests going. And if they keep looking good, they're good. If not, let's go back to 25. I don't know how many we need before they're good to go or bad to go, but
yeah. I mean, I will say that I like the 25-foot because it seems I'm leaning in that way, but I need to really understand it a little more. To really make sure that it is worth it.
I think
it's a lot of work.
We need a robot to do it.
Well, you got remote monitoring.
Yeah, and that's where I think that, yes, there is the OTM 51, and then there's the alternate compliance pathway. I've done some research on this alternate compliance stuff. It's steamrolling forward. This SEM 25 feet spacing, walking with a human. I think it's gonna be obsolete within 10 years. So I like the balance of, okay, we'll consider between 25 and 100, right? 100 is the current federal regulation. West Coast states, other states have 25 meters. But the alternate compliance and how that interacts between the owner operators and the division, I think is a gray area right now, right? We don't know how long it'll take to approve an alternate compliance determination. So definitely something to think about.
But I was gonna suggest that myself as the alternative compliance, the monitoring, we ought to make sure that if that's what we're going for, is that maybe not in the actual language of the rule, but that we have pretty clear statement of basis or purpose language that leads to the direction that we're willing to consider, or that we want the division to consider, or however we want to consider.
We could direct the division.
We'd love to.
Oh, my.
Martha, going back to the previous one on corrective action.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to chime in. I lean towards the 500 on that, primarily for that initial determination. I feel like when we're hitting a trigger that's gonna cost someone to spend $1 million or $2 million, we ought to make sure there's a lot of methane there. For routine monitoring of GCCS systems, I'm comfortable with a lower threshold. I'm not sure exactly how the regulation is written. I think it's the same for both of those right now. So anyway, but that's where I am at the moment.
Okay. Trigger. I think I'm taking very good notes. Okay, enough on 25-foot monitoring. Wind speed, there was a request not to eliminate it and to eliminate the requirement for the walls. We didn't hear a whole, there were some comments in the last couple of days on it, but we didn't hear a whole lot. I'm inclined to leave it alone. I don't know what everybody else is inclined to do.
Seems pretty important.
Yeah,
Right, we didn't hear much about it.
I don't think it's a huge issue. And then, okay, remote monitoring, we're now at remote monitoring, and we talked about that a little bit. I do agree with you, I think everything's gonna do, I mean, it's really changed a lot in the last 15 years, 20 years. So I think having something in here that. So I will say this, the issue of advancing technology has in many rulemakings been an issue where parties are asking for the ability to quickly have whichever division it is, quickly review and approve new technology to use for whatever it is, whether it's if it's monitoring or if it's whatever it is. A lot of EPA regs over the years have not allowed it. They've been really sticklers, which has been a particular issue in air quality as well. And so being open to different technologies, I think, is something that we've got to embrace. And we have to figure out a way of allowing them and approving them. But at any rate, so that's my 2 cents on technologies. And I think remote monitoring here is a place where we can at least do something in this reg. I don't quite know what that looks like, and it may be primarily language in the statement of basis and purpose, but may not. Maybe we can come up with language.
It's expensive.
It could be less expensive than the labor intensive methodology. And I agree. I think we should provide, I think we like to think of ourselves as being out on the cutting edge. And I think making provisions for emerging technology is very appropriate.
I agree. I guess I'm thinking the division's proposal allows for that. So the only concern I have with the division's proposal is kind of the privacy issue you've heard me ask them about. And, how soon does everything get made public, especially I'm very comfortable with EPA approved super emitter protocols being used to flag stuff. I'm a little more nervous about a bunch of other protocols. The division has an approval process. Somehow, I don't want to be the Wild West out there with everyone with some. Taking pictures.
So I agree with that. Yeah, well, and And to your point, really valid point, and I'm glad you made that. I definitely agree there has to be an oversight at the division on what remote monitoring, particularly by third parties, is appropriate. The QAQC, it's the QAQC thing. I mean, that's huge. That's huge. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Bio cover. It's an alternative, but the alternative is to increase the depth of the soil cover beyond the 12 inches to 18. So the choice is an extra 6 inches of cover or bio cover. So again, what I just said about technology, bio cover is something that is new and different, and the division is willing to go there. As an alternative, they don't have to go there, but it may be. So the question for me is the extra 12 inches. You either have to put on extra 12 inches or the bio cover. So the issue is the extra 12 inches.
Extra 6 inches.
6 inches, sorry. Yes. Up 18. I told you my math is not good. Thought?
So this one I did struggle with a little bit, still want to work my head around it. The difference between, a bio cover or adding an additional 6 inches to bring it to 18 inches for the intermediate cover. I guess what I really try to think about is, we heard from parties looking to use geomembranes. What is the difference between 18 inches of soil and a geomembrane if you're choosing not to use a bio cover? And, certainly, heard from the division that unless a gas collection system is operating, basically on the toe of that intermediate cover, just sealing the gas with a geomembrane, maybe isn't beneficial. So that's where I want to go back and read all the materials because, it seems in one way a geomembrane makes a lot of sense if you have a GCCS at the toe and you can actually utilize that to collect. But where I really struggled is if you're not going to use a bio cover and you're going to go with the alternative, which is an additional 6 inches of soil, how is that much different than a geomembrane?
And I don't know that I heard that the division was against the geomembrane. I think that they were, as I recall, they were saying that they had just really heard about it in the last couple, well, maybe more than the last couple of days, but fairly recently. So I don't know that they've had an opportunity. So I didn't hear them say that they were against it. They just didn't know enough to know whether they could, what they thought about it. That's my recollection. I don't know if others remember it differently.
And agree with you, Commissioner Rudolph. I think that's what I heard from them too, that it just really came about very late in the stakeholder process.
Yeah.
And they hadn't had an opportunity to really evaluate it strongly.
Yeah. Okay. So then the issue is basically looking at bio cover extra 6 inches and then the possibility of looking at adding a geomembrane as an alternative, which. Okay. All right, and then I think the last thing did we talk about owner operator? Or did I run right over that? I think I ran right over that. So owner operator definition.
I agree with some of the parties in trying to read the definitions of owners and operators with they're like 4 or 5 bullets long that they're unduly complex and that they
do feel like they would pull in an RNG system or whatever else. So I'm not sure if the solution is to edit that, or as some said, just simply to delete it and allow there to be like a common sense definition of owner. But in reading it, I did think the language had potential to pull in more than what I would traditionally consider owner and operator.
Others?
I concur with Commissioner Reader.
Okay. I mean, yeah, thanks, Gary. I agree with that. But my question is.
Commissioners, can I just point out that that would not be correct? It's not leaving it to a common sense definition. The common provisions regulation has a definition of owner operator, so you'd be going with that definition.
As opposed to, I missed what you were saying initially.
Like if you took out the definition from Rec 31, you default not to common sense, but to common provisions, where there's a definition of owner operator.
You take what we're saying really literally.
Oh, yeah, I should definitely ignore your words, is what you're saying.
No.
You mean that's gonna be hard.
Yeah.
That we have a definition of owner operator, but that the definition of owner operator would be a common sense definition of owner operator. I think that's what.
Okay.
Maybe not.
It could be either way. It could be either way. Some people did say just delete it.
Just delete it completely. That's true. That's true. That was it. This is what I want to look at a little more closely too, because I understand what the division's concern is, which is where you have an operation on the site. You want to make sure that they're operating it in a way that is not inconsistent with the requirements for the landfill, that they're not doing something. It's not necessarily that they're responsible for all the minutia. And I think that the answer that I got to this question was that there's an attempt, at least in the statement of basis of purpose, to clarify that there is not an expectation that that those that are operating these facilities within the and they all have to be within the boundaries of the landfill, that they're not responsible for more of the traditional sort of landfill requirements. But I think I need to think about that, because I understand what I understand what they're going for. I guess the other question that I would have, which I should have asked and didn't ask, is that well, never mind. I'm not going to ask it now because I don't want to ask it now. So, all right. That's the owner operator. Any other comments on owner operator? And then the last thing I have, unless somebody has something else, is service migration. There's concern about the requirement to prohibit surface migration, and there was some discussion about whether or not the Hazardous Materials Waste Management Division actually required or suggested or wanted or involved with the issue of preventing surface migration. Which is a hazardous waste.
Is it on-site migration? That's what I see.
Is it what?
Like surface migration, I'm thinking somehow the methane escaping the landfill through the cover. Right, but on-site migrate, I need to do more homework on that, obviously, but.
Oh, I just wrote surface migration.
So it was on-site subsurface migration.
Yeah, I don't know what I said, yeah.
And at least one of the comments around it was, while we certainly don't want subsurface migration to offsite, that landfills are otherwise somewhat dynamic and stuff moves within the confines of the landfill. So
yeah, I miswrote it. So then I misspoke it, but I've always been thinking it being not in the air, but underground. So I don't know why you could not understand what I was thinking. Said that, but yes, that's the issue, is whether or not there's an ability to prohibit it. And this gets really, in some respects, back to my questions regarding the membrane and the underground infiltration beyond the geo membrane, and that's where we heard about the GCC around the toe. So that was an issue that I was in a sort of alluding to, I suppose, but. So stopping subsurface migration on site, yeah. On site. No, please. Okay, that's just an issue. All right, so. We've just spent the last 50+ minutes identifying the issues that we all need to, let's talk very quickly about how we see this moving forward. What are the possibilities for future consideration as a continued hearing? I'll ask our staff.
Right now, looking at the AQCC calendar, we are completely booked up through December. So I think the December hearing would be the next opportunity to have a large enough time block to really tackle this.
Okay, all right. That work for commissioners?
Isn't that, you said in December?
In December.
Okay, because that's what we talked about last month, too, right?
We did, but if we had continued this hearing till December, we would have a second hearing in March.
Well, yeah,
We would have it.
right.
That wouldn't go over well with those of us who like to keep their marches free. So, okay, so are we okay with scheduling this for December, and how much time do you think we need?
Can I ask a question of our attorney, Ms. Willie? How long will it take, do you believe, to put together the information that I've requested? I'm trying to gauge. I just want to make sure that we have ample time to review it before we get into the next discussion. I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say,
No, I had a minor panic attack when I was thinking it might be next month, but now that you were talking about December, putting something together for your review and getting it to you, I mean, I can't commit until we get into it. And then if you don't like it and you're like, no, go back and try again. This isn't what I wanted. Could be a thing, but it should be enough time. I'm assuming you don't need this before the November meeting because you've got other stuff to worry about.
I would like to have, as a general, maybe 30 days, approximately 30 days to look at the information so that, there might be some opportunity for back and forth if necessary.
Yeah, okay, yes, that's fine. I think we will do our absolute best to get it to you about a month before.
Okay.
Okay, so but I'm not gonna put a date on it because of the November meeting is the ozone here, so it's likely to be super busy, but we'll do everything that we can. Okay, yeah.
Thank you. I thank you very much for accommodating that request.
So
I have one
Leave
question.
it to sir.
Good answer.
Little heads up next time wouldn't have hurt though,
Now, I can tell you that I have formulated my position as we've come,
Yeah.
this dire thing. Yeah, I understand.
While I agree December is the most likely date, is there any wisdom in only continuing to October for now, and continue 1 month at a time in case things open up on our schedule, or we find an additional half day somehow?
I would say, looking at the calendar, we have the edge adjudicatory hearing that I have no sense of how long that's gonna take. There's 8 more issues to settle with that after the summary judgment. So it could take all, it's gonna be.
I guess I was thinking more of at some point, the commission could have a conversation about meeting an extra half day versus what's already on the calendar in one of those months.
There's always Wednesday.
Earlier in December.
Full Wednesday, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and then with that for continuing to October, give us flexibility to at least have that conversation.
I think that's an option. The issue is, will we have this analysis finished by then, by middle of September? And I'm gonna be out all of September, so I can't help these guys do that, so.
I don't know is the answer to that, right? I don't, we've never done anything like this before as your staff post a hearing.
Won't be post-hearing. It's in the middle of the hearing.
Well, technically, the hearing is over and deliberations just is left. I mean, if you all want us to be ready, so you can do this in September, October, so you want it before the fire at the September hearing, we will do everything we can to get that done. It's, in theory, it shouldn't. I don't like to promise, but I will do it if that's when you tell us to do it by.
So.
Right, we will.
I will be the sticker here and say, I am jammed between now and November. And I really seriously be jammed. There's no way I could do any reading for this before the September hearing, probably not for the October. And do what I'm already supposed to do for September. I sorry.
Fair enough. I was just trying to.
I know.
Flexible.
Don't sleep yet, we still, okay, so let's schedule this for December. Give it to us when you can. One thing I wanted to ask the lawyers, so we're not to talk to each other. We're not to talk to any of the parties about this. I don't think we're supposed to talk to anybody about this. And let me ask you, I am also presuming that we shouldn't do any independent research on any of these issues, because that would be considering information that's not part of the record. We can consider everything that's in the record, but we can't go looking for some report from like, Australia. Example.
I agree with that, Commissioner. Please, commissioners, refrain from looking at anything except what has been submitted to you in the record. Which you have on the Google Drive, and then the materials that staff will send you per Commissioner Blankenship's request, and no conversations with anyone, etc.
Thank you for that clarification.
And then Jeremy, do you have the date and time of when the December hearing starts from the notice, if we have it, because we'll need to have that reflected in the motion for when this is continued to.
Yes, it will start December 17th at 4:30 p.m. the way it's scheduled now.
17th is a
Wednesday.
So are we going to do this on Wednesday? Are we gonna show up on Wednesday to do this? I'm just trying to look at what the calendar says.
The rules are set up such that your agenda, which comes out before the hearing, will tell folks what time this item will be expected to go, but that is the official start of the December meeting.
Okay, I'm understanding. I'm just trying to figure out.
You don't have to decide what time this item will.
No, I understand that. I guess what my question is that we are now scheduled to do 3 days, right? September 17th, 18th, 19th.
The way December is scheduled right now, we have just a couple of briefings.
Right.
So I think we could potentially just do a public comment session on the Wednesday evening and then have one day, get through those items and then have this Rec 31 deliberations in the afternoon. And hopefully you all can do that in 4 hours.
That's scary for your motion, right?
Gary, you can't leave.
So unfortunately, I really do have a work
Yeah.
appointment. I have to go to,
We
so.
have only 6, so we need him.
Yeah, I know. So Gary, can everybody that's here be at the December hearing? Because if you've got a conflict, you can't be here in December, we gotta find another time.
True.
Is everybody gonna be here? All the commissioners
Well,
going to
that
be
doesn't
here?
matter. We just need to vote on moving, continuing it, deal with the after effects later.
No, I wanna know if everybody's got if anybody has any commissioner has a conflict regarding the December hearing.
I will be here.
Everybody will be here?
Yeah.
Gary will be here? You're looking, okay. Bye, Gary. Have a good weekend. Okay, we got a vote to continue, all right.
You have a motion to continue to December 17th at 4:30 p.m.
I move we can, we continue this hearing till December 17th at 4:30 p.m.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Is that it?
Thanks.
We have to adjourn today. You wish to adjourn? I have to adjourn.
I.
We're not done.
Please be quiet. Commission hasn't been adjourned. Please.
Wait, sit down, sit down. This meeting is adjourned.